School Dungeons and Dragons. My name is Ekan. I'll be your dungeon master for this game and your guide into the world of Dungeons and Dragons. So most of you are returning players, so welcome back and thank you for coming to today's game. And then of course Bradley is new here, so welcome Bradley. Thank you for joining us, giving us a chance. Um, we're gonna start with game preparation, get your characters ready for the adventure, and then after that we'll have a small break. Uh, After a small break, we'll begin the game. We'll start playing the game and embarking on your adventure. The sooner we get preparations done, the sooner we can start gaming, of course. And we'll be playing for a few hours, so it goes by very quickly. It might sound intimidating, but it actually flies very quickly, just like watching a movie. So, um, for those who are not as familiar, but let me introduce the game to Bradley real quick, and then we'll get started with rolling up this character and anyone else who needs a new character. So, Bradley, we're playing old school Dungeons and Dragons. Have you ever played before, or you told me you
No.
did not? Okay, so no worries. But you've probably seen it depicted in certain media and such, TV shows.
Yeah, I have an idea about kind of how it works, but I'm not an expert.
Hmm? So I'll tell you. It's actually very simple. D&D is kind of a poor man's game, or it's an old 80s game. It's a game of the imagination. It's a pencil and paper RPG, a fantasy adventure role-playing game. So, pretty much the point is you get together with your friends to experience a world of Dungeons and Dragons by, of course, role-playing and rolling dice and taking notes and such. But the whole point of it is to have fun, of course, and to tell stories in the end. So you're gonna tell stories by playing a game. So that's pretty much how it's done. Um, the whole point of playing the game, though, when you're in the world of Dungeons and Dragons, is you're gonna take on the role of an adventurer, and you're gonna band together with a party of adventurers. Team up with some other like-minded individuals, respectable class of people in this medieval society that has to survive alongside magic and monsters. And you're going to be seeking your fortune and your fame. So you'll do this by going on campaign for fame and fortune. This means that you'll go out to hunt monsters, treasures, and bounties, typically from places known as dungeons, away into the underground, into hell. Right? The deeper you'll go, the more risky it gets, but the more rewarding. Strongholds of the past were built, perhaps by man or by other demi-humans or monsters that hide or guard lost treasures, but also are occupied by dangerous foes and traps and such. So you are a brave adventurer in this game, and you're going to go out to seek your fame and fortune by recovering this treasure, by killing these monsters, by overcoming all of these different obstacles in the dungeon and such, to get rich and famous, of course. To win the game, you must survive, you must get rich and famous. And to get rich and famous, you must loot treasure, get bounties, and all that, right? So that's the whole point of being an adventurer. These other players will be adventurers and they'll alongside you, and they'll be your party members. I, on the other hand, will not be in your party, unfortunately. I will kind of be in your party, but I'm more of your guide into the world of Dungeons and Dragons. I'm your dungeon master, so I'll describe to you what you can hear, see, and such. Um, Pretty much, yes. I'll help you understand the world of D&D, so you can play the game. Any questions on what the game is all about?
No, no.
So that's pretty much it. It's very simple. Pencil and paper role playing game. That's all you pretty much need, pencil and paper. Um, but before you can play, you need a character. We need to find out what kind of man you are if you were to enter this world of Dungeons and Dragons, right? So the dice determine who you are to start. But moving forward, you can of course progress and develop yourself. So into the character you want to be in this world. Alright, so the first step is to determine your character's ability scores. This is a reflection of what your character is capable of. The first one is strength, which will reflect your character's ability in hand-to-hand combat and physical prowess. A score of 3 to 8 is considered low, 9 through 12 is normal, 13 through 18 is high. Your strength is a total of 14, which means your character is strong and good at fighting. So you can write this down on your sheet if you have a piece of paper.
You
Write
said 18?
STR 14. So you'll write on your paper somewhere STR 14 or strength 14, so you can remember your strength.
Okay, got it.
Alright, next is your intelligence. This is your character's ability to learn things, your cognition, and your overall knowledge of the game world. Your character has 10 intelligence, which is normal. Alright, next is wisdom. This is your character's sensibility, ability to perceive, to understand, your faith and such. You have 11, which is normal. That's good. Okay, next is your character's dexterity score. This is your hand-eye coordination. This is your phys or your reflexes and such. Yours has 12. That's also pretty good. Next is your character's constitution. This is their kind of willpower, endurance, and vitality. Ability to push on despite pain and suffering. Yours has 14. Next is charisma. Charisma is your character's leadership, ability to communicate, physical charm and such. Yours has 6. Might be a bit shy. Alright, that is your lowest score, but you have 2 very high scores, which is strength and constitution. Those are very good. Next step is to determine your character's adventuring class. This is going to uh, be your role in the group, your job, your set of skills, pretty much. Everyone who joins is an adventurer, of course, and they all are responsible for hunting monsters, treasures, and bounties. But they will bring a particular set of skills to help uh, with the party in a particular field of work, right? That's considered your class. There are 7 classes you can choose from, 4 of which belong to the race of humans, 3 of which are demi-humans. The first 4 are the human classes, which include cleric, fighter, magic user, and thief. And then there's dwarf, elf, and halfling for the demi-human classes. You would be of those people if you pick one of those classes, naturally. So, um, I could describe all the classes to you if you want, but I could also just tell you which ones I would recommend based on your scores. What would you prefer?
I'll take the recommended ones probably.
Alright, good choice. So, because your character is strong and tough, right, high strength, high constitution, I recommend, of course, fighter, which needs a high strength, or dwarf, which needs a high constitution and strength. So, those are the 2 top recommendations I have to you. Fighter is the best fighting class in the game. They have fighting skill, which allows them to fight twice as fast at level 1, and then another attack level 4, 9, and 14. So, they're the best in fighting the game, naturally. They can use any armor, any weapons, and um, well, you'll likely see yourself on the front lines or somewhere near it in combat. So that's your first option. Second option is dwarf. Bit shorter than the average man, of course, but they're just as good at fighting for the most part. They can't use large weapons like a man could, such as a longbow or a two-handed sword. It's just going to be too unwieldy for them since they're kind of short of stature. But they can still use any other weapon, of course, and armor. And then, of course, they're just as good at fighting, and even more so because they're from a different place. They have a different set of skills. They're from the mountain holes, right, and such. So they're very good at craftsmen, uh, builders, and such, and therefore they're really good at exploring, particularly underground complexes such as dungeons. So between those 2 options, which would you like to take on, fighter or dwarf?
Gotta go with the dwarf.
All right, very good choice. Yeah. So next is hit points. This is how hard your character can get hit before they're dead. The average man only has 2 hit points. The average dwarf has 4. To determine your hit points, we're going to roll a d8. And because if you remember your character is tough, that 14 constitution gives you a +1 bonus to your hit points. So we're going to roll a d8 plus 1. Alright, so you start with 2 plus 1, 3 hit points. Do not worry if you think it is slow. Over time, if you can survive, you will quickly improve. Right, so next is your silver pieces. Very important. This will equip you with the tools, supplies, weapons, and armor you'll need for the adventure. Yours will start with 8 silvers, which is a little less than the average dwarf, but that's alright. You will start with a set of clothes at the very least, which will cost 1 silver piece. But most important for dwarves are weapons and armor, and perhaps equipment and supplies. First and foremost, I highly recommend we get you some weapons. You need to defend yourself. The first one I recommend is a missile weapon. Everyone here is a monster hunter. The best weapon to hunt monsters with are missiles, such as bows and arrows, slings and stones and such. You can also go without one, but I don't recommend it. So, what do you think you want to do for a missile weapon? I'll give you some options: sling, shortbow, longbow, crossbow.
Crossbow.
Very good choice. The crossbow deals a lot of damage, great accuracy. It costs 4 silvers. With a, you will also get the case of corals, which is the ammunition for your weapon, like crossbow bolts. Alright, you can note this down if you want. I'm noting it down too.
Yeah.
Okay, you will also need a melee weapon to protect you in close quarters. With the remaining silver you have, you've already spent a total of 5 out of your 8. You only have 3 left. We'll want to perhaps purchase something small and cheap, since you already kind of spent most of your money on a very good missile weapon. The cheapest weapons are 1 silver. This includes a knife or a staff. But if you want to upgrade, you might get a dagger or a club or a javelin for 2 silvers.
Is there a hammer? Like a club would be good, yeah.
Yep, there is a tool hammer. It is a tool, but you can use it as a weapon as well. It's not as good as a warhammer though, which is a hammer made for combat, of course. Do you want the hammer or do you want the club? The club is meant for combat though. It's like a spiked baseball bat.
Probably a club, yeah. Club.
Very well. You have 1 silver left. I highly recommend you get yourself a container, such as a sack for 1 silver, which will allow you to carry additional gear or loot as well.
I'll get a sack then, yeah, sack.
Alright, good choice. The final step to creating a character is to choose a name. I would recommend you pick a medieval name, and if you can try, if you're creative enough, you can try to find one that sounds like a dwarf name, like from Lord of the Rings or something. So it's your choice, though. Um, if you don't know, we can get a random name for you as well. Random name with a dice.
I'll do a random one. Random.
Very well. One moment. Right, your name is going to be Jurek. Jurek means that your character is perhaps Polish then. A Polish dwarf.
Cool.
It is Jurek, in case you want to spell it. So Jurek. You're Jurek or Jurek, Dwarven Veteran. And again, your skills include Fighting skill, which allows you to attack twice the rate at level 1. Very important, gives you the initiative. So overall, you're going to be able to strike hard and fast before anything can kill you, right? Let's see. And if you can hit it and kill it before it even has a chance to hit you, then you're going to survive, of course. Let's see. Um, Besides that, you have a lot of other skills I'll tell you about. You don't have to memorize them. Over time, you'll eventually memorize your set of skills and your responsibilities to your party. But for now, I'll just brief you on the basics on how to play your role. Dwarves, right, are stout, bearded demi-humans, about 4 feet tall, weighing about 150 pounds. You're typically from the underground and you love fine craftsmanship, gold, hearty food, and strong drink. Your skin and hair and eye colors are of earth tones, and you're known for your stubbornness and practicality. You're hardy, you're a hardy person, of course, and you're strong and resistant to magic reflected in your saving throws. So dwarves have high saving throws. You also have infravision. In our game, this means you can see further away with minimum light. So a torch provides a human 10 feet of light, but you can see 20 feet ahead instead. You can also listen at dwarves with a 2 in 6 chance, which means you have good hearing and you can be a very good guardsman. You have the ability to detect construction tricks, since you are an expert miner. This allows you to detect perhaps new construction, newly made traps and such, or sliding walls or sloping passages when searching. You also have the ability to detect room traps. You're very good at finding mechanisms, magical rooms, and such like that, or non-magical rooms, and anything that can cause you harm, right? A contraption of sorts. So those are pretty much your skills to start. And of course, in combat, again, you have fighting skill. And you can use any armor and any weapon. they find. Except for longbows or two-handed swords, they're just too big for you, too cumbersome for a 4 foot tall man. Let's see. All right, that's pretty much it for you. So in the meantime, sit tight. You're done preparing your character, so go ahead and grab something to drink, relax until it's time to play. Because in the meantime, while you're waiting, I'm gonna get the other players ready for the game now. So next is gonna be Suko. Suko needs a new character. It looks like you've already done some of your information. You've got a name, Juilliard. Did you roll up your information already? And
Yeah, I
or
don't know if my spells are right though, because I rolled an 8 and a 9.
mhm.
I put read languages and read magic. Is that the right ones or?
I can have a look. Let's see. I
Alright.
think it's right. It sounds right, but I'll double check. 8 and 9. Read languages, read magic. Correct.
Alright. And could I hire retainers as well? I've already bought everything I need.
Um, we're not going to hire retainers because we have 6 members, which is 6 to 8. But if you,
Alright.
at least during preparation, if your party thinks that they need retainers, then you can do it, right? But it's just extra time to hire retainers.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
if we had less than 6 to 8, we will take the extra time to hire some retainers. So,
Alright.
but then let's see. Good question though. Typically, you can guarantee you can hire a retainer if you talk with me outside the game when there's time for us to
Yeah.
both discuss. Let's see. All right, then. Let's just finish your information. Did you post it in the record channel or?
It's in. I'll put it in record.
All right, thank you. All right, looks pretty good so far. Let's see. I'll just start copying these notes down on my sheet. The bag that you noted down, is that like a bag you purchased
Yeah, it
for
is.
2 silvers? Okay. Um, and then for silver, did you roll 3d6 times 10?
Yeah, I got 14.
Okay, yeah, you just roll 3d6 here. You don't do a times 10. So,
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's my bad.
what we can do is you can get the bag, the dagger, the clothes, the sling, but I'm not sure about everything else, like the horse and all the additional items you
Oh
noted
yeah,
down.
I was.
So,
I was thinking it was weird that I could afford so much.
yeah, so it's 36 times 10 copper pieces or 36 silvers. So,
Yeah, my bad.
um, for our game. So the dagger, the clothes, the sling, the bag collectively cost, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 7. So that's 7 out of the 14. So you would have 7 left. You can maybe afford the gambeson and the shield, or the gambeson and the helmet.
I'll do the gambeson in the helmet.
Okay, so that would be the last 7.
All right.
Oh shit, we also have to purchase your spell book. So instead of having a bag, you'll have a spell book.
All
Or
right.
instead of having a dagger, it's your choice. Or the gambeson.
I could
What
probably
would you like?
just put my stones like in my pockets or something. So I'll just get rid of the bag.
If you buy a sling, you get a sling stone bag. It's a small pouch for the stones. So basically, when you buy
Okay.
a sling, you mainly buy actually a pouch. The sling is pretty much free, right? It's just a string with a piece of leather on it. So
Yeah. Then I'll get rid of the bag then.
all right, and again, your name is Juilliard. Let's see.
Yeah.
All right, good to go. And Bradley, welcome to the Young Guard. Let's see. Let's change your name.
Change my Discord username.
All right, there we go. You're Bradley Yurik D1. Let's see. And then next is Corliss. After your last adventure, you earned 1 silver, I think.
We spent it, I think, on beverages and food that night. So 0, I thought.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. 1 then. So 51.8?
Let me double check. Corliss, you're sitting at 50.8. Oh, well maybe you did buy that. Let's see, did I note it down? Yes. Looks like you're sitting at 50.8. You're at 49.8 because you did pay for something at some point. I don't recall what it was. But on my sheet it says 50.8. So, do you have anything else you
Sounds
would
good.
like to invest in? Looks like your character's well equipped or kitted out.
I'm pretty kitted at this point. Do I have a question about what would be typical adventurer behavior? Like I know with our party size we don't need retainers or anything like that. Would an adventuring party that was smart typically hire a combatant like outside of game for next time to stay with the wagon kind of thing?
You could do that, yeah, mercenary or something like that, or retainer. If you just have them guard and not go into the dungeon, I would recommend a mercenary. They're cheaper. But if you want to bring them into the dungeon, you'll need a retainer.
Yeah, I don't want them necessarily in the dungeon, just I was thinking more of guarding the stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, cool. No, nothing for now then.
Very well.
Oh,
Um,
sorry. Spell prep, sleep and sleep.
sounds good.
That should be all.
We're also gonna do an encumbrance check with you. You've got a lot of gear, so we're gonna figure out what exactly you're bringing along and what you're leaving your horse.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I'm leaving, well, I was gonna leave it with the wagon, but behind I'm leaving the tent. Obviously the canoe stays with the wagon, we said. Um, the rations I leave behind. I don't take them into the dungeon. I'm only taking in myself 3 torches, but I was gonna offer some torches to our new adventurers who might not have some. So I was gonna do that at the inn. So how many torches I carry will just depend on that, but I personally plan on carrying 5. And then just the bag and the pack. So I have
And your spell book.
and spellbook, antidote, and the weighted hook.
Alright, so on your person, I'm gonna list
Tinderbox.
everything you currently own, and then you're gonna tell me what you're not bringing, pretty much. Not or whatever
Sounds good.
list is smaller, you're gonna tell me that list, pretty much. But on your person, you're wearing a gambeson, which is 10 pounds. You have a pack, which is 5 pounds. You have a rope, which is 10 pounds. That's 25 pounds total so far. You have 3 antidotes on your belt, which is another 3 pounds. That's 28 pounds. You have a hook, which is about 5 pounds. So that's up to um, 31 pounds. You have 6 bandages, which is 6 pounds total. So that's 37 pounds of gear on you so far. You have a set of clothes, 47 pounds of gear on you. You have a bag, 49. Or a bag is brings you to 50 pounds. You have 19 arrows. Is that correct, or am I wrong on the arrow count? I think I'm wrong on the arrow count.
I have marked down 17 arrows.
Alright, that sounds correct. Okay, so arrows was 2 pounds, so what were we at? We were like at 50,
50 something, 50.
51.
So
So,
like
or 50.
52.
So that's 52 pounds, and then longbow is another 3 pounds, that's 55 pounds. Short sword is another 1 pound, that's 56. Your helmet, 66 pounds now. Shield, 76 pounds. 5 torches is plus 15. So 76 plus 15 is 86, 91 pounds. You're heavy encumbered, but you can go up
Wait,
to
I thought
160
torches were
pounds.
1 pound each.
They're 3 pounds each.
Oh, I thought they were.
Oh, I also did. Sorry. So I will carry 2 torches. Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
so
Once we get through the whole list, I'll give you the whole thing once we get through the whole list. Sorry. Or was that
okay.
everything?
Let's see. So I'm gonna write on your sheet like 2 slash because how many? It says 13 torches on my sheet currently. Is your total?
Correct.
So I
Correct.
usually would write 2 numbers there. I would do the first number is on your person slash the second number is left on your horse. So um, out of your 13, you want to carry 2.
Yes. But fellow party members, when you're doing prep, if you want some of my torches, just let me know how many you're taking. But
Okay, so it's 2 slash 11. Okay.
yes.
So minus 9 from 91, so you're at 82. Plus your tinderbox is 83. Your rations are left on the horse. Your spellbook is another 3 pounds. So
I will
you're at
bring into the dungeon only 1 antidote and only 1 bandage.
86 pounds minus 5 pounds from the 5 bandages you remove. 81 pounds minus the 2 antidotes. You bring 1 antidote in.
Correct.
Alright, so 79 pounds of gear. So you're just 1 pound or 2 pounds below heavy. So you're medium footman now. Oh
Perfect.
yeah, and your treasure is left in your horse. That's 1
Uh,
pound of treasure.
I thought I could leave it in like, oh, we don't have a permanent settlement or anything in like town to leave it in, or like a bank or anything more secure than just sitting on a wagon.
You can live with your family or with the, I suppose, the
Yeah, I'll leave
bank,
it with
but they
my
would take
family.
10% of it if they send it to someone else, right? Like inheritance.
Okay, so I'll keep 5 silver with me, and I will leave the rest with my family.
Alright.
I'll write on my sheet 5/54 or 40. Sorry, 44.8.
You're at 50, so 5 slash 45.8.
5/45. Okay. And that should be all for me.
Okay, noted. Alright, next to prepare a character shall be, Yorick is already ready to go. Let's see. Okay, it's gonna be, Darius. Alright, Darius, we are sitting at,
0.5 silver.
yes, indeed. Do you have any preparations you want to make?
Nope.
Alright, good to go. Okay, next is Eden, the robber. Do you have any preparations, Eden?
Nothing to purchase. I just want to touch base on how many torches I have.
Sure. On my sheet it says, let me make sure I checked it correctly. Eden. Okay, good. Alright, good. Okay, so wrong page. 1 second. Alright, it says 9 torches on my page.
Okay, that's what I have. Thanks.
Alright, cool. Alright, Henry, what preparations do you have? Henry. Henry the Adept. Alright, we'll come back to him. And then Juilliard's already ready to go. Alright, Henry's your last one, so Carm, are you there? Alright, we'll say no prep for him then. But your prep time is over, so everyone, thank you for your patience. Please enjoy a 5-minute break before we start the adventure. So I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Karen, wake the fuck up. Don't tell me this boy fell asleep.
Just DM him.
I did.
Anybody have hammer and spikes besides him?
Nope.
So we might need to get some to put in the wagon.
Hmm.
I have
I don't
20
have-
foot of chain.
You have what?
I have 20 foot of chain.
Yeah, but if we're gonna get the chest open, we might need hammer and spikes.
This is true. Who left?
The new person.
Do you have lockpicks, Idle?
Yeah, of course. Just the chance of a third level thief picking a lock is not great.
You get 3 chances, though, right?
Yeah, but they diminish on each attempt, so
Uh,
overall chance is less than 50%. It's probably less than 30%.
It's something, I guess. We have a dwarf now. Oh wait, no, he just left. Oh. I see death in our future.
I took a 4-hour nap this afternoon. It's practically a night's sleep.
I almost didn't wake up for the game on Ethereum. That never happened. I
Yeah.
passed out and my phone went dead, so my PC
Well.
had no connection to the internet, so nobody could contact me. I just happened to wake up.
I tell you should have gone to sleep when I did, but it didn't work out anyway, so what does it matter?
Yeah. I would have happily went back to sleep. Was considering. Do we want to do Tomb, or do we want to go back to the mines?
Tomb.
Cool, sounds good to me.
Did Carm confirm they were alive?
Nope. Hold up, let me try to ring him. No joy.
I'm guessing there was no answer.
Nah, nothing.
That's not good.
Hello,
Yep.
is everyone back? Oh, looks like Siko's not here yet. Can I ever respond?
No, I tried to ring him. No response.
Alright, let me disconnect them.
The new player also left.
Yeah, I noticed.
Well, in that case, we're gonna need to buy hammer and spikes to put in the wagon.
In that case, we need to buy a fucking retainer.
Hello?
Hello, welcome back. So the crew has gotten smaller. 2 members flake out on your adventure. So whether you want to spend extra time to hire retainers or purchase extra equipment, that is your party's decision. But I'll be describing the game, so we can start playing. So we're introducing you to today's adventure. So, as per usual, your campaign will continue from the village of Gevelon, southern or village on the southern borderlands of the Kingdom of Bertonia. And from here, adventurers have been continuously campaigning against various ruins and dungeons and such. What we have to offer is there's a mine to the southwest, a great castle ruin to the south, a temple to the north, a an abandoned dragon lair far to the southeast, and to the southeast of you is a tomb. Additionally, this week, um, another castle ruin was discovered in the mountains to the northeast. Looks like it might have been a dwarven stronghold, long abandoned. So another expert level expedition open to you if you are willing to take it on. Those are various options you have for this week. Of course, you can take on right different challenges. Uh, you can at this point discuss your plans, though preparation, further preparation you might have, and then of course what you think you want to do for this week. Most importantly.
We're two people down, so if I'm allowed, I would get two hirelings or retainers to at least help us carry anything that we get out of there.
Like that.
I would choose demi-human hirelings, if that's right. Yeah.
They're ready to come by,
Are they? Okay.
but I'll tell you
What
who's
would
available
be...
this evening.
Sure, that would be great.
Yeah, the main thing is to get ones with good reputations.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so Carlis and Eden, you want to observe the crowd for any potential hire-ons?
Sure.
And Darius,
I'll
is there
help
anything
them
you want to
scout
do or
out.
discuss with your party?
I'll help these two scout out to see, fighters I experience, etc.
And Julian, what would you like to do this evening at the tavern? You're at the Beheaded Swan Tavern, as per usual.
Could
Well,
I
this is your
talk?
first time, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm new, but could I like look for some people to ask questions about the temple? Maybe some
Um,
adventurers.
well, you're with
Uh,
one crowd of adventurers. You can observe the crowd for another crew, I suppose.
yeah. I don't have money to get retainers.
hmm Well, this evening at the tavern, it is busy as per usual in the evening. People come here for food and drink, to enjoy each other's company, such as yourselves. It is a public meeting place after all, a very common place to meet with old friends and new. Um, Corliss, Darius, Eden, do you just want to observe the crowd for anyone that looks hireable, or do you want to actually walk around, ask around, and such?
I'll go talk to the barkeep, see what they know about local adventurers right now that might be worth hiring.
Alright, and Eden, how would you like to um, attempt your action?
I'll accompany Darius.
Okay, and then Corliss?
I'll just observe the behavior of the people in the room and see if I notice anything remarkable.
Alright. If everyone leaves your table, you might lose your table, by the way. Gilliard, um, you said you wanted to walk
I'll
around and...
try. I'll try and eavesdrops on the other tables from my table. That way
Sure.
we don't lose the table.
Alright, so Darius and Eden leave your table and make their way over to the bar. Corliss, you observe the crowd from where you sit, and Gilliard, you listen in on various conversations. We're gonna start with Darius and Eden. You make your way over to the bar. The bar is occupied by a few villagers, maybe one traveler, and let's see who else is there this evening. I'll roll randomly to determine this. There's um, a mysteriously robed figure wearing a tall pointy hat, also seated at the bar this evening.
Uh,
Do you want
like
to speak with
behind
the
the bar,
tavern
I see
keeper?
them Yeah. I'll speak to the tavern keeper.
All right. So you approach the tavern keeper, and he is serving a drink to some of the villagers right now. He sees you approaching and waves you over. Please have a seat.
How you keeping, Bearkeep? Make a quick story, or make a long story short. We are a group of adventurers, and we're small but short-handed this week. For well, hands in an adventuring crew. You know anyone that might frequent the tavern, might be here, that's reputable, be willing to adventure for the hope of a good payday, maybe some coin up front.
All right. And then as Darius is asking these questions, Eden, what are you doing? We're just waiting with him.
Yeah, I have my back to the bar, watching the crowd, make sure nobody's approaching.
Sounds good. No one can pickpocket him except you. Let's see.
That's right.
Darius, what's your charisma?
12.
All right. A friendly
Yes.
question. You approach kindly, and it's a +1 bonus then. 8. The tavern keeper kind of shakes his head. Unfortunately, I wish I could help you, but bit busy serving drinks, and no one's really been looking for work lately, at least this evening. Um, but I'll keep an eye and an ear open for you. Uh,
Cheers.
you're
Thanks very much.
we've met before, Darius, right?
Yeah, of
You've
course.
come here a few
Yes,
times.
yes.
I've seen you sit at the tables, but you never come to the bar.
I rarely, I rarely come to get the drinks. I'm normally the one sitting at the tables telling the funny stories.
Right? You guys come here every week at least. But you've been coming here at least every week, it seems. And you as well, Eden. Good to see you again. And then, of course, in the meantime, as that was happening, we're gonna see what Corliss was able to observe. Corliss, what were you looking for again?
Um, observing the different groups of people, trying to get a sense of who's in the room and what they might be doing at the moment. Like looking to see if anyone looks unoccupied, like engageable.
Okay, let's see. You'll see a crowd of miners. They are discussing. It sounds like they're discussing the mines. They talk about continuous attempts. It sounds like to find more people to help clear the mine. It sounds like. And then, of course, you see some normal villagers discussing day-to-day life. A group of younger adults, 2 women, 2 men, just talking about daily work. You see some children. Uh, they're at the fireplace playing with a dog, and you'll see an old lady cleaning with the tavern with a broom. You see 2 barmaidens, young, beautiful ladies, serving food and drink to another table of adventurers. You see one traveler sitting alone, uh, staring at the fire, enjoying a small meal, a normal meal. So if that's one person you want to approach, he's alone. You can do that if you want. Everyone else seems busy with their own company, right?
Sure, yeah, I'll approach the person sitting by themselves at the fire. But
Okay.
yeah, I'll approach them. Mhm.
All right then. And as for Juilliard, you're listening in on nearby conversation. The nearest table to yours is a group of younger adults, 2 men, 2 women. Uh, they're discussing old times. It sounds like past memories and such. Do you want to continue listening on that conversation, or do you want to try listening on a different one?
I want to
That is
try
the
listening in
nearest one.
on a different one.
Okay. Do
Something
you want to?
something interesting.
Um, you want to move to a different place of the tavern to hear a different conversation?
I'm the only one at the table, right?
Yeah.
I'll just twiddle my thumbs then and wait for everyone to get back. I'm the newbie. I'm kind of nervous.
Sounds good. hmm That makes sense. And then we're gonna go back to Darius and Eden. What would you like to do from here?
said there was a shady character with a pointy hat at the table.
A mysterious looking fellow. Doesn't look like he's from around here.
Bear's gonna walk up to him
Okay.
and greet him. Like, well met. You look like you're not from around these parts.
He kind of turns away for a moment. Are you talking to me?
Yeah, let's come over and make some friendly conversation. Look like a very interesting chap.
The man puts his drink down and just walks away.
Free drink.
Do you want to advance after him, or was a negative
No.
reaction, unfortunately?
No, I'm picking up that drink you just put down. It's a free drink.
It's almost empty.
Maybe we should ask Corliss to talk to him. She could bring him a new
Yeah.
drink.
I'm gonna go back to the table.
Right. There's a couple other adventurers here this evening. Resting up, right? Another party sitting at a different table. Looks like they're not adventuring anytime soon, though. They seem to have just recently come back from an adventure, so they're eating food and drink and celebrating together. Eden, as Darius was approaching this mysterious figure, trying to talk with him, did you just want to observe this, or did you want to move on to somewhere else?
Right, I observed it, and then I went back over to talk to Corliss.
Alright, you'll observe the crowd for Corliss, and Darius, you want to join Eden, I suppose, in the search for Corliss.
I'll go back to the table.
Alright, back to the table then. And then back to Corliss. You made your way over to a lone person seated not at the fire but close to it, and he's just staring into the fire as he finishes his meal.
Is
How
there
do
a
you want to
seat
approach?
nearby?
There's 2 seats at this small table.
I will approach and say, "Oh, friend, may I have a seat?"
Let's see how you react. What's your charisma?
Negative, or not negative modifier, but 0 modifier.
Alright, and you approach kindly, and you are alone in this village, so you get the +2 bonus. Okay, 6, 8, okay. Kind of just doesn't really refuse or accept. He kind of just nods, right, and just continues staring into the fire, but looks away if you look at him.
Corliss will just visually check in with her party and see where they are and what they're doing.
Yeah, so you're sitting and you're observing the crowd. You see 2 of your companions, or one of your companions, she's making her way over to you, and 2 of your companions are now sit back at the table that you started at.
Okay, so I'll say to this person, I'll say, if you prefer soul company, I'll certainly leave you be. But if you'd prefer a more interesting day, I mean, we're always accepting company at our table over here. And I'll gesture.
You look like
Corliss.
you might
Sorry.
have seen something too.
Oh, I have definitely seen something.
Have you ever been to the castle ruins south of here?
The castle ruins to the south? I don't believe I've personally been there.
Indeed.
What did you see?
Great horrors. Great horrors. I don't think I have the stomach to attempt such a delve again. I appreciate the offer, but unless there is a
Well,
good plan or reward, I am not setting out or setting foot in another dungeon anytime soon.
oh, certainly. Well, my friends could definitely tell you a little bit more about the plan. Our mapper is over at the table there, but we found something, specific, and we know exactly where it is and how to get it. We just need someone to help us carry it out. So it'd be basically guaranteed money. Of course, the risk of any adventure, I can't guarantee your safety any more than I will protect you with my life, and I'll gesture to my spellbook. But, what do you say?
Hmm.
Do you want to hear more from my companions at least?
What kind of share would your party perhaps offer a veteran like me?
What sorts of capabilities do you have if we're negotiating?
I have survived a couple delves into castle ruins of Volta. My party ventured through dungeon level 1 and into dungeon level 2, and there we came across a foul smell. A smell unlike any other. I could not think. We were sweating, but it wasn't us that smelled. It was something worse. The creatures, we could barely see them, we could barely look at them. A great fighter of ours, a warrior, was slain in front of me. I had a pike, but it was not to any use once they pressed beyond our front lines. I don't think I could ever watch another brave fighter die in front of me again. I must stand at the front next time. But there must be a good reward and good plan before we go in. We charged those monsters, hoping to get rid of the smell, and we suffered for it.
Perfect. I mean, it sounds like you'd be a good fit for our party, and we definitely have a plan. As far as negotiating a share, I really do think you should join our table so we can discuss it as a group. I'm really more than happy to pay for a drink for you as just like a courtesy up front, nothing ventured, nothing gained, a conversation and a beverage.
Hmm. It looks like there's a stronger fighter than me at your table. Bad
Definitely.
memories.
And he would be at your back or front. You guys can talk about that particular piece. We definitely do positioning in advance, however, so it'll be something that's part of the negotiation.
Well, if you will allow me to fight by his side instead of behind him, I might take up your offer.
Perfect. I'm sure he would welcome you at his side. Let's go find out, shall we?
Sure. He gets up from his table and follows you over to your main table. And on your way over, Eden has approached.
Yeah. By the way, my name is Corliss. This is my friend Eden, the person who's very good with maps that I was telling you about. And this is, and I gesture.
You see Darius and the other
Dar-
sitting. Yeah.
Darius, nice to meet you. Come, sit, drink, talk.
Alright, the man sits down with you and Juilliard. The rest of you can gather around if you want. Eden, are you sitting down too, or something else?
Sure, I'll sit.
Alright, the five of you sit at the table.
Can we get a name for our lovely companion?
The name is Adney. Once a
Agony?
crofter, I was levied in. When I got back, I could not get any other work. So I took up my pike again and began adventuring once more. Or started adventuring. My recent party has disbanded though.
I know how you feel,
Oh,
friend. I gave up adventuring for a long time, and here I am, back at it again. So, we do have a plan for tomorrow's adventure. We're going to be exploring a dungeon we have been to several times now. It is the tomb located in the middle of the lake to the southwest of here. I'm going to lean in close and say this very quietly. We know of a very ornate chest located in the dungeon that we could not get out the last time as we had to leave with what we had in our pockets as we were already full up. But if we can get back in there and get to that chest alive and get it back out, it's an ornate chest. It looks beautiful, well designed. That's a good payday. You look like a well capable fighter. You win.
Hmm. What kind of share am I promised if I were to join this party?
I'm gonna look at the rest of the party. Kind of share we offer. Even
Orlis
split.
looks at Eden and Juilliard, who
I
haven't spoken
mean,
that much.
if he's we working as an equal, we offer him an equal share, right?
If you are willing to stand at the front line alongside me, friend, then you will get an equal split.
And you would make sure of this as an employer, or is it you? And he looks to Corliss.
Uh, our word is one as a party, but yes, I will ensure this as your employer that you get an equal share.
Darius will hold out his hand to shake it. Deal?
Hmm. What makes you so certain that the chest is still there?
I can't tell you with any certainty that the chest hasn't moved. All I can tell you is that we saw it previously, and it is in an unexplored room that no one has gone to.
Also, I
And
don't know
if you
about
do
you,
not
Sure,
but
find it,
yes.
are you willing to go deeper to compensate the treasure that I would expect to find down there? I don't want to make any
Darius
trip
will laugh, put
in
his
vain.
arm over his shoulder, and say, "Friend, I have already come out of this place one time with almost nothing. That is not happening a second time."
Okay. Hmm. I'm not too certain, I'm sorry. I must think about this a bit longer. Perhaps in the morning I will have decided. Please excuse me. He gets up and walks away. Offer was declined. You can make another offer to him, but he has thought about it enough. Just the four of you, all of these promises, but nothing exactly on the table, and he doesn't really know you. So he has declined.
well, that's unfortunate.
Just being a hero, not not give me a bit of rep with him.
Mm, might be at least, well, being a higher level allows you to hire them in the first place. But it's alignment that really affects it. So,
Well, we didn't need him anyways, right, guys? Right?
Yeah, I'm the only neutral this party needs.
Exactly.
I mean, we'll try again in the morning, offer him the same deal. If he doesn't take it, we just leave without him. We all good on that?
We try in the morning. We offer the same deal plus a horse. If he declines, we leave without him.
Plus a horse?
Off a horse?
I really don't want. I don't. I think we need someone who can carry a torch and 4 people to carry the chest. Like, I
I
think we need 5 people.
I can carry the torch.
But there's 4 of us, right? One,
Yeah,
two,
but
three,
3 of you
four.
could probably carry the chest, I think.
Not in my
Somebody,
experience. In my
somebody is going to
experience,
need
they're pretty
to
heavy.
Well,
kill
could we
shit.
I
just
have a question. I have a question for the referee. The chest that we carried out that required 4 people, that was under the coffin, was it smaller than the ornate chest?
a lot smaller. It was a normal sized wooden chest.
Right.
Well,
So I think this one would require many more than 4 people. Our best bet is to spike it open inside the dungeon if I can't unlock it,
yep.
and that's probably going to draw hordes of random encounters in the process, or at least one.
why don't we
Um,
just get like a bunch of peasants and pay them like a wage?
they won't do it. They won't go in dungeons. You need somebody who's prepared to be a retainer.
Hey,
Um,
Uh huh.
so unless you want to buy spikes and hammer and take them with us into the dungeon, I don't think we're gonna get that. I don't think we're gonna
I
get that test.
I'm okay with doing that. It's just like, if we go about this plan right, if we can drag the chest to a location where if we're going to crack it open loudly, I only have to defend one single doorway or archway. while you're
Yeah,
doing this.
I
Fine.
think we need to be prepared for the possibility that we open the chest and there's stuff in there that's so heavy that we can't even carry it out unless we make a stretcher with two 10-foot poles and some sort of cloth or canvas, and
Well, there
then
is one other option.
maybe we
Some of you have
take some
multiple
flight.
characters.
Are we
For
allowed to bring
retainers.
those as retainer?
You can try to hire them. They're NPCs right now, but you can make them an offer.
Sure. I'll make my
So,
cleric an offer to come with us.
your niece Tinder, she's at the temple, working as an acolyte, it looks like. You can
Yeah.
maybe persuade her to come with you.
Sure. That's one more.
Does anyone else
party
have
with
an
us.
extra character that they have
I
in the
have
village currently?
well, I don't know about in this village,
I have Herbert, but I technically just retired him, so
Yeah, so you can try to offer him a chance to become a retainer.
God, I
Alright.
find some sheep.
But that's unlikely because you're less experienced than Herbert, so Herbert would probably be the adventurer hiring Juilliard. That would make more sense.
could I swap back to Herbert? I don't know.
Maybe you
No.
can find Herbert of House Suko, a good family member of yours that was probably married in or at least sworn into your household because he's not human. But then you can say that Juilliard might persuade him to be. Juilliard is a woman or a man? Is that a female name?
Juilliard's a man.
All right, you can persuade him to be his like his mentor. Keep
Ooh,
him from
okay.
retiring, and then the dwarf might actually accept. Then you can play as the dwarf, and Juilliard would be the retainer. But first, you must persuade the dwarf to want to even go adventuring again.
I'll try that.
You can try it in the morning then. You'll have to find him. The dwarf could be found working probably as one of the watchmen of the village, right, on or part of the garrison as a dwarven fighter, right?
Alright.
Right then. So we have two other options if we cannot hire the one uh, veteran that you met this evening.
Idle has a character.
Not
I
in the
don't think
village.
mine are in this village. Yeah, they're not here.
All right. So time to get some sleep. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
After your night at the tavern, you make your way out into the countryside and prepare your small camp and rest under the stars. If you have a tent, you can rest in it. If you have your wagon, you may rest in that. If you have a house, you might just go home and sleep comfortably. Otherwise, your band rests out in the countryside together this evening. And did anyone pay for dinner at the tavern, or do we want to use our rations, or go hungry?
I am broke. I cannot pay for dinner.
Yep.
Let's use Corliss's rations.
I have a bunch of rations in the wagon too for such an occasion.
Okay, that's fine too.
So using Darius's or Corliss's rations?
Darius.
Okay,
That'll
well,
be-
with 5 members, we'll say you lose about 2 days worth of food. That's for breakfast and, well, actually, for breakfast and dinner, then we'll just count it all together. It's 10 pounds,
Mhm.
which is a
For
total
4 to
of
5 days.
3 days
Wouldn't it
worth of
be
food,
8 pounds
roughly.
because there's 4 of us?
Oh yeah, there's only
Oh,
4
four
of us.
of you. Yes. So 8 plus, or divided by 3. It's roughly, yes, it's roughly 3 days of food. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 3 days out of the how
That's
many
what
other days you've had.
I had.
So you lose 3 days of food,
Use
and
that.
Darius, you had a total of.
I bought 2. I bought. Oh my god. I have by 10
It says
on
60
my thing.
days.
Yeah. So
So you're at
yeah.
57 now. All right. Well, in the morning after breakfast and your gear is packed and ready, you're ready to move. It sounds like you're not setting out right away. You're going back into the village to gather more manpower, right? Party members.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Darius, you're gonna go off. Are we staying together, or are we gonna split up to find our potential retainers?
I'll split off since I'm probably the only one that knows Herbert anyways.
Alright then. So Juilliard is going off to find Herbert. Who wants to go after the NPC we met last night? Would that be Corliss then?
Yes.
Okay, and then Darius, do you still
And
want to go after your niece, or do you want
Yep.
to leave her alone?
He'll go find Tinder in the temple.
Okay. And Eden, who would you like to go with, or do you want to stay at the camp?
I'll stay at the camp.
Very well. We'll start with Juilliard. Juilliard, you make your way over to um, the walls. You ask about your um, adopted uncle that was brought into the family, right? Let's see, or cousin, I suppose, if you guys are on the same age.
Yeah.
You ask around for him, and let's see how the guards react to you.
I have 13 charisma, if that helps.
They are the ones you met. Which is at the gate. You ask them. You talk to one of them, a corporal of the guard. He shakes his head and tells you, mm, "I'm not really familiar with the name, but if he's part of the watch, he's probably on duty. It's not easy to quit the post. Um, you have to, of course, get special permission granted to leave his position, get replaced. Someone would have to, of course, replace him if, of course, he's working on the wall with us."
Could I just borrow him for a bit until I can find a replacement? I mean, I don't know who I'd get to replace him.
Hmm. Well, we don't. I don't personally know of your cousin, but you should ask around, perhaps, if you can. If it's very important that you find him, definitely ask around other parts of the wall, or the garrison, or the barracks, or of course the Lord's keep.
I'll do that. Thank you. And then I go to the wall, I guess, and look for him since I think he's on duty.
All right, so you're at the south wall right now. You're gonna make your way to the north wall.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Darius visit the village temple. There are a few temples that have been made in the village, devoted to various deities, all of them holy. But you visit the one of your niece, seeing if she is there today. We are going to say that there is a 1/6 chance she is not there today, as if you do not encounter her. You walk in, and you don't immediately find her, but you can ask around. How do you want to find your niece? You just want to ask the nearest
Mm.
acolyte, or
Yeah, I'll either the nearest acolyte and or the main head priest if they're walking around because they'd know everyone by now.
very well. Darius, the hero, a large fighter, right? Very seasoned fighter, walks in, right? Looks around. It is calm and peaceful here. It is a, let's see what day of the week it is. Alright. It appears to be a Tuesday when you walk in. There are a few locals coming in for perhaps guidance or prayer this morning. Um, Consolement and all that, right? But not many. It's early. Um, you see a few younger acolytes. They are in the middle of cleaning. You walk in. You ask the nearest acolyte about your niece. Uh, let's see how he reacts to you. What do you exactly say to him?
Oh, father, brother. I'm looking for my niece, young Tinder. She normally works in this temple, but I don't happen to see her out in the main foyer. You don't happen to know where she is.
Right. You know it's oh gender. Yes. Uh, Follow me this way.
Well, look.
And you walk off into what appears to be a cellar, and there are a few nuns in here, and of course an acolyte. That's your sister, a female, Templar of sorts, but dressed in robes this evening, or this morning, I mean. Um, and it looks like they are just cleaning up wine barrels, cleaning out wine barrels under the temple. Your sister sees you, or I mean, your niece sees you, and she just kind of waves at you. Darius,
Nice to
what are
see
you
you,
doing
young
here?
niece. I actually came to borrow you, if that's okay, for small conversation.
All right. And the sisters, of course, make room for her. She makes her way over. What is it?
So, I have a group of adventurers that we are planning on going back to the tomb that I believe you were once at. We are slightly short-handed, and I know you were very, very capable in the field. Uh, if you would like to accompany us, I know that you're looking for some coin to maybe put towards helping out the temple, so that would be useful for you. And also, I would be there to make sure nothing happens to you, so we'd be, helping each other out. If you're up for it, of course.
I've been on maybe one adventure or two. I've given up on that life. Darius, it's too dangerous. And the temple needs me.
All right, well, I'll leave you to your calling. I always said I'd offer. Remember, there's always a spot in the adventuring party for you should you change your mind.
Hmm. Well, perhaps, but you did not really make me an offer on the shares, did you?
Oh, sorry, that's I would have given you, ah, and would 2 silver per day on top of a half share from what we find, as I'm going to be keeping you very much in the back of the party. I don't want you engaged in any physical combat. I would just like your presence as, a bearer of God's light in the party with us for protection.
When do you plan to leave?
In maybe an hour or two. Once we meet back at the camp, we're planning on heading straight out.
That is very soon. You should have warned me at least a few days ago.
Would have come last night, but it was late.
She shakes her head. Please come and warn me sooner, but I cannot leave so soon. There's a lot to do today. Best of luck out there, and it was
Okay.
good seeing you.
Thanks, you too. Good luck with your wine cleaning barrels, and God bless you.
You as well, Uncle. And she goes back to work. Alright. The last opportunity to hire a retainer is Corliss, I think, right? Oh no, wait. Juilliard's still looking, but Corliss is next. So, Corliss, you make your way back to the tavern, hoping to see Annie again there. Let's see if he's there. 1 in 6 chance he's not there this morning. Alright, he is there. And now we gotta see if he accepts your offer. So you come back in, you walk over to where he's at. This morning he's having breakfast at the bar. Ah, good morning, Corliss.
Good morning. Lovely to see you again.
So I've thought about your offer. And, mm, I was thinking about it all night. Kept me up thinking all night because it is my only chance to get rich and famous. Nowadays, none of my old crafting buddies will hire me anymore. There are too many people working there. And I'm better at using. Well, I don't want to use my pike anymore, but I will still use it. Mm, just the risk and the reward. I don't want to join a party that just loses. I've seen it too many times.
I can certainly understand, and we do our best to be prepared. As you'll see, if you accompany me back to our camp, we carry, all the basics, antidote, bandages, anything that we can think of to keep us safe and able to move quickly enough, but get as much out as we can, we do.
I see. I do trust your party seems quite capable, and it would be good if I were to join you, making your party perhaps more secure in the dungeon. You've
Definitely that.
promised me a decent amount as well. Hmm. But I've thought too long and too many ifs and buts. It seems like a good offer, but I've thought about it and I am afraid I must refuse the offer. And Maybe if I think about it longer, I might accept at some point. But for now, I hope that you have a good adventure. But
The
if not,
final, the only other thing that we can potentially offer is that our party does go out quite frequently. I don't know if you're new to this area or not, but we go out frequently. So if you did decide to be hired, it wouldn't necessarily be a one-time affair. We could potentially hire you on other adventures as well.
hmm,
I would also outfit you with equipment that is more appropriate to frontline wear. So fewer ifs, ands, or buts. If you'd like a weapon to fight up close and personal instead of your pike, I will provide it out of my own armory, or we'll go buy it right now together. And you can keep it, of course, whether you stay with us after this adventure or this is our only meeting.
this is too good to be true. You've offered so much, Corliss. For just me, I feel like I'm undeserving of all this. Hmm.
We want to go out and we want to win. You can help us do it. It's really simple.
I'm sorry, Corliss. I think too much, and my mind, something is telling me that this is not the adventure for me. Your offer is great. I will tell you that whoever you do find, is very lucky and fortunate. But I have a strange feeling about this one. Your offer is a very good offer, but I must still refuse.
Well met. And she'll leave.
Right. The bonus was +2 after that, but then I rolled a 2, +2 is 4, still refuses. Okay. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. The dice have decided. Now we're gonna go back to our dwarven companion, see if it works out for him. Uh, or the potential dwarven companion Gillard searches for at the north
Yeah.
wall. There's a 1 in 6 chance that he's actually just there. Alright, he's not there. But maybe
Alright.
these guards know where he's at. So you ask them. You approach the north wall. You can ask them, right? They're out in the open. They're on duty. What do you want to say to one of the watchmen here?
Hello, sirs. Thank you for your service. Do you happen to know a dwarven man by the name of Herbert by any chance?
Hey, Bert. Hmm. Does it ring a bell? But I can ask my corporal, see if he knows anything.
Please do. I would be very grateful.
One moment. Alright, you see him walk over to a different guardsman, and this guardsman kind of pulls a rope and gets the attention of the guards on top of the wall. And one guard looks down. What is it? This man here is looking for a dwarf that goes by Herbert. He believes he's on duty right now. Herbert. Herbert. Oh, yes, I do remember a short bearded man. Last night, he was relieved. He should be sleeping right now. He typically likes to take a night shift because he has better vision at night, apparently. The guard that you first spoke with approaches you. Well, I was told by my corporal that he might be asleep right now.
So I should probably not wake him then?
I can probably take you to where he's at if you need to speak with him.
Yes, please.
He approaches his corporal again at the wall. Good morning, sir. Uh, and he starts requesting permission to, of course, take you there. And in a few moments, let's see if the officers accept it. After a lot of bickering and complaining, uh, he eventually comes back to you and says, well, unfortunately, I can't take you there, but I did find someone else who could take you there. And another guard approaches you. This guard is not on duty. He was just resting at the wall. Hello, I can take you to the north barracks. Follow me. It's not far from here.
Alright.
And not far from the wall at all. On the western side, you approach a small training ground, and then of course the barracks here. You go inside, and there's mess hall in here, and then you go through here. You find well, first there's just the lobby area, people checking you in, make sure you're all right to pass through. They give you permission to meet with your parent uncle, right? That you know, and then they have you wait here. Actually, you cannot walk through the barracks because you're not part of the watch. But they bring
Okay.
your uncle for you. Let me see if your uncle accepted the offer to meet with you. All right. He's reluctant. He comes out or he comes out. The guard comes out with a message instead. Doesn't really bring your uncle out, but brings a message. And he tells you that your uncle is very tired and would like to talk later.
Very well. Can I come
Or your
back at
cousin.
the night,
Yeah.
or do I need to get permission to come back?
Just come back here later today, sir, and ask about him. He should be awake by then. Come out
Great.
around the afternoon. It's still very early in the morning. Your uncle just got off of his position.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll be back.
Right. Okay, then young Juilliard makes his way back into the streets to rejoin his party. Your party is likely leaving today, this morning, though, so probably won't be able to hire your uncle or your dwarven family member either. So back with your party then. It
Yeah.
looks like we all failed to hire someone. Darius didn't get his niece, you didn't get the dwarf, and she didn't get the veteran. So we're back at camp with no retainer.
Well, you guys want to head out?
Yep.
Alright. Did you actually plan which expedition you wanted to go on? Was it the tomb? That sounded like the
We're
one you
going
were
back.
discussing.
I don't want to head out without a hammer and spikes. Does anyone have a?
Yeah, we should probably go into the market and grab them.
We could say Eden ended up going by herself to get it, since she
Cool.
was not doing
Hey,
anything.
silver.
You don't have any silver?
I
Oh,
have,
right.
Corliss gave her the silver before they set out in the morning, if that's fine.
Sure. So Corliss, mine is 3 silver pieces.
So I only have 2 left on me.
Yep. The other is at the bank, which you would have to visit to get.
Yep.
Alright then. Um, Eden, you're able to afford yourself a hammer and 10 spikes, which is about total weight of 15 pounds. How do you want to carry this?
I can carry it for you.
Yeah, I was gonna say put it in the wagon, and then when we get there, we can figure out who's taking stuff. We only really need like 1 spike to spike this thing open, probably maybe 2 or 3.
Juilliard has no container to carry any items with, any additional items with. So maybe someone equip him with an extra bag or
That's in my
pack.
saddlebags, so you can take it that.
Oh, okay, a sack. Very well.
I believe Corliss has a bag and a sack. You can give him one of those.
Yes, I do. Yeah, the bag can be lent to Juilliard as well, if necessary. That'd be
Sack.
fine too. Nope, I have a bag and a pack.
Oh yeah.
Right. You want to hand him your bag then, since your pack is being filled with supplies currently.
Yes, I'll give him the bag to use.
Alright. The usual course of travel is to follow the river southeast. Do you want to take a different course of travel, or just the one you want to use?
No, usual course.
Very well. In a couple hours, your party makes their way through forested hills along the river, and then, of course, into kind of a swampier area. You find a small lake or a large pond, in the middle of which is a small island, about 30 foot by 30 foot circular island. The north shore and south shore is about 30 feet away from it, and the east and western shores are about 90 feet away from it. It's about 270 feet wide altogether, and it flows southeast. You're in the northwestern side of the. You're at the northwestern side of the pond. How would you like to continue? You've spotted your destination.
Like to go to the northern side of the pond, so we only have a 30-foot distance to get across, and then tie down the horse and stuff there, like pull out the canoe.
Okay, so your party's making their way there. If you guys do not speak up, you're doing exactly what Darius has mentioned, right, as a party. So, Darius has led you eastward toward the north shore. Horses are being secured. Darius starts to secure his horse. And if you don't speak up, I'm assuming you're going to secure your horse here as well. So,
That's a
horse
good
is
assumption.
secured. Okay, thank you. Um, and from the wagon, you can retrieve your canoe and secure
Mhm.
a rope to it and begin your usual course across.
Do we have two sets of rope, by the way? Whose rope we're
Yes,
using?
Darius has one. Corliss has one, right?
Cool. Yeah, yeah. In which case, do we need this 20 foot of chain that I'm carrying around?
Yeah, only if you want to try and retrieve that sword. But we'll need flaming oil for that. Do we have flaming oil?
20 feet of chain, by the way, is
Yes.
20 pounds.
Yeah, that's that's why I'm like it's kind of heavy.
Yeah, maybe we'll get
Um,
that another time. We can come back
yeah.
out and get it if we need to. Put it in the canoe on the
Oh wait,
last trip.
hold on. I actually have a single flaming oil in my inventory. Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, it's up to you. We can like
Yeah, yeah. We
not
can
take
put
it
it in the
into the
canoe.
dungeon with us, but and come get it if we decide to go after that sword.
Yeah, yeah. We can put it in the canoe for now. We can come out and grab it. Unless our new friend wants to, has the capacity to maybe carry the chain for us.
I don't have it. Yeah, sure, I can do that.
Sweet, thank you.
Alright,
Yeah, I'm
you're
gonna
gonna have to wear
use the
this chain
rope.
around you then, because your bag is
That's
nearly full.
that's fine.
Yeah, like wear it like a Miss America sash, Miss
Okay.
Universe. There you go. Wrap it around several times. Be good.
I'm the party pack horse. That's what this
It's
is.
like a
Yes,
point of
thank
armor. Yeah, it's like a point of armor.
I'm still more heavily laden than you. Don't worry.
you. I carried a meat shield, so like at least you'll live.
Yeah.
Alright, double rope the canoe. Well, I don't need to rope the second side of it yet till I get to the other side. But rope one side, getting it. Who's getting in with me? It'll have to be Corliss or Eden. Corliss or Eden. It has to be Eden, right? Eden side.
Yeah, take
We
your
don't
game.
have a cleric to send over first, so I guess it doesn't matter. I just don't want to go first because I don't want to die.
Okay, Corliss will go.
Go
You can sleep stuff,
Corliss
yeah.
and who else? You can send two
Darius.
at a
Darius.
time, comfortably. Alright, Corliss and Darius are making their way across. They paddle across, one rope tied to your side, one rope tied on the other side of the canoe, sitting in the canoe. You row across. This is a special canoe. It only has two seats, right? This is Darius's. Oh wait, no, this is the normal canoe.
Normal.
The one who had the special one was a different character, I think. Right?
Yeah.
Wardell.
Yeah.
Wardell.
Wardell is retired, unfortunately.
Oh
Right, but
yeah.
that's
Yeah,
who
but
had it
that wasn't a
initially.
character that owned
Yeah.
Maybe we can buy a used one off of him.
it.
Second canoe by his old canoe.
I mean, he can definitely buy some pairs of shoes that he doesn't need anymore.
Alright, well, you've made it to
Hey,
the
I'm
other side of the waters.
Cool. On the other side, we'll let them pull the boat
Alright,
back
as soon
and
as you get to the other side and you know, disembark or make your way off the boat onto the shore, is you just want to stand your ground here or something else?
I'm going to move up onto the top of the hill on my own and just make sure there's no skeletons around.
Alright, Darius is moving
Cool.
forward. Corliss, you want
Yeah.
to wait here?
Because the island is 30 by 30, I can still see as he moves away, right? So I could
Well,
shoot.
potentially, but uphill. So if he goes uphill, it's kind of further up, right?
I
So
would recommend staying where you were for now.
I'll stay
there's
where I am
trees on the island too.
and
So if he
observe.
gets uphill, you can barely see him, right? Or once he goes into the trees, you can't see him. But when he gets to the top of the hill, you might be able to see him, right? Because on the top of the hill, it's more clear, and there's a stone structure up there, so you might see him standing against it or something.
I'll
But
stay
there
where
are
I am and
trees.
observe.
Okay. You want to observe southward then, the rest of the island?
By that she
Yes,
means
please.
listen. She means listen.
Okay.
Oh
She'll
yes,
listen.
sorry. I don't I don't know the right word. Yes, listen.
All right. She'll be exploration and listening, of course. So she's careful, she's quiet, and the boat is being pulled back to the other side so that Eden and Juliard could climb in and perhaps paddle across, or you guys can pull them back. But Darius, you move on to the island in search of potential undead. And you're 10 feet, you're halfway up the hill, You're making your way up toward this stone structure. The hill, because there's a hill, it makes the island almost larger, right? Instead of if it was flat, it'd be 30 feet by 30 feet
More
exactly,
than
but
that.
it's not.
But no.
So you go uphill, and once again, you start to hear a stirring among the branches. Within moments, past a few trees, undead approach from various flanks. You
No.
see two of them south of you. You see four of them west of you. You see four of them east of you. You're surrounded. Of the ones to the east and west, half of them make their way further north. The other half approach you.
Can can I shout back while they're approaching when I notice them? Coralies, swim away now.
Okay, you yell from the top or from up the hill for her to swim away,
Mhm.
and as you're doing that, the monsters close in and start stabbing at you with their spears. And with their spears and hand axes and uh, short swords and such, they attempt to kill you naturally. Um, let's see if they're successful or not. So, um, first, before they can, as they're moving in, what weapon are you using, Darius?
My heavy mace and my shield.
Okay, so your heavy mace and your shield. So you move up. Which monsters do you want to engage first? The south flank, east, or west flank?
I'll take the south line first.
Alright. You press forward, and because you have multiple attacks, movement happens, but the thing is, they have, of course, their spears, right? So they have
Mhm.
10 feet of
Could I?
reach.
Which side has the most spear users?
Um, or not 10 feet, 7 feet. There's two from the east, two from the west approaching you, and two from the south. It's all even. There's another two from
Oh,
the east and west going north. Total of four
God,
going
they're
north.
all spear users.
We'll say half of them are using spears, and the other half are using normal-sized weapons.
I'll
So one
I'll
spear on
walk up
each
to the.
flank.
Gotcha. I was gonna say I was trying to take out two spare users if I can. In which case, I'll just continue doing what I'm doing.
So you want to take on the south, east, or west?
Uh, I'll take the south.
All right, you take the south flank, and as you're moving in, um, they start poking their spear at you.
Mm-hmm.
Um, before they can close in, they get that one attack off before they can even close in. So let's see if it works or not. They will win that initiative. That'll be their attack for the round. Just this first round. So three spears come toward you as you close in on the south flank. South flank. Miss, miss, miss. None of them touch you. You pass the spear wall, or the few spears that come toward you. They all kind of flash and bump into each other. You press forward into normal melee range and swing your mace into the two south of you. You attack three times the rate. Your first attack misses. Your second attack, that 20 hits. Did you go for
Mm-hmm.
the spear or did you go for the hand axe?
Taking out a spear user.
Okay.
I do have +4 to hit still because of the stack up. If that matters.
All right. Um, +4 to hit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The other one was
If
like a
that matters.
2, so that wouldn't help.
Oh yeah, I didn't know if it mattered or not.
All right. So the damage is a d6 plus 2,
Mm-hmm.
3 damage. All right. You wound one of them. You said you went for the hand axe,
That's spear user.
the spear user. All right. You wound the
I
spear's
thought it was a nat 20.
automatic hit. It's the second roll.
You don't do crits. Okay.
Let's see.
I like that.
One moment. I gotta find my notepad. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah. Nat 20. It's just a hit.
So that was 3 damage, right? Yeah.
Was it 1 on the dice +2 or was it 3 on the dice +2?
1 plus 2.
Oh yeah, correct. 3.
Okay. Next is Your third attack, which happens at the same time as all the normal-sized weapons. They've all closed in around you. They all attack, but let's see if you have the initiative here to get at least one blow off before they get their chance to hit you. What's your what's your dexterity?
10 on 10.
0 adjustment. Okay. It is going to be 6 versus 3. You got one more attack before they have a chance to hit you. And you're going against the same one, the spear?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll try and just finish this one off.
Nat 20 again, and that's a hit for 3 damage. Not enough. So 2 hits to the skull, and it's still standing.
Okay.
Barely. The skull is just obliterated nearly, but he's still standing upright.
Could I
Barely.
be firing my sling, or are they too far away?
You're not there yet. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
in the process of getting onto the canoe from the other side. So, let's see. But you guys in a few rounds, you guys will get there in a few rounds. But the combo will probably be over before you get there. And if not, then you can help.
Yeah.
So then the skeleton to the south. They all had their chance to attack. You had your chance to attack. You hit one. And then now we're gonna see how the skeletons to moving north do. So, Corliss, you're on watch, waiting for anything, right? Ready for anything.
No,
And
no,
you
no.
with-
As soon as Darius shouted, I started booking it back to the shore, swimming.
All right, you jump into,
No
you
standing
make your way
watch.
into the
Yeah.
water. Any gear that
Mhm.
you have can get wet though. Is this all right?
Yep, it's wet. All wet gear. Sucks,
Alright,
but most of it was in the
What?
wagon anyway.
You
Not your
start wading
spell
across
book.
the water.
Would it be my spellbook too? I could leave the spellbook on the shore. If Darius gets away, he can grab it for me. I mean, it's
The
lost
spellbook is
either way.
parchment,
Like, what
so
happens if it gets? What happens if it gets wet? It'll be ruined, right?
not in our game. So the spellbooks, they're expensive. They're not just normal paper. It's parchment, like animal skin. The ink might get ruined slightly, but it should stay. It can dry up and be good still. So plus,
Oh,
how
okay.
we
Then
do it is the bags are actually made of leather, which makes everything slightly waterproof. So they're not your normal cloth bags. That's why they're so expensive. So like a sack is actually like a leather burlap sack. A normal like cloth sack is like 1 copper piece, but adventuring sack is 1 silver, right? Very expensive, a week's wage for a reason, because it waterproofs your gear slightly. As long as you're not just sitting in water all day, it's got water resistance. So you're gonna, if your book is understood to be in a case on your belt, so your book is fine. The only issue is like, for example, anything that's openly exposed on your belt, like if you decide to put some food on there or anything that you don't want to get wet, like your clothes will get wet, so you have to dry off. If you brought a second set of clothes, you can easily switch out, but I don't think you did. Right.
It'll be okay. I'll just get wet. It'll be fine. I'll get in the water.
All right. You jump into the water. You're moving at medium footman rate. These monsters are around the same rate of movement. They're chasing you into the water. Right. 4 of them go toward the water and start to wade across after you, but they're not as quick as you. Right. Let's see. Next is back to the party north of here. You are able to start pulling the canoe. Let's see if you're fast enough to pull it, maybe to the rate where you could actually start making your way across soon. But pretty much, we're gonna see if you guys could pull it as the strength of 2 men instead of 1. Uh, Otherwise, you just pull at the strength of 1 man. So basically, a force doors check, and if you pass, you pull double the rate, right? So we'll say that together, you guys pull at the normal rate is like you are able to pull it like carefully pull it maybe 20 feet in a minute. Yeah, something like that. It's the normal rate that you can pull it together. So we're gonna see if you can pull it a lot quicker, right? Or like you can pull it probably like, I mean, 20 feet, 20 feet per round together, we'll say. So let's see if you already have it, right? Like you're pulling it really hard, and um, let's see, you might be able to pull it instead 30 or 40 feet instead of 20 feet in the round. Alright, so neither of you are stronger than a normal man in that moment. And so you got it 20 feet across. So it's 10 feet from the shore, the north shore, at the end of round 1. Now we're gonna go into round 2. Back to Darius. Um, so Darius, you want to continue melee?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, I would, please.
And then for Eden and Iliard, do you want to continue pulling the canoes to the north shore?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Corliss, do you want to continue swimming across?
Yes.
Alright.
Wait, are
Your
the
rate of
canoes
swimming
like?
is. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Are we pulling the canoes towards or away from Corliss? Like, could Corliss grab onto a canoe?
You're pulling it away from her. She's going toward the north shore. So.
So could I just leave it in place then?
Okay, you can just wait for it to catch it.
Yeah.
Alright, Eden, you want to do the same thing?
I'll
Or do you
leave
want to
it up
start
to
pulling?
Eden. If Eden.
So Juilliard's not pulling. So this round, if he doesn't help
Yeah.
you, only. Alright, so you just leave it too. Wait for her to grab it, and then you can pull. Okay, so she swims toward the canoe then. Corliss, you can swim toward it. Last round, your rate of movement would be 20 feet. Um, jump in the water, or make your way into water 20 feet. But if you just. It's half that, of course, if you swim, so 10 feet. But then you're just doing swimming, nothing else with swimming, so it's 30 feet. So technically, in one round in 10 seconds, if you're just hauling ass, you can swim up to 30 feet in one round. So I think that's what you were doing. And so
Yeah,
therefore,
I just shout, pull the boat, and just
right.
go.
So you tell them pull the boat anyway as you're swimming across because you get there in the same
Yes.
round. So by the time it's round 2, you're already on the island, and they're able to just pull the boat in at the end of this round. So as they're pulling it in, you guys can all start to climb in again or something, or those who want to go across to fight, they can climb in and go. But otherwise, you guys can just wait here, of course, until Darius is done fighting these monsters. Um, there's 2 monsters that pursued her. Uh, Skeletons can walk in water, but they can't really swim. So they just kind of disappear under the water, pretty much. You don't know if they're actually continuing to approach, or if they're just sitting in the water now at this point, but it's hard to tell. They eventually, of course, just suddenly sink underwater after about 10-foot advancement into the water, or into the pond, yeah. Um, Darius, on the other hand, you're on the hill. You're fighting off skeletons on your own. Let's see how this goes. You're surrounded. It's all normal against large size weapons, so then there's just going to be an initiative roll. So when we get to the normal one attack round. So for the first attack, it's just you, right? You attack it 3 times, right? So you'll have the initiative, of course. Still attacking the same one, the one you hit earlier, twice.
Yeah, I just want to finish this one off before I
Finish this
move
guy
on to
off.
anything else.
This guy was pretty big, probably one of the bigger skeletons of the crew. Alright, this next attack is a hit, dealing a total of 3 damage. You crush him. After 3 hits to the head, you finally cave his skull into his chest.
Good. Now I'd like to move on to one of the other 2 spare users.
Alright. You turn to the east or west?
I'll do east.
Okay. You turn to the east, you take a swing. 4 plus 4, 8. Or plus 6, 10. Miss. And then you give a shot. Your last attack is your third attack, which can happen after or before the enemy attack, or simultaneously. It's before. So you got 3 attacks in before any of them have a chance. 9. Alright. Plus 6, 15. Hits. Your third attack hits. Another spear. You deal 4 plus 2, 6 damage. You almost take another one down. You hit him really hard through the shoulder and to the chest. Right, and now they all have their chance to hit you. There's 6 against, or there's 5 against you. From the one to the south, miss. One to the west, 15. What's armor class?
1 currently.
Miss. 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 And miss. All their weapons continuously bounce off. One got pretty close, but not quite enough. And then, back to the main party. Um, It doesn't appear that the monsters that went into the water will pursue. Corley's gone onto the shore. The boat was pulled up. Um, Eden, what would be your next move? Do you want to climb into the boat? Do you want to prepare to shoot? What's your move?
I'm gonna get my horse
All right, you
and I'm
go
gonna
over to grab
mount
your
it
horse.
and prepare my sling.
All right, sounds good. So first, you're just gonna spend this round mounting it. Then Chiliard, what's your action this
Can
round?
I get on Eden's horse?
You're going after her, trying to join her. And then Corliss,
Yeah.
Get
your
your own
action.
horse. Ah!
I have
Steal
3
Darius's
horses pulled up
horse.
next to Eden. Use one of mine.
They're all attached to the wagon.
Yeah, they're just, I mean, hiding the wagon. We all know.
All right, Corliss, your action.
Corliss will get in the boat and go halfway across in. That's where she's going to try and stop, is in the deeper part of the water in the middle, so she can shoot on the shore.
Okay. So you climb in the boat. You kind of push it away from the shore. It takes one round to just shove it away and get back into the water. So, back to Darius in the next round of melee combat. Shall you continue melee or something else?
I'm just gonna continue melee. I don't really see a good way out of this where I can run away, so I just guess I'm fighting.
Mm-hmm. At this point, Goli says you were making your way back, or you got into the boat. You suddenly saw the 4 skeletons that pursued you return to the island's north shore. They're climbing back up and making their way south
I thought
onto
there
the
were only
island.
2 that pursued her.
There was
I
two,
thought you said it was
two,
two.
two,
Yeah.
total of 4. Remember, there's 4
Oh.
to the east, 4 to the west. 2 went north, 2 went north again, right from east and west. So there's 2 east and 2 west, and 2 south that were fighting with Darius. Darius killed 1. There's 5 left. So Darius, against your melee, you still have initiative, of course. Your 3 attacks. Here's your first one. Hits. Damage is 6 plus 2, 8 damage against your spear. Crush them.
Mm-hmm.
You hit him really hard earlier. The next blow obliterates it. In the heat of combat, as they're all trying to get a swing on you, after that blow from last round, right, you just basically kick it in and confirm the kill by swinging your mace into its skull, smashing it in. Alright. Your second
Gonna,
attack goes before any of them have another chance to hit you as well.
I'm gonna do a 180 and take out the spear user behind me.
Very well. Another direct blow. You hit again, dealing 2 plus 2, 4 damage. And that is not enough. Not enough, but you badly wound it. It goes right through, this time it goes right through the ribs. Alright, and then the skeletons will have their chance potentially, depending on the initiative. You win again. You have a third attack before they even have a chance. 19 hits, damage against a spear is 3 plus 2, 5 damage. You finish him off. After caving in his ribs, you swing upward, knocking off his skull. There's 3 left against you, and those 3 have a chance to hit you.
Mm-hmm.
Miss. 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 Alright, 2 advance up the shore and are closing in. But they don't close in this round. They find you in the woods, and next round they'll have a chance to move in and attack you. So, back to the party on the shore. Eden, you made your way onto your horse, and Yuliard was trying to climb up onto your horse as well. Would you allow this? Eden?
No, I don't allow it.
No.
Alright.
Like, no
Juilliard,
crap,
you stay
oh, dude.
off her horse.
There are other
In the
horses.
following
Get
round,
them.
But you're the.
Eden.
I don't want to leave you, Eden. You're experienced. I'm scared.
Alright, Eden, you're able to prepare your sling at the very least.
You need to let me do my heroic stuff. No.
What is your next action, Eden?
I'm going to ride over to the shore, and if I see anything within range of my sling, I will shoot it. Otherwise, I will do an heroic pose.
Very well. Your horse,
Heroic.
you untie its lead from the tree this round, and you begin trotting over to the shoreline.
Appreciate your help, Eden.
Gilliard, your action?
Is there another horse?
There's 3 horses tied to a wagon. If you're in
Can I
Japan, you
get
Corliss
try to
also has
tie
a horse that's
untie
there.
one.
There's
Yeah, there's another
a
horse,
horse
Corliss'
now.
horse, tied to a tree.
can I get on one of the horses and then get my sling out?
On Corliss' horse? Sure.
Yeah.
That one's easy to prepare. So you climb onto it, or you untie its lead first, and then you make your way toward it and try to climb on. First, you're just gonna tie the lead this round, pretty much.
All right.
And then of course, in the meantime, Corliss, you made your way onto the canoe. You were able to row halfway across, and on your way over, you would put the canoe back. You would start to unsling your bow and arrow and prepare to take aim. You would see four skeletons just disappearing into the woods at that point, but you wouldn't be able to shoot them quite yet. This round was spent, of course, rowing to the middle of the waters and preparing your bow and arrows. So they actually start to disappear into the tree line before you even have a chance to shoot them. You can kind of hear the fighting going on, but you can't see it. So perhaps if Darius falls back and leads them to the shore or something, you might be able to take a shot. Back to Darius. Do you want to continue the melee from the hill, or something else?
Sorry, I was muted again. Can I do a fighting withdrawal where I start moving backwards but I continue to get my attacks?
Alright. Which direction do you want to move? You have only two flanks open to you, which is the
Back
north
down
and
the
the south.
hill. Is it possible to move back down the hill?
Sure.
Yeah.
So you're starting to, spin around, try to
Mm-hmm.
turn southward, make your way down the hill. And as you're doing your final withdrawal, um, your enemy will have the initiative then, as your main focus to move. So you're moving and they're pursuing, pretty much. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna roll in the initiative. If you have the initiative, you'll move down first, and they'll move after you, of course, and then you will have potentially the first strike. Now, if they have initiative, they get to hit you, beat the shit out of you potentially on your way out, right? So before you can even move. So, all right. Basically, this dice roll says that um, they all have a chance to hit you before you're able to fully back off. So as you're kind of like turning around, facing south, trying to back off northward toward the shore, downhill, they're all trying to hit you, right? So as you start to move down the hill, so you're moving, and they're moving after you, and you're swinging back at them. Um, but I will say that while you were trying to make that move, they got a swing on you. So
Yep.
we'll say that you also back up into a group of skeletons. There are four skeletons behind you. So pretty soon your retreat is cut short. Let's see.
Great.
By four skeletons in the woods with you on the hill. So these ones moved up toward you and attacked you as well. So again, you're only with 3 plus 4, 7 skeletons. Let's see. There's a pretty big one behind you. Normal sized. And a big one and a small one. Alright. And you're fighting against between the ones behind you, two of them have spears. So as you kind of spin around, trying to back off southward facing north, or no, northward facing south, you're getting speared from behind. Let's see, as you fight off two or three skeletons north of you, trying to kill you. But these guys will all have their chance. The ones in front of you and behind you with spears will have a chance to hit you before you have a chance to start striking. So the three that you were originally fighting, as you turned around, took a swing at you. Alright, and they all missed. Let's see. You, of course, were spinning around and were attacked from behind. Your shield doesn't benefit you here. Alright. They all bounce off your armor as well. So, none of them can really penetrate. You're able to push some aside, parry some, and start countering the attack, of course, as well. So, three of your attacks go in the same round. You're gonna fight off the south ones first.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the direction you're facing as you back up.
Mm.
Unless you want to turn around again. But that will cost your move
No,
again.
no,
So
I'll stack so.
19. All but one of your attacks actually hit. So two of yours hit.
Mm-hmm.
Kill and a wound. So one of the ones to your south is wounded and one is killed. The one that was wounded took a total of 4 damage. Alright. And back to the main party. So Corliss, you're in the waters with your bow and arrows still. You cannot see any of the fighting currently. They're in the trees. So unless you get up onto the island, you go up the island into the tree line, you might be able to see them. But right now you can't see them.
I will hold where I am, and I'll shoot if I can see something.
Okay. And Gilliard, your next action.
Cry.
Unfortunate. You're also mounting the horse. And then Ian, your next action.
So, are there any enemies in range?
Nope. None that you can see.
Then I will continue to pose heroically.
Very well.
The,
As
the
you pose
heroic
heroically,
posing
carefully on the shore.
I draw my dragon slaying sword, wave it over my head, rear the horse back up in the air, and just do the pose.
And in the
Very well.
background, I'm just sobbing, killing the mood.
Gillard is feeling unfortunate, afraid, perhaps. The fighting
It's
continues
okay,
between
guys. I'll
Darius
be
and
over
Mitchell.
here 1v10ing. Don't worry about it.
I don't know what to do.
How are we
Right.
supposed to get over there? I guess I could take my horse into the water and cross that way.
So here we go again. You're in melee, facing off with
Mm-hmm.
2 skeletons south of you, 4 skeletons north of you.
Yeah, I'm
You
not
have
even
3
gonna bother
attacks.
being rude with them.
Your first 2 attacks happen before they even have a chance. That's plus 6, 13 hits. That's a plus 6, 17 hits. Your first one finishes off the one you hit last round.
Mm-hmm.
Your next attack, 6 damage, wounds the one from last round. Or the last one to the south. Almost had him. Barely hanging in there. And your third attack is simultaneous potentially, or we have to roll initiative for it.
Mm-hmm.
Simultaneous. Alright. So as you're striking the last one to the south, it is striking back. Same with the ones to the north of you. So we'll check them first. 9 miss, 1 miss, 1 miss, 16 potential hit. There's a spear from behind, and you don't have your shield bonus.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's still a miss. And the last one in front of you misses as well. Alright, and then your last attack against the one to the south flank. 13, it's a hit. Damage is 5 plus 2, 7. You crush them. 4 left. Alright, party to the north. Corliss still in the waters. Do you have a different action you want to take, or do you want to hold your position?
Hold position.
Okay. Eden?
Yeah.
Alright. And then Gilliard?
I'm gonna wipe my tears, pull up my bootstraps, and dive into the water and start swimming over.
Okay. Let's see. Another round of melee shall continue. You turn around, and as you turn around, the skeletons with spears continue to thrust from a distance, as the other 2 continue to swing on you. So these 2 that are on you, you're only able to target them at the moment, and the other ones are spearing at you. Alright, so the ones in close melee you're rolling initiative against, which you automatically win because you have 3 attacks. So your first attack hits, your second attack hits. First one takes 6 damage, not enough to kill him. Or no, 4 damage, not enough to kill him. But almost there. This one's a big one. Your second attack on him is 4 damage again, and that crushes him. That's enough. Alright. Your third attack will potentially happen at the same time as theirs, or before or after, depending on the initiative. Alright, these three have a chance to hit you before you have another chance to hit them. Miss. Hits. Miss.
It's
You
bound to
take
happen eventually.
4 damage. You're at 26, now you're at 22.
No. 22. Sorry.
It is but a scratch. And then you get your last attack in for
Here's
the
more
round.
flash wound.
16 plus 6, 22 hits damage. 4 plus 2, 6 damage. Another one drops. So another quick backswing, backhand swing, and you
Alright,
crush
you can.
another in the same
I have
round.
+4 to hit, not +6. Do I get an extra +2 from something?
Oh, is it plus 4?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
+2 Thaco, +1 strength, +1 mace.
Oh, yes, that is correct. Alright, moving forward, it's plus 4.
I just caught that. I was like, am I getting a +2 for flanking or?
No.
Cool.
Alright,
Just for being
so
cool. Yeah.
I'll take it.
the fighting
DMR in
continues.
your favor.
And now at this point, Gilliard is riding across on Corlys' horse. I don't know how Corlys would feel about that, but Gilliard, you're riding across, and the horse is very fast. He's actually able to swim across in the same round, start to make it on shore, even uphill if you want. Do you want to ride into the woods, Gilliard,
Yes.
and take aim with your what weapon are you equipping?
Sling.
Sling. All right. You ride up in there into the woods, looking for this shit from. And Corlys, what would you like to do from the canoe this next round?
I will move the canoe towards the shore, stopping at 10 feet shy.
All right.
Which
Well,
shore?
the shore to the
The
south or north?
shore, the shore towards the temple.
The tomb. You're 15 feet
Yeah,
from
the
either
tomb.
side, pretty much. So
Oh,
you move
then
only
then I'll
5
just
feet.
stay where I am.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
okay.
I'll just stay where I am and ready a shot if I can see anything.
All right. Um, Eden, on the other hand, do you want to just wait on the shore still?
I'm protecting Coralise from any skeletons that come pop out
They already came out.
of the water. Well, they
All right.
already
And
came out
back
of the
to
water?
Yeah,
They came in and went back up to
Yeah,
Darius. Yeah.
they're currently stabbing
Oh,
me in
then
the nest.
I thought they were in there. I'm going to swim across on my horse.
All right. So you're going after this round, but last round, Juilliard already made his way over. So this round, he's gonna have a chance to shoot as he rides into the woods. For this
Yep, I
round,
felt
we'll start with
encouraged
melee.
by his success. That's why I'm going.
Then you
Back
hear
to Darius.
Darius shouting from the island, I'm not stuck here with them. They're stuck here with me.
Okay. Here's your first attack. Hits. Second attack. Miss. He dealt 3 damage so far to a large one. And then your third attack is based on initiative. Skeletons take it.
Some
Miss
fast
and miss.
attacks.
Your third attack hits. Damage is 3 damage against the large one, or do you want to switch to the smaller skeleton?
I'll just switch to a smaller one for now. Just get it out of my way.
You crush him. Alright, the last one stands. Um, but before they can make any other move, not far from you, Gilliard has ridden into the woods with you, takes aim with his sling and slings a stone at the remaining skeleton. Plus one,
This
close
man's
range.
gonna show up and kill Steele.
Wait. Can I come in with
Nat
like a
one.
battle cry? I want to. Nat
He
one.
comes screaming, misses it, and potentially, well, he won't potentially hit you because you're not in the way. He's there's a clear line of fire, so he's not shooting into your back. It just misses the creature. So he's like riding in there, slings a
Can I-
stone, and just hits a tree.
Can I hit myself with the rock? Can that happen?
If it was a nat one, maybe.
Okay.
Um, Eden, you just arrived this round, and then of course, Corliss are still in the canoe in the middle of the pond. Back to Darius, still in melee. These next 2 attacks should be enough to finish the last one. Hits. And 6 plus 4. Miss.
Six.
Alright.
Yeah.
3 plus 2. 5 damage, just enough. The last one finally goes down. Your party wasn't much of a help, but after all, this is your 4th level character, an expert level character against a level 0 encounter or level 1 encounter.
Yeah.
So
I
shouldn't be
wiped
much
this.
of an issue.
I wiped the sweat off my brow. That was a tough fight, huh, Darius?
I'm like,
See, Darius,
I was just about to do something really cool.
Darius standing there in a pile of bodies.
I just want to point out
just,
that this
just
only
get their
happened.
skulls.
This only happened because you insisted on going across first and then going up there by yourself and aggroing everything. I mean,
Well, would you prefer him to be on the island when all of these rush towards you?
Might have been
well, I
quicker and
think
more
that that's a
smoothly.
very personal question, and I'm going to let you draw your own conclusions.
all, all I have to say is you're welcome.
All right.
Unfortunately, that's
So
game time. Good night.
we're at 12:17 p.m. So we'll take a small break then. I'll see, or we'll take
Sounds
a
good.
normal halftime break. So see you
Yeah,
guys in
that
10
sounds
minutes.
good. Appreciate the help, guys.
What
Honestly,
the actual fuck? I did what you told me to do, but like,
good, good, good. You didn't die. Just as I said previously, if I say run, run.
no, I did, but like, I didn't. Yeah, I thought you were dead. It's
I
fine.
told you I'd be fine. I knew they were going to get 1 or 2 hits in on the inevitable. Also, I wasn't stuck on that island with them; they were stuck there with me.
Yeah, we heard. Everybody on the island heard, just in case there was anyone left.
If there's anything left on the island, you aggroed it with
Yeah.
that phrase.
Darius has gone crazy.
Darius has had enough of being the only front line. We tried real hard to pay someone real well to go with us.
He's gone
Someone has
crazy.
none of it.
You broke
He,
him.
he had very good intuition.
He
You
did
did?
have good intuition. Can't blame him for that, really.
I had a feeling there was something at the top of that hill.
Well, I'm glad you face checked it and not me.
As I said, you stay there. Let me let me check this with my face.
Yeah, no problem. I'll let you. Yep. I'm
Yo,
gonna
if we get
not
in
say the
there,
phrase I was going.
I swear to God, if we get in there and there's nothing inside this chest or the chest is gone, we can't open it. I'm actually drowning Darius in this lake.
Coralise will race you to it.
Erase the bottom of the lake.
Yeah, race to the bottom of the lake. I bet Coralise would drown first because you're really strong and you can probably swim.
Yeah, well, I'll cheat and stick a dagger in my own throat.
Well, I think she would probably prefer to drown. I don't know if she'd be. Anyway.
So that was fun. I was expecting like maybe 4 or 5 skeletons. I didn't expect to be ganked from all sides by 10 skeletons. Fucking what goddamn tactician fucking necromancer is bringing these skeletons back to life? The goddamn fucking sergeant of the army or something that turned necromancer. Teaching them battle positions. Oh god. Oh, Kerm finally wakes up after I've finished 1d10ing skeletons. Cool.
He's not in here, is he?
No, he can kick them.
Yeah. Because I gotta let him join this late.
Yo, what do we get per head of the skeleton? Like 5 silver, 10 silver?
5, I think.
Well,
No, maybe it was 10.
Okay, I need for you to collect all those skulls, please.
As far as I know, I just made 50 silver. I don't know about you guys.
We watched you make 50 silver for us. That's what we did.
I
Yeah,
was
that was a
wondering
nice
what you
50
were
silver.
doing. I was like, Idle is aware that the skeletons aren't under the water anymore, right?
No, I missed that somehow. But I think my heroic pose was worth at least 50 silver.
Well, think about it.
Corliss did as she was told.
You did.
I don't know. In the end, I was the only one that came to help you. So like, you should
I
thank
mean, this is true. This
I
man
came over too, and I was like,
True.
hey, I would have helped on the next round, and I didn't do as anyone told me not to do, so there you go.
excuses, excuses.
It's all the same.
this man here fucking shows up, fucking weeping in tears with a sling in his hand on a wet horse.
And then I just missed. I wanted to hit myself with the rock so
I
bad.
really wanted you to
Sorry.
hit me. But that would have been so fitting that after 1v10ing, you show up and hit me in the head with a rock.
Yeah.
I heard Egan say that the skeletons didn't pursue, but I didn't hear him say they came back up out of the water. Did that happen? Did he say that?
Yeah,
He did, yeah.
Okay, somehow I missed that.
Usually they have like an area that they inhabit and they never leave it.
Yeah, I was surprised they went into the water, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, at least you running away and them chasing you bought me a few seconds of being stabbed in the ass by 2 more big ones.
I mean, so I earned my share, you're saying.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I help keep you alive, and if we actually do any dungeon delving today, I'll keep you alive against any living creatures so that I can make your life easier.
Yo, this chest is going to be a huge letdown, and someone can feel it here.
Oh yeah, for
When it
sure,
turns out to be a
100,000%.
mimic and it takes both your arms, it's gonna be a letdown.
Oh my god, not another one of those that just cut your hands off. Oh, actually, yeah, no, I'll be okay. Eden's the thief. Go do a heroic pose next to the chest with no hands. Look.
If I can't do it with my pole, it's not happening.
I don't
Whoever's
give a shit.
using the hammer and spikes on it is on their own. I'm gonna be standing guard ish.
I'll be hitting it with a mace. Hear me out. I have flaming oil and mace. I set it on fire and start beating it. It's like a god.
Save it for the sword we know exists.
What is the plan with this burning oil sword? Are we going to set the oil on fire and then pull the sword out while it's on fire? That seems like a bad
Well,
idea.
We're gonna
Wait,
make
wait.
the chain into a lasso, and then we're gonna lasso the hilt and attach the other end of the chain to my pole. And I'm gonna be like in fishing position, like I'm trying to pull a fish out of the water. And then we pour the oil on the pitch, the tar, and set it on fire so that it comes loose.
Hear me out. What if we try to just pull it first and don't immediately set the pit on fire?
You're gonna make you crawl in for that, unless we use the chain.
That's what I'm saying. Pull it with the chain first and see if it comes loose before
And we could
start.
try loosening the tar just right around the sword with a torch instead of attached to a second pole that we don't have, or a spear, and try to loosen it that way without setting the whole thing on fire and wasting a flask of oil. But
Hear me
in
out.
the end, I'm pretty sure he's gonna make us pay.
Definitely, we can do the flask of oil thing. If you're worried about another pole, there's a bunch of trees on this hill. We can just snap off a branch and fashion a pole out of it.
And plus, I'm saying we do have spears. We can just attach a torch to the
Yeah, also
front end of
there's
one.
like a bunch of spears on the ground currently. Probably one sticking out of my ass too. Yo, what kind of skeletons were those?
Normal skeletons, except they walk and try to kill people. They don't talk though.
No, the big ones.
They were the ones that rolled high on their hit die roll.
Oh, are they 2 HD?
No, they're just one. He just rolled 8.
Oh, fair enough. Where the fuck do I think they were like a half HD?
I don't. Skeletons are a hit die. There aren't a whole lot of things that are just half a hit die, like kobolds come to mind. There are a few other things, but for the most part, they say like one hit die, and then they put 4 in parentheses. But if he's going to roll it instead, it could be a lot higher.
Yeah, I genuinely thought skeletons were like the most basic, and were a half hit die.
Goblins are a hit die -1, so they're like a 3 in parentheses for average. When the average is really 3.5.
It technically it is 3.5, but like realistically,
Yeah.
it's 3.
I mean, I can understand why he prefers to roll it. I mean, some of them should be bigger than others. They shouldn't all be the same.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I get that. I just genuinely didn't know that they were a full hit dice. I was like, why the fuck am I doing like 6 damage to these skeletons and they're not just falling over and dying?
Yeah, that was just unlucky.
I need a sword +1. This mace ain't doing enough for me no more.
Well, a mace +1 is as good as a sword, and plus it affects magical creatures.
Yeah,
It
no,
does
but
the
I need
same
a
average damage as a sword, because a sword does average damage of 4.5, and a mace does average damage. A mace +1 is average damage of 4.5, so it's the same damage
Yeah,
as the sword.
I want a sword +1. I mean, instead of a +1 mace.
Yeah, a sword +1 does 5.5 average damage. I don't know where you find one of those. Wink, wink.
I mean, it would be nice if that one in the tire pit, you know?
Yeah, it's probably like a short sword, or it's broken.
Is
just a
your
death
dragon
trap.
slayer a short?
You could probably have it made into a magic dagger.
Oh lord. Is your short
It's
sword or is
broken.
your sword a short sword?
No, it's a full-size sword. It's a
Oh.
dragon slayer, dude.
Well,
It's like +1, +3 versus dragons.
I'm gonna tell you right now, your accent came out real thick when you said sword.
You cut out. You're roboting. You're lagging.
Am I back?
Still don't hear you.
Hello? Can
What's up,
anyone hear
ref?
me?
What's going on? Referee?
It's time to
Can you hear me
continue the
now, Edu?
game.
Is a referee basically furry again?
Referee.
furry. Re-furry. So you're furry
Referee,
again.
referee, referee. It's a referee for references for the rules.
It means that you're furry twice.
Referee,
Over.
twice. All right. Well,
Furry.
welcome back everyone to the game. Hopefully it was a long enough break for you. We are going to continue. We left off with your party regrouping on the hill. Most of you had made your way back onto the hill. The only one not here yet was Corliss. I'm assuming she's going to start paddling up to the shore and rejoin the party.
Yes.
Alright, sounds good. In the meantime,
I'm gonna
Darius.
I'm gonna take my horse back to the other shore.
Alright, you ride back to shore then.
When I see her doing that, I will just wait. I'll actually go to the wrong side of the shore with the boat to come back with Eden, and I'll recommend that my horse be brought back as well.
Okay.
Hey!
I'm not leaving my horse to be a snack on this island. Just saying.
Yeah. I don't want my horse to be a snack on this island either.
Honestly, your horses are probably safer on the fucking night.
Nope. I don't believe it.
Alright. Gilliard, you heard Corliss yell over to you. She's in the middle of the waters on the canoe. What would be your next action, Gilliard?
You're cutting out.
Am I?
I hear you just
Not-
fine. I think it's
I also
Oh,
hear you
everybody's
fine.
cutting out. What the fuck?
yeah, it's on your end.
Yeah, that's no problem, brother.
Alright, we'll come back to you. In the meantime, Darius, immediately after your
Cracking
fight with the
skulls,
skeletons,
putting in the vital.
alright, you start beheading skeletons, taking up their
Correct.
skulls. There are indeed incantations etched in them, allowing for them to be possessed, perhaps, be reanimated. So, you've taken up to 10 skulls throughout the turn then. So, this will take you a whole turn to remove all the skulls. And where would you even put them though after you...
I'm just going to neatly put them in a pile until someone with a bag comes back.
Very well. In the meantime, of course, Cordelia was able to just kind of wait in the waters with Gilliard, or for Gilliard to maybe take her horse across. Eden rode back to the other side of the shore. Cordelia began to paddle back. Gilliard, would you like to do the same?
To put my horse back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You rode on after Eden shortly after, and Eden would be there securing her horse, and you would just arrive and do the same. She would climb into the canoe, and they would start to paddle back to the other side of the island since there's no one to pull the rope to the island. So it would paddle toward the island, um, and then I guess one of them will paddle back to pick you up, pretty much. So Eden would be dropped off, maybe Corliss would paddle back and pick you up, and paddle back to the island. And by the time they were done with that, the turn would end. Darius would finish piling his skulls, and you guys would be able to meet with him on the island, up the hill. You're on the north side of the hill, in the woods, on the small island. What do you want to do from here?
One of you want to bag up these skulls? Do we have room now, or
Can we
I
just
give
put
you?
them in the canoe?
Are you there, Juilliard?
Sure.
Can you hear us,
Alright.
Juilliard?
Yeah, I can hear you. What'd you say?
Okay. Yeah, just checking to see if you have room to carry the skulls, or we can put them in the canoe. That's fine.
One of you gave me a bag, right? I have a sack.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a
you
bag.
have a
It's
sack
actually a bag.
I-
It's not a sack, it's a bag.
Yeah, then I'll put the skulls in there. Actually, I think it's full. I don't think I have any room.
Yeah, so probably put them in the canoe.
Yeah.
I had a
Right.
sack I thought I gave you. Do I still have my sack?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I didn't hear you offer the sack, so I offered a bag.
I
So
didn't hear
you
that
still have
either.
your sack.
I wrote the bag down. I wasn't sure if you wanted to actually give him your sack because she already gave him the bag. So,
Yeah, that's fine. I'll keep the sack on the horse.
all right.
The
noted.
horse has a nice sack. I'm just saying.
Yo.
Of course.
All right. So, the skulls were loaded onto the canoe. The canoe just sits on the north shore. From the north shore, your party stands. Where do you wanna, or how do you wanna continue?
Up the hill until we get to the building itself, or the broken tomb, and make our way around it to find the front entrance.
Which way would you like to enter from? You can see like toward the west is the main entry. Toward the
Yeah,
southeast, as you make your way around, is a hole in the wall.
we'll do the west side.
All right, you walk through the main entry point, a 3 foot wide, 7 foot tall open doorway with a broken door scattered throughout the tomb and out just beyond the entrance, out in the woods on the hill. You walk inside and you'll see a large open stone sarcophagus. The lid's on the floor, and inside of it is, instead of a skeletal remain, you see a set of spiraling stairs descending toward the east and then south.
When we get down to Eden, you want to lead us and scout ahead? Normal.
Yeah,
Cool.
because you guys can't find your asses with your both hands.
Or at least we'll acknowledge she is lost without her party.
I hit things with a sharp stick. I'm not map ready, man.
Corliss is my apprentice mapper.
Yeah, I'm working on it. In real life.
Very good.
Anyway.
I encourage you all to draw your own maps eventually. You'll need the skill. If you want to be a referee one day, you need to do all three things. Play the game itself, call, and map, right? So, but moving forward, you're making way down 30 feet of stairs into a 10-foot square stone chamber with three exits, north, west, and south. They're all open archways.
South,
Your party begins exploring southward, but before we
checking
can
the
go any
ceiling.
deeper, it's very dark in here, so perhaps it's time to equip
Oh,
some
yeah.
torches.
Torch.
I'll carry it.
No, I got a torch in front.
Okay.
You might need another one in the back, but I hope you have a torch then.
Do you want to scout far ahead up of us, or just like 5 feet in front of me?
Like 10 feet. 10 feet's
Yeah.
no
We'll
long
need
enough.
one of you in the back should light one, then, so you can have vision behind us.
Or at least
So
we'll
who's
light a
in the back?
torch and give it to Juilliard.
I'll carry. Yeah, I'll take it.
What have I told you, Corliss? Be the torchbearer.
Well, Juilliard asked for one. I wasn't going to say no.
I just want to seem useful, guys. Let me do one thing.
So, how many torches do
Yes.
we want to light, and who's carrying them?
All right, I lit one, and Corliss lit one and gave it to Juilliard. That's it.
Alright, so you each light one of your own torches. Okay. Thank you.
And then we go south, checking the ceiling, tapping with the tapper.
Well, before we proceed any further, it's time to equip some weapons or tools, perhaps like 10-foot poles. I'm assuming that
Yeah, pole.
Eden wants to equip a 10-foot pole.
And a torch.
Do you have one still?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay.
I got it back, remember?
Right. Juilliard, you have a torch in your offhand. What would you like in your main hand? You want to keep it empty for spells or something else?
Yeah, for spells. Well, actually, a sling. None of my spells are useful in combat.
Very well.
Nice.
And Darius, what would you like to equip?
Usually.
Mason shield.
Yep, Mason shield, please.
And Corliss, what would you like to equip? You have a yeah. What would you
Free
like?
hand for casting and a shield, please. Oh, sorry. Yeah, free hand for casting and a shield.
Alright. Your party is exploring into the southern chamber. There is a open trap door here. There's a pit below, 1 foot deep pit. In there you see a skeletal remain. That's it. A pile of bones.
South.
There's an exit west and south for you. Go south. Very well. You explore into a corner chamber with one other exit to the west. There doesn't appear to be anything in here.
You guys want to search this? It's been a while since we tried.
Sure.
Where's there? We're in a chamber with one exit to the west, is it?
Yeah, and one to the north. So we only need to search two walls, south and the eastern wall. So we just split up and do that.
Cool. Sounds good.
I want to look for like any form of inscriptions, like magical or just another language.
Just check for secret entrances. That's what we're looking for. That's where treasure is.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
We know
You
there's
all
no right.
decide individually then. We have made suggestions or plans, but it's your choice to actually individually decide for yourself. So Corliss, your action.
I will move to the. Sorry, what were the two directions of walls?
South and east.
I'll move to the south wall and look for secret entrances.
Okay. Darius,
I'm
Uh,
going.
oh, I'll do east, I guess.
Eden,
East also.
both of you secret doors as well.
Yes.
And then Chiliard
I'm looking for text.
on the south wall.
Yeah.
Alright. You observe for hidden text. Overall, you don't see any markings on the wall, but maybe perhaps you have overlooked something, so you'll spend a turn observing for any hidden text. First is Corliss and Juliard observing that south wall. Red will represent Corliss, white is Juliard. After a turn, nothing was observed. Or throughout the turn, nothing was observed. Unfortunately, we are uncertain. Maybe we can spend more time here. Maybe you can confirm it with additional checks. Of course, Darius and Eden were on the eastern wall. Observe for any secrets. And they found a loose brick. One of them did. Eden found a loose brick.
Yes. It was me.
Sure.
I
Wanna pull it
pointed
free?
out so someone else can remove it.
I'll do it, guys.
Sure.
Alright.
It's in the middle of the
Maybe
wall.
there's some text on the other side.
Yeah, maybe there's some ancient scripture. Ooh.
A turn is passed at this point, by the way. You're in turn 2. That was
I
turn
pull out the
1.
brick.
Can
Elise
I?
remains
Well,
where she is on the other side of the room while he's doing
Yeah,
that.
I'll guard the west end or west archway while he's doing
What-
this.
What are you guys so scared
Darius
of?
moves
Come on.
toward the west exit.
No, I'm guarding ship.
Corliss moves toward where? Sorry,
Oh,
you're
I'm
interrupted.
pulling out the brick.
I heard you. Corliss, your action.
Standing where I am on the opposite wall and listening.
Alright. You're at the south wall. You're observing northward, listening. And then Eden?
I'm
Okay.
ready to move. Wait. Did we find anything behind the brick?
Not yet. We haven't done it yet. So, we're
Okay.
declaring everyone's actions first.
I'm gonna go listen through the western door archway.
Alright, that's where Darius is. He's doing the same.
Okay.
You two pay close attention to your environment, carefully observing, listening, along with Corliss toward the south. So far, nothing has been heard, but you're not too certain. And Juilliard, you find the brick that she pointed out. You start to pull it free. It's a loose brick in the wall near the bottom. After you pull it free, with your torchlight revealing 10 feet in any direction, you see nothing beyond the brick. It's just a loose brick.
Oh. Can I reach my hand like in there?
It's pretty dark. But your torchlight reveals nothing but a dirt wall behind it.
Even putting my hand up to it.
You feel around. You're going to touch.
Yeah.
Pat it.
Yeah.
Right, you pat the floor, you pat the wall back there. Nothing occurs.
This
My
was a
turn
pretty
passes.
boring brick, Eden.
It is turn
Well,
3 now.
sizzle.
It could have been a recently built wall.
Yeah, let's get going. Let's leave the brick on the floor and get going.
Put
I
it
put
back.
the- I put the brick in my sack.
It's pretty heavy.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
10
it's a heavy
pounds.
brick. Okay, I won't bring.
It's a different sack.
It's a different sack. I'll put it away. I'll put it back. It was gonna be like a souvenir, but
You want to put
whatever.
it back in the wall? Or
Yeah, I'll put it back in the wall.
I'm gonna take it back out and put it on the floor.
Okay.
I said put it on the floor.
But what? But but
I don't want to have to find the same fucking thing again. Jeez.
okay, Eden. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Right.
I forgive you. I accept your apology.
Juilliard just can't catch her break.
So, moving forward, the party wants to explore westward.
Yes, please.
Alright, you enter into another stone 10 foot by 10 foot square chamber with two other exits, north and west. There's an open stone coffin toward the south on its side. It sits upon and around, or sits upon and is surrounded by piles of bones. Many are crushed beneath it.
Yeah, that was us.
How would you like to proceed?
Eden?
I'm gonna go west.
You explore toward the west. Um, Another dusty chamber. Seems to be nothing in here.
I'm expecting a
Normal
trap in the
floor.
room. I'm looking for
You
a
see no
trap.
trap.
I'm tapping. What?
You see no trap.
I'm gonna tap the middle of the floor.
Alright, prodding the floor ahead.
How
Exploring
big is
into the
this chamber?
chamber.
Sure.
There are two other exits, north and west. And eventually, let's see if your pole detects anything. Your pole doesn't trigger it, but you do feel the floor ahead stir a bit. You feel almost as if the floor is actually depressing under the weight of something, or
All right.
is about to
Yeah,
collapse.
I'm gonna feel around with my pole and trigger whatever trap is there.
Just press down on it.
Yeah. Hopefully the ceiling doesn't cave in.
You press down, and eventually the floor gives in. About a 5 foot
Something is.
circle of stone floor collapses. The just loose bricks were sitting on perhaps a few longer twigs or branches. They give in under the pressure and weight and drop into a 10-foot deep pit full of bones and wooden stakes.
Yeah. Perhaps we should be on our guard. Something has reset this trap. So there's something in here that's intelligent.
The last time we were in here, we saw footprints, human-sized, possibly hobgoblins. I've seen this
All
before.
right.
You see the footprints
So
once again. This time they don't
all
look
right.
like that. They're small ones, small clawed footprints near this trap.
Okay. Let's go west. Around the trap.
Gotcha.
Alright, exploring further west. Uh, this room is almost completely empty as well. You see just a stone pillar now in the center. And a
Wait,
lot of.
this is the room that had the chest in it, and there's no chest here now?
Now
I
there's just
told
a
you.
stone pillar now.
There's a pillar in place of the chest? How does that happen? Is it the same location?
There are two other exits from here, north and west.
North and west. Okay.
Well, shit. I'm ready
Yeah,
to go home. Let's go get the sword. Let's go get the sword out of the other room.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay, back east.
Maybe it's the wrong room.
No, it's the right room.
Maybe there's like a puzzle. Can we look at the pillar? I mean, why would?
Sure. Fuck it. Let's investigate the pillar.
You want to move up to the pillar?
Yes.
Hold up. Eden, can you tap it with your pole? Like tap around to tap it itself. Tap the pillar itself.
Sure, I'll tap it.
How
20
are they
times a
gonna?
second.
How are they gonna trap a pillar?
I don't know. Is this just a stone pillar?
It appears to be a round stone pillar.
Maybe
But,
it's an illusion. It'll disappear and it'll be a chest.
Yeah, I think that's pretty suspect. Like, when have you ever seen a room with one pillar?
When we walked into it yesterday, I knew it was the correct room, but there was a pillar in the middle of it, and I said, "Nah, fuck this. I'm not dealing with
you
water."
want to explore up to the pillar and tap the floor? There's a
From
bit of a
10
blood
feet
trail
away.
at the base of the pillar.
A what?
A bit of splattered blood at the base of the pillar. Not visible
Okay.
unless you got close enough.
Touch the
You
pillar.
can kind of see
Okay.
it now.
Tap, tap. Poke, poke. From 10 feet away at least.
You tap around it from 10 feet away, and suddenly, abruptly, the ceiling caves in, the pillar goes into the floor, and fitting perfectly into the spot is a 5 foot stone platform or layer of brick stone floor with a ornamental chest or ornate
Oh my
chest on top
god.
of it.
It's a
It snaps
that
your
I-
pole in half.
This is in no way suspect.
yo.
If you're under it, you would have probably got crushed.
As I said, touch it with the pole first, because that was sus.
So wait,
It's-
so
So hold on, let me get this right. Where the pillar used to be, there is now a chest on a platform surrounded by a pit on all sides.
yeah. What happened is the
Indeed.
chest. I think if you touch the chest, it'll make the pillar go up, and then it'll smush you into bits.
Poke the chest again.
You also
the-
see
Oh, we
My
can't.
pole's broken.
on the platform
Yeah.
that the
Broke my
chest is
pole.
on a bunch of splattered blood and chunks of rotten meat and parts of a body just mushed against the chest. You can see the legs are
Alright.
still there, but the upper half is just smashed against the chest, as if the chest shot back up and crushed someone in the ceiling.
That is
So
so cool.
let's take the chain and grappling hook and
Yeah.
try to drag the chest off of that platform.
Yeah, if possible.
It also made a super
Or-
loud sound, by the way.
Oh shit. Positions. Sling.
Can I close the door behind us? Can I close all of the
There's
doors?
no door. It's all
There's
archway.
no-
Archways.
Open
Can I
archways.
can I
Sounds
make a
echo throughout the
door
chamber.
really quickly?
Make a door. Did you bring wood?
No.
Boy.
Hmm.
Yo, all I'm saying is if a pillar can appear out of nothing, then I'm pretty sure that door out of nothing.
Sometimes wood just appears in your pants. I'm just saying.
I don't know if we can build a door out of it though.
Alright.
Can I start
So
listening then? I don't know what else I can do.
So everyone's immediate action is like some of you take up your arms. Corliss, your first action after the loud sound, the breaking of the 10-foot pole.
Free
You have the east
hand.
exit.
Yeah, free hand open shield at the ready. I will listen.
Alright, listening carefully. Darius, your action.
I'm going to do. The hook is still on Corey's. I'm just going to prepare my weapons and stand by the western archway. Yeah,
You want to go around the
yeah, around
area
the
then?
pit and stand. Yeah, stand by
Okay.
the western archway.
Alright, you move toward the west exit. And then Eden, your action.
Listen.
Listening from the east. Gilliard, your action.
Listen.
Listening from the east. Three of you listen from the east, one of you moves to the west and starts to listen over there.
Oh wait, can I go to the west then?
Yes.
You could go to
join
the
Darius.
north.
I'll listen to. I'll go to the north.
Alright, you're going toward the north. Okay. Let's see. Alright, I'll tell you what you can see to the west. Okay, so off to the west. Let's see.
Every time
You
say it,
observe
I
an
keep
empty
saying
10-foot chamber so far. And to the
Okay.
north, let's see. You're observing what appears to be, let's see,
That's never good.
piles of bones to the north.
I
Even
will
for
s-
mapping purposes, the room I'm looking into, can I see any exits from it?
One moment.
Thank you.
Besides the pile of bones to the north, you also see what appears to be multiple wooden coffins.
Oh,
I'll just stare at it. That's what I'm gonna do.
Alright. And then, of course, the sound as we're listening. And sorry, what was your question, Darius?
the room I'm looking into on the west, can I see any exits for it? Because I'm just making a map myself.
You have no torch. You cannot see anything in the western chamber.
Gotcha. I'll delete this character.
You can only see the bare minimum so far, which is nothing.
Gotcha.
Let's see. So, with your listening throughout the turn, so far, Darius, you're not hearing much at all.
I
And
just want to point out I'm there with him listening and I have a torch.
you're to the east. Do you want to move west?
No, I went. You told me I went west.
I said you were east at first, because you
Oh,
didn't
somebody
choose
else
to
went
move.
west. That's right. Somebody else went west.
Did you want to
Sorry.
go west? You had to go around the trap,
No, I'll
right?
stay east. I'll stay east.
Okay.
Was it
Right.
Corliss that went west?
Corliss and
Was
Eden.
it?
The two of you on the east can hear something approaching from the west. That's not your party, you think. Darius is just standing over there, pretty quiet. But typically, if someone's making noise over there, you would hear them before any other quiet noises. He's not making any noise, but you still hear something from the west. Darius, you hear nothing. And, Juilliard, you hear nothing.
I hiss at Darius. There's something coming from your direction. I motion that with my thumb that we should go east.
Okay. I'll start backing around the pit then and follow them out of the room to the room east.
Alright, go around.
Yep.
Okay, and you're rejoining the party to the east.
Mhm.
Still split from your party is Juilliard off to the north.
We're bringing Julia with us, obviously.
Juilliard, do you want to rejoin the party or something else? Anything else you want to discuss or suggest before we leave?
Are we leaving? I mean, I'll
Yes.
follow
They
them.
are.
But I want the chest, guys.
We'll come back in a moment. Just
Okay. I follow them.
Okay. You make your way east into a chamber where there is an open pit trap.
going
Two
around there.
exits, one north, one east.
What if we hide in the pit?
Go east. Go east. Go east.
Yeah, other side of the pit.
Mhm.
Defensive positions, ranged weapons.
Yep.
Should we
You've
put out our
explored into the next
torches?
chamber eastward. Stone coffin to the south, piles of bones, two exits, one north, one east.
Go
They're
east
both open
again.
archways. East again.
Mhm.
You're in a corner chamber. You can see the
Yep.
southeastern corner is rounded off,
This
like
room
the
is
other
where
corners.
we're going to attack from. Whatever's following us. This only has two entrances slash exits, so this is where we're going to hold down.
Right. There's an exit to the north and an exit to the west.
Mhm. Sorry, I know I couldn't see it myself, but I am making my own map so for later on. The room that our other friend looked into. Sorry, I can't remember your character's name. The one with the coffins in it. Could he see the how big that room was and any exits from it?
You can ask him if he remembers.
Do you remember? Sorry, I forget what your name is. I don't have that side of Discord open. Or do you
Juilliard.
remember?
Oh, Julia.
Juilliard.
Yes. Sorry, Juilliard. Do you
I
remember
know.
what room you looked into looked like?
Oh, there were coffins and there were bones.
Do you remember how big the room was and any exits you saw?
Like 10 feet, maybe?
Cool.
You also have to keep in mind
Yes.
he didn't go inside, so you can figure out where the exits were.
That's I know he was just looking inside of my glance. Might have saw. Okay, that's fine.
Alright, well you've been
You
waiting
okay
here
with
for a
holding
turn
down the
now.
team?
It's now turn
Mm-hmm.
4 or 5, I mean. It's turn 5. But before turn 5, I had to do a wandering monster check for turn 4. There was something else approaching, apparently.
Oh, damn it.
Well, we're in the most defensible position right now.
Either
If you
side
guys.
is surprised. No sides are surprised. Distance. How many rounds it will take to get to you? As of this round, as you're all just waiting in the darkness,
We're not in the darkness.
well, in the chamber, I mean,
Oh
corner,
yeah. I
the
was
dark
just like,
chamber, with the torchlight. Eventually, something stirs on the walls that you're in the room you're in, and that don't surprise you. Their distance at this point is within your torchlight.
right.
Where is everyone positioned? Is Darius at the western exit, or in the middle of the
Yep.
chamber, or okay, you're waiting at the west
I'll
exit.
be
Are you peeking,
I'll
or are
be in
you
the
just
middle.
waiting behind the wall?
I'm right in front of the western exit. For whatever walks through has to go through me.
Okay, so you make yourself known.
Mm-hmm.
You're standing in the western exitway, watching and listening toward the
Correct.
west.
Yes.
Corliss, where's your position in the chamber?
On the other side of the pit trap.
We're in the next room. There's no pit trap in there.
No pit
Oh,
trap in
I'm
here.
sorry.
You're in a corner chamber. There's nothing in here. There's only two exits, west and north. Darius is toward the
There's a
west.
loose brick on the floor. That's what
There
there
is a
is.
brick on the floor, indeed. Yeah, that's to the east. You would see it if
Oh,
maybe you
right.
went to the east wall.
I will take up a position by the brick on the east.
Okay, so you wait there at the east wall. Anything else you want to do besides wait? You want to ready a weapon or observe or listen?
Listen.
You're listening carefully. Eden, what is your position in the chamber?
You know me. I'm at the northern archway, securing our retreat.
Very well. And Juliard, your
She's
position,
giving
please.
good light.
I'm on the other side of the pit, providing light, and I have my sling ready.
There's no pit.
There's no pit.
There's no pit.
There's no pit. Where'd the pit go?
In the next
We're
room,
in
we
different
just
room
left.
again.
Yeah, it's in the next room we just left. Outside.
We're in the
Us
room
in
where
corner
you
chamber.
put the brick on the floor after I yelled at you.
Oh, I'll go back to the brick.
All right, you wait with Corliss then.
With the brick.
Do note,
Yep.
Darius, you cannot see anything further ahead. You can only see behind you where the light is. Torchbearers include,
More.
again, it's Juliard and Eden. So there's torchlight toward the north and east. So these creatures slither down toward the western wall. He does not see them at first, but the others can start to see something on the wall sliding down the western one. By the time he notices them, they're very close. They're within 6 feet. They start to hiss. They're the same color as the wall. You hear them all hissing at you simultaneously. They're synchronized.
What do they look like?
They look like these 3 foot long gray snakes. Their head begins to expand.
Fantastic.
You're spitting vipers. Sleep.
Yep.
You want to cast
I was
sleep
just
on them?
waiting for the opportunity to just. Oh, absolutely, yes.
Alright. They are hostile. They are warning him to not perhaps step any further, but before anything else can happen, you speak the words, right? And you cast sleep upon the monsters you can barely see. 6 plus 2. All of them are targeted. They all have a saving throw. There's a total of 5 of them. Fails. 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 Success. Success. The 2 remaining make a morale check as 3 of them drop down to the floor. They remain ready to attack, and in fact, they are immediately attacking. They feel attacked now that 3 of them suddenly collapse, and they immediately spit at their target, which is Darius.
Right. I wasn't surprised. Do I get a chance to attack them?
Yeah, you can move up and attack them, but before you can, they spit you.
Would we have gotten a chance to sling them as they entered the room?
You can sling a stone at them at this point. After the spell was cast, you start slinging stones. Darius steps forward to attack them, and of course they spit at him. And Eden, do you want to take a move?
I'll sling at them.
Okay, sounds good. Now, before we can move in to melee them, the stones go. All the missiles happen first. That's the start of the combat. Before combat's really truly engaged. So now it's about to be started with missile round, right? You can shoot before they can reach each other. So first, we're gonna test for any fighters in your group that have missiles done, and then of course we'll see if the closest missiles is between him, Darius, and of course the snakes. 2 remain. They spit at him before he can close in. 19 hits. 16 misses. 16 plus 1, 17 miss. Alright, so 1 hits, the spit hits you. Let's see how much damage you take, if any at all. Let's see. Poisonous spit hits you, and you end up taking saving throw versus poison.
Oh, it's no damage.
No. So
Okay.
saving throw versus poison. What's your saving throw?
I actually couldn't tell you what level 4. Give me a second.
Alright, I'll double check.
Oh, sure. Thank
Let's
you.
see.
I actually don't have the player sheet up in front of me.
Fighter section. I believe it might
I
be a
wanna
10.
say, I want to say it's a 10 or an 11 at this level.
Level 4, it's a 10 for death slash poison. Alright, here we go. What's your wisdom?
The wisdom only affects spells, rods, and wands, right?
And our game affects all saving throws.
Oh, dear lord, it's a -2.
-2 penalty.
Uh huh.
17, 15. Success. Fortunately, your helmet protects you this time. Any other clothing on your face protects you from the spitting. It just stains your face. Instead, smokes up a little bit. Perhaps smells horrible. But then, sling stones come toward them. Perhaps an arrow too. Um, so Colis is able to. Well, she just casted her spell at them. And what would be your follow-up action? Did you want to cast sleep again, or do you want to take a or you
Mm.
can't really. You can
I would
shoot,
pull
right?
out my bow. I would drop my helm. I would drop my shield, sorry, and pull out the bow for this
All right.
round.
This round you're taking out your bow and arrows, and then of course we got two slingers. Let's see if either of them hit. All right. So it looks like Hilliard, you're able to hit with your stone.
Let's go.
You deal 2 points of damage to one of the remaining snakes on the wall, and it's not enough to kill it. You do hit it though.
All right.
One moment. Okay. Um, and now missile is finished, but movement then follows up and occurs, and it's movement to melee. So Darius would step forward, immediately start meleeing them, and they would start snapping at him with their fangs. But he has initiative. Two attacks happen before they even have a chance to bite him. His first one,
Uh,
you want to go for the one that was hit with the stone
I would,
or
yeah,
the fresh
I'm
one?
just about to say I'll attack that injured one first.
2 plus 4, 6 misses. Second attack, 4 plus 4, 8 misses. And then, initiative between you and them.
Mm-hmm.
You win. Your last attack, nat 20, hits.
That'll
Damage
do.
is 1 plus 2, 3 damage against the wounded one. Still not enough to kill it. But it's curling up from the injury that you inflicted upon it and tries to bite you upon the heavy blow. So, both of them will attack. Miss, miss. And then, of course, the missiles again. So, this time it's all three of them. Starting with Eden, miss, and then we'll do Iliard, missed, and then Corliss. That should be a hit. Yep, that is a hit. Damage is a D8 with your longbow. Did you go for the fresh one or the wounded one, Corliss?
Wounded.
All right. You pin it into the wall. It's dead. After 3 hits, it's killed. And then, of course, we move into the next round. Um, those who are shooting or firing missile weapons, do note your ammunition, and also, would you like to continue shooting or firing?
Yes.
Gilliard?
I fire my
Gilliard.
sling again.
Okay, and then Corliss.
I will fire.
Alright, and Darius, you want to continue melee or something else? You might want to
Yeah.
just back off.
No, I'm
Or,
going to continue.
okay,
attacking those.
you're brave. 2 attacks of yours happen before he even has a chance to hit you. 7 and a 16. 7 plus 4, 11 misses. 16 plus 4, 20 hits. Damage is 2 plus 2, 4 damage against a fresh one. Enough. It's dead. You crush it, it curls up on the ground, twists and suffers, and you stomp it, double tapping it, make sure it's dead. Both of them have been killed. The ones that are sleeping, of course, can be executed by anyone in your
I
party
would
as you're
prefer if
crushing this.
if people with bladed weapons shoved it into their throats because we can actually take a whole snake with us. The whole body might be valuable.
Alright,
Don't
so
cut its
What
head
about
off. Don't crush its head or cut its head off. It might be better intact.
just stab it.
Mm-hmm.
Very well.
Or at least can do so.
Corliss, you go up there and help stab them with your short sword, or if you have a dagger, you can use that too. So you start working on one of them. Darius was crushing the last one he just hit. And then, Juliard, would you like to join in on the killing?
Yes.
Which weapon would you like to use?
I only have a dagger.
That's perfect.
Can I pick up the
Alright.
brick? Can I pick up the brick?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, don't.
We
We
dagger
want them
would be
back.
maybe better.
Oh, okay.
Just a recommendation. Live your life, but
I'll
Yeah,
use the
we could
dagger.
potentially get money for the corpse if it's intact.
Yeah, I'll use the dagger.
Alright,
I like where your
slice
head's
the
at.
head. Not off, but just stab it through the skull, into the brain. It twists and twirls the ones that were sleeping, stabbed in the head. They struggle for a bit, but you continue to just kind of saw the head in two, right? Not in half, but just in two, splitting it open. And it struggles, of course, but they die. And of course, all will be dealt with. Eden, did you want to join in? There was one more.
Sure. I'll use my spear, and I'll
Okay.
I'll stab it from the top of its skull and hold it down on the ground so it can't open its mouth and spit.
You do that. You keep it pinned. You just continue to just go in and out until, or just twist and twirl the spear through the skull until it's not moving. After puncturing it, of course. And then that would be the last of them. And as you recover from this fighting, it's turn 6.
Mm-hmm.
This would be a good turn to rest. The characters are starting to feel a bit exhausted from the constant battle. They'll
Can
need a
we,
bathroom break perhaps, or
while
a
we're
breather.
resting, can we pack the snakes into a bag? Could that be part of the
Sure.
rest? Because it's just like a light activity.
Sure, I suppose. You can just do it real quick before you start resting, pretty much.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it's just scooping, put in. They're not
alright.
like huge snakes, right? They're just regular garden
They're 3
variety
feet long.
snakes.
They're 1 meter long.
3 feet.
They curl up. It'll be alright. They'll fit in the bag.
Alright. Toss them into your what container? Because I'm pretty sure Juilliard's
Back.
containers are full. Corliss's are almost full, or full. Whose
Why do you
container
have a
shall we
stack?
use?
I have the sack, but I
You
think
don't have a sack. You have a bag.
Oh,
I have a bag. How
oh,
full
we
is your
left
bag?
the sack on the canoe. I think my
Of
bag's
course.
full. Yeah, my bag's full.
Can I just
So
tie them around myself like a Miss America
Yeah.
sash?
there's not too much space in your belt anymore. You have your pouch there, or
No,
you
she
have your.
means use it as a belt.
Oh, I see.
It's not a bad idea, to be honest.
Sash. That's the sash. I miss Snake. I miss Snakeaverse. I miss Snakeaverse.
Snake
Sure.
over.
You try to tie them around, but it's quite encumbering, perhaps, right? Doesn't allow great movement
Really?
or mobility.
Okay, I just throw them on the ground and we'll pick them up on the way out. Whatever.
Yeah, sure. We'll grab them by a bunch. We'll grab all of them by the tails.
I
and
mean,
pull them
imagine
across.
tying 5 snakes around your waist and trying to bend over, right? It's
Wait,
I mean, we
guys,
can take
not
one each.
very
We
I
can
have
take
an
two.
idea. I have an idea.
Yeah.
Can I
What's up?
put them in the place where the brick was? Is it big
Oh
enough?
my god.
No.
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 Can I hide them? Can I hide them behind the brick?
You
They'll
can
be fine.
potentially maybe just put them in the hole that the brick had made, and then just put the brick in front of the hole.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
All right, you stuff them in the cavity in the wall, and then you put the brick in front of it.
Just,
Good. tr-
yeah. During
Good.
your
tr-
Now
we're
you may
taking a break.
rest. All
Yeah.
right, we'll take a break again, but I want you to know that we are at the end of game time, so you might want to wrap it up, or if you want to extend, you can extend maybe another hour because we have 4 players.
Yep.
So it's up to you guys if you want to keep pressing on, but let's take at least one more break before we decide.
We're gonna go.
Um,
We're gonna go get that chest, and we're gonna
Yeah.
provoke a lot of attacks from random
I-
encounters. We break it open with spikes and hammers,
I
and
want
then
that
we're all gonna
chest.
die. And
Uh,
that's gonna be the end.
You know what? Fuck it. While we're at it, let's go into that room full of the coffins and I'll start kicking them in.
Guys, maybe the chest
No.
isn't worth anything. Maybe we
What do
should
you mean
just
no? What do you mean
maybe-
no? We're gonna go full crazy. Let me go into that room and start kicking in coffins.
all right,
No,
well
we'll
take
do
your
that
break.
later.
Come back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, no worries.
Get that chest. We're gonna get it.
No, we don't need the chest. We need the brick. That's the real treasure.
The brick.
It's actually
Is it
been a
gold?
brick of gold this whole time.
Scratch the surface of the brick and see if it's gold underneath.
Oh, you're right. Don't destroy the brick. No, it's my favorite
What's
thing.
up with this loose brick? Do you think this is a recently built wall?
Well,
So it's like new construction on it. Yeah.
would a recently built wall have loose bricks? I don't
Yes.
think it.
That's
Oh.
normally how we find them.
Oh.
I mean, good help is hard to find. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're not wrong. Also, none of you fuckers brought a bag. I can't carry anything. I can't carry
I
loot.
brought a pack, and it should not be full because the only things in my pack are 1 antidote, 1 bandage, 2 torches, and a tinderbox in a pack.
Oh yeah. Fuck that. In which case,
So
I'm just shoving a bunch of snakes in your bag. That
Yeah, you should talk to
that
Ekin about
could
that.
be taken out of
I mean,
context.
you should talk to the
Wait.
referee about that. He
I
wants to call
have
the ref.
an
He wants to
I
call the
idea.
ref.
will whenever we get back, but
Um,
it was time to take a break and my head hurt. So I was like, whatever. If I don't have room in my pack, supposedly we can sort that out in a minute.
I have an idea. What if we use the snakes as a bag?
I wish we could do that.
You just gotta cram it in their mouths. They can fit a lot in there, I think.
Just
You-
cram all the other snakes in one of the snakes, and then we just carry one.
What the fuck can we
Yes.
make? Some sort of
It's-
Russian nesting snake.
Nesting snake.
I was thinking snakeception.
Imagine it's
Look.
like a bag of holding. You put a snake inside of another snake, and then it just rips.
Look.
a
And it
hole.
creates a hole into another dimension.
Yes.
We go to
Worst
the
case
astral
scenario,
plane.
when we're leaving, just grab them all by the tail and pull them out behind us.
Yeah, I don't understand how my pack is almost full. Unless
Yeah,
somehow we
see,
picked
wait.
up a bunch of crap.
Seems ridiculous. Yeah. It's supposed to carry 60 pounds of gear. It's just if you carry those snakes, you'll be heavily encumbered.
That's fine. I mean, it depends
Just
on if we need to make a
behind me.
hasty escape, I guess.
You'll
Yeah.
be fine. Also, good sleep. Those things are about to fuck me up.
Yep. That's what I'm here for. That's why I took the spell.
Maybe they were nice.
No.
I have
No.
seen enough of those snakes to know better. Like, as soon as Corley saw one of those snakes, she'd be like, oh, hell no. And she would cast sleep.
Just give them a little snack, and then they'll be your friend.
Yes.
Or
favorite
kill
person.
them and sell their corpses.
Yes.
That's not nice.
I am lawful, not nice.
How would you feel if the snake killed you and sold your corpse?
They would.
I would feel like we're in a weird backwards world.
On the snake black market.
Yeah.
Oh my god. They would actually have genuine snake oil salesmen.
The only black market on which the snake oil is the only real product. That's not counterfeit.
The only real product in the entire place. Apparently someone there is willing to sell you a bridge too.
But it's not a scam, it's an actual bridge.
Yeah, it's actually the Brooklyn Bridge.
It's a bridge. It's a bridge project. They just need Amazon gift cards to complete it.
Yeah. The problem is it's actually London Bridge and it's falling down and we need your money to fix it.
That's right.
Oh, Fergie's life depends on it.
Actually too high for this.
Same, literally same.
London Bridge has been falling down for over 100 years. With your donation,
Sure
we can stop it now. We can do what generations before us never achieved.
Not to mention, you will also save one rare species of bird. Cue ASPCA music.
Now, all I need you to do is go to your local Target.
Purchase a gift card.
By the way, so I watch like a lot of these scam baiting videos, right? As someone who is not from America, what the fuck is a Piggly Wiggly?
That's the play. That was my first job. The Piggly Wiggly. That was
Oh my God,
first
it was
job
my
for
first.
real.
It was also my first job idol. I'm from South Carolina.
God, we're
Wait.
twins. Oh my God.
Do you not know what a Piggly Wiggly is?
I'm from Ireland, brother.
It's a supermarket. And by supermarket, I mean tiny grocery store chain.
Yeah,
the first time I heard the name, I genuinely thought it was a joke.
Do you know the,
I know. It kind of is, isn't it?
Wait, hold on. You want to know the real joke? My first job was at the Piggly Wiggly. My second job was at Hofield Farms. I'm not even joking. I'm not even shitting you. That is the actual place. It was Oh, it was their
It's like,
family
I'm
name.
like, is that a lateral move? I'm not sure.
It was their family name. That's
Who
great.
named that company? Oh, God. Who puts the name? Who puts the word "hoe" in their company name?
No, Hofield was literally their last name.
That's even worse.
I know.
So, hoeing the
Alright.
Hofield
Well,
fields.
our break is over, so let us continue. Let's see. Your party left off with your characters resting for a turn, which brought us to turn 7, which would be a good time to relight torches.
Corliss will light a new torch and give the last torch she's carrying to Juilliard.
Thank you.
Oh.
Oh, this is your last one?
Oh no, I have one more. Sorry, we've only used one so far. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Apparently, Corliss has room in her sack, maybe for these snakes or bag.
Alright,
Yeah,
so
I was
Corlys
thinking
lights
because
one
I
torch,
left.
and Eden, do you want to light a torch as well?
Yes, please.
Alright, minus 1 torch, 2 torches lit, at turn 7. Alright, and then, sorry, Corlys, what were you saying? And, wait, Darius, what were you saying?
Oh, it was for
There-
Corliss.
Oh, Corlys, what were you saying?
Yes. So in my pack, the only things that I currently have when we went over it earlier are the antidote, bandages, hook, one more torch, and then whatever I'm not currently equipped for weapons and armor that goes in the bag. So I feel like because it carries 60 pounds of gear, I should be able to carry the snakes. I might be heavily encumbered, but I feel like I should be able to carry them.
Alright, as of right now, I'm tracking that you have 50 feet of rope in there,
Oh,
That's on
you're
the
right. I
canoe.
do have the rope.
On the
10
canoe.
pounds. You
Oh,
have
you're right. It's on
one.
the rope. It's on the canoe right now. It would have to be because we used it to pull it across. Well, I mean, if you want it to be with me, that's fine too. We can say I have it with me. Okay.
We might
I would
need that.
assume that you took it off the canoe like last time, unless you specified otherwise. So,
No,
Sounds
I have
good.
I have the chain with me. Do it.
so again, 10 feet of,
Yeah.
or 50 feet of rope is 10 pounds. An antidote is 1 pound. A hook is 5 pounds, 16 pounds. Bandages is just you brought one, so it's 17 pounds. Let's see. Also in your pack, you brought 2 torches total, which you've already used up, so you have 0 torches left in there. And you have a tinderbox in there, bringing it to 18 pounds. No rations in there, and that's pretty much it. So 18 out of the 60-pound capacity. So there's definitely some space in there still. About
I
42
will take the
pounds.
snakes in the pack then.
32.
But then she'll be heavily encumbered, right?
We'll say each snake weighs about 3 pounds. So 3 times 5 is 15 pounds. So
Yeah,
she's good
you'll
to
be
go.
fine.
But yes, she is
I will
definitely
take.
heavily encumbered.
I will take
Right.
them anyway.
Snakes are
Okay.
yours. Your
Yes.
party's rested.
Cool.
Let's hurry up and get this chest. Come on. Let's
Mhm.
go.
Let's go.
Alright. How would you like to continue?
West.
West.
Alright, you're moving to the west.
Bone chamber.
Okay. And as you're moving toward the west, let's see if we are surprised or not.
God damn it. We gotta have a random encounter already?
Yep.
Alright. Moving toward the west.
Maybe it's a
As you're
good
exploring
surprise.
into Chamber Westward, which has the sarcophagus, I believe, on the south side.
Sarcophagus, south. Yeah. Correct.
There's 2 other exits,
North
and
and west.
let's see. Your party is approached by another group that calls out to you from the shadows of the western exit. They say to you in the common tongue, so they speak your language. They might be humans. Who goes there?
Adventurers. Who are you?
Adventurers 2. How many of you are there?
How many of you are there?
No, we asked first.
Our answer is enough. How many are you?
can hear them whispering in the back, further in the chamber, further west. They don't have any light. You have light. Eventually, one of their lanterns kind of opens. They unhood it. You can see maybe one or two people. Hmm. Perhaps we can strike a deal.
What kind of deal?
We found the chest to the west, but we
Yeah.
don't know how to
Yeah,
get it
we know.
opened.
Wait, can I
We
whisper to
just
the party?
we
Can I
just
whisper?
revealed
Yeah.
that chest recently, and then we had to fight snakes, and now we're going back to get it. I can potentially open it, and we might be able to divvy up the rewards, but you will need to be reasonable.
We'll take half of it.
How many of you are there?
We're 8.
I don't believe you. If you have 8, then show yourselves.
Only 2 show themselves
How
at the
did you
moment.
get to this island?
We took a boat.
Didn't see any boat when we arrived. How long have you been here?
Do you want to find the chest or not?
Answer the question. How long have you been here?
We've been here for a few days.
Bullshit. There was no boats here when we arrived.
Maybe they put their boat somewhere else.
Eden,
You
I
have
smell
boats
bullshit.
outside.
Yeah.
Come into the chamber and we'll discuss. All
Can
of
we
you.
can we see them, or are they hidden behind the light?
They're in the western exit behind it. Only 2 of them are peeking out, talking to you. They have a
Like
lantern light.
we can see their face, or
You can see 2 of them, but the hood of the lantern is facing them, so that you can barely see them, just their silhouettes.
I'm going to light another torch and toss it into their room.
Okay, so you start lighting another torch from your bag.
can I look behind us?
You already watch your back. Right. Then Eden -1 torch again. You
Sorry,
toss your old one
are
toward
we
them.
in the middle of this room? Are we at the west or north archways, or are we still in the eastern archway?
You're in the east exit, talking to them
Okay.
from 10 feet.
Mhm.
There's a 10 feet space between you and their party. Alright, Eden,
Yeah,
you
my
got a
map
second
light
torch lit.
portion of that.
As you're lighting this torch, what's your action? You want to just stand in the doorway still? Or the archway?
I'm just going to be between them and the party. Shield
Okay.
raised, mace out, ready in
So
case they try to
you want to
charge.
remain in the archway though, or do you want to move up?
Yeah, I'm going to remain in the archway.
Alright, then Corliss, as Darius stands his ground, Eden prepares another torch, Heliard watches your back. What do you do?
Ready my bow.
Okay. You ready your bow? Eden, the torch is lit. You want to toss it to their side?
Uh,
Eden?
Ekin, if I was carrying my bow, I actually wanted to drop it. I'm sorry.
You want
Free
to
hands.
sling it? Or do you want free hand?
Free hands.
Sounds good.
Just
The
sling
bow
it.
falls to the ground.
Sling it over your shoulder.
Okay, slung over my shoulder. Whatever you're supposed to do with that.
Eden, do you want to toss the torch now?
Yes, please.
Alright. You toss it into their archway or past them? You can toss it up to 30
Pass,
feet total.
pass them so it lights them up from behind.
Alright, so you're throwing it like 20 feet? That's kind of hard.
As far as I can. Yeah.
30 feet, okay. You kind of throw it as far as you can until it hits something. And you chug it as hard as you can into their direction. And as you throw your torch, they open fire. Let's see if they hit. Only about 2 of them were able to shoot through the archway at a time. They fire with longbows, right? Or short bows, not certain, but arrows come through the chamber. One arrow comes toward Darius, one arrow comes toward Eden. Both miss.
I mean, they would both have to come towards me because I'm kind of in
No,
front.
Eden would have to stand to your side in the archway to throw the torch,
Oh.
right?
Yeah, I would need a line of fire.
I was thinking you were hooking
Um,
it over my head. I didn't know how big the archway was.
The archway is only about 7 feet tall, so she would
Gotcha.
hit your head or something, right? Or it wouldn't even go far, right? So, um, she needed some space to throw that torch. Naturally, 20
Yeah,
feet
no,
across.
I just didn't know how tall the archways were.
Alright, well, it goes thrown 20 feet in their direction, and they open fire with crossbow, or not crossbow, short bows. And both of them miss. They hit the walls or something, right? Um, Missing their first target, potentially hitting a second target behind. No, they just completely miss. Alright, and uh, you're all in the archway still. You've thrown your torch in their direction. It actually ends up hitting one of the first two standing or peeking out, pretty much. So it's intercepted, but it reveals another crowd of people behind. Two bowmen and then a few other people with pole arms and such. You can't exactly tell, but guaranteed
See,
4 plus.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting. I'm just waiting for my opportunity to
Alright,
sleep them.
Corliss, you want
I
to cast
know.
sleep on them? You can see
Yes, I
4 of them.
absolutely do. Yep.
Alright,
Sleep.
and then Darius, your action?
I'm gonna hold my position and try to protect the party with my body.
Okay, and Eden, your action?
I prepare my sling and take cover behind Darius.
Good.
Okay, and Gilliard, your action.
I prepare my sling and I'm gonna try and get in front of Corliss and like not let her get shot while she's casting the spell.
Alright, well, if you get too in front of her, then she won't be able to see your targets.
Then I won't do that.
For now, she prepares to cast her spell through the archway. If there was a more space, you could definitely do it easily and she would still see them, but you're looking through one archway into another archway, so it's a narrow gap for either side to look through.
Yeah.
She casts her spell against the ones that she can see. She targets up to maybe 4, but we're gonna roll 2d8 plus 1 to see how many she can affect. 4
I think
plus
she was +2
4,
wisdom.
9. Is it plus 2?
It was 16.
Claudia,
No.
what's your intelligence?
Wait,
Or
what?
What's
or
your intelligence?
intellect.
Intelligence is +1. I have a +1 modifier
Right.
to intelligence.
So you are able to affect all 4 that you could see. They make a saving throw versus sleep. Or versus spells.
Please fail.
Do you want me to charge forward at them or let them come at us?
Fail. Pass. 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 Only one falls
No.
over. A bowman. Or one of the front, actually. It would be the first target. So one of the guys in the front falls over. While the others open fire in the same round as you were. Or just after your spell was casted. The next round would happen. So you all will have another chance to declare your next action. The spells happen at the end of the round, naturally. They just fired. She just cast her spell. And then at the same time, pretty much, that they fired, right? So, or no, wait, she was switching weapons last round. So her spell went off at the end of the round. We all were just kind of standing our ground. 2 of you try to sling stones. Those stones that you slung, well, you would have to be in the doorway to sling it, or there would have to be some kind of opening. But Darius and Eden are in the doorway, right? And between them is the magic user, and then Yuliard's off to the side, just trying to look for an opening. So only Eden was able to fire at them with her sling. So
Can I
before
say
the spell
something
even,
to them?
in a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, before the spell even went off, Eden, you actually got 1 slingshot off on them, and they actually got 2 bow shots off of you, or off into your party, right? Before the
That
next
was the same
one.
round though.
It is the same round. Darius, you're just standing there defending, right?
Yeah, no,
So
but they already shot. They shot and then the spell went off.
they shot during round 1. It's round 2 right now. Round 1,
Oh,
the magic
I
user
said
was
I
equipping
moved.
her
I
or
moved
dropping her.
behind Darius and prepared my sling. But if I'm behind Darius,
Okay,
I probably
you move
have line
behind
of sight.
Darius. Yeah, well, if you're moving behind Darius, you're kind of getting in the way of the caster, Corliss, who's between the 2 of you. So unless
Well,
Corliss steps forward,
she's not trying to look through Darius. She's trying to look from the side.
well, keep in mind the doorway is 3 feet wide. So Darius and you can barely stand in there together, or in front of it
I
together.
stepped out of her way so she could see them.
Okay, so you step out of her way, just off the side, not behind Darius, because Darius is in the doorway, or in the archway.
Well, why can't I go behind him and leave space for Corliss to pass through?
Sure. You move off to the side of Darius. You do not get a shoot though. And then
Okay, that makes sense.
she can see through past Darius, cast a spell still. Enemies fire bow and arrow into the area. Euler is trying to say something. You will get to say it by the end of the round. Two arrows come toward you this round, and it's just toward Darius. Both hit his shield, either the shield or the wall, pretty much. And then, of course, um, her spell went off at that point, put one of them to sleep. In the following round, uh, one near the front with the lantern is waking the one that just fell over, as the other continues to shoot, and others are starting to back off. So the one that's waking them up tries to wake them up and pull them back into the chamber that they are currently in. Um, Darius, what is your following action? Do you want to charge them? Do you want to stand your ground and keep blocking?
Team, quick.
You can spend a round discussing, but they're
No.
not waiting for you to discuss with your
Fuck it,
friends.
whatever. I'm gonna charge them.
It's your action, so
I'm
you
charging.
charge them. All right.
Yep.
So you're
Get in their way so they can't
you want to
shoot.
charge forward into the dark chamber with little
They
light.
have a lantern on the ground, don't they?
They do
And
have
there's a
lanterns
torch.
fitted. It provides
And there's a
5
torch
feet
on
of
the
light.
ground also. There's also a torch.
There's a
on the
torch in
ground.
there in their crowd, providing 5 feet from the floor. So, and then
Yeah.
there's your side with torches on the
I
ground.
mean, I have
pretty
as much light as they do, so.
Basically, you can see them, they can see you, but you
Mhm.
can't see into the chamber.
Sure.
Okay. Like it's a dark chamber and you're moving across.
I mean, they're kind of blocking the archway anyway, so I'm not gonna be able to see the chamber.
Alright.
Sure,
You're moving through
kill.
this. You're charging straight at them, and they are shooting at you still. At least 2 of them are. And then, of course, as you're doing this, let's see, Corliss, what is your next action?
Ready the bow.
Ready the bow? Okay. Let's see. Alright, so you ready your bow to shoot them as he moves in. And then, Eden, your next action.
I'm gonna take cover at the archway and use my sling.
Alright. And, Juliard, your action.
Yeah,
you were
I
able
was
to see
gonna-
them last round, so what do you want to yell
Alright,
to
I'm
them?
going to say, if you do not lay down your weapons, I will scream down the corridor behind us and bring what was chasing us over here.
Okay, you have 10 seconds. That was like 20 seconds, so that's set
Yeah,
throughout 2
then I'll
rounds.
start down. I will scream for monsters if you do not put your weapons down.
Well, you yell that as your friend is charging them, right?
Okay,
chaotic.
then I'll bring out my
Right.
sling then. I don't know.
So your friend,
Like I
or
said
fighter,
previously,
charges
you're
them.
stuck here with me.
If they're moving in, and let's see. All right. There are, there are 2 of them firing at Darius's position, still at the rate of 1 shot per round. Let's see if either of them hit. As you're closing the distance. So, movement to them while they are firing at you. Or actually, you're able to move before they can even fully fire. So as you're moving toward them, they already fired last round, which is round 1 or 2. It was 2, I think. Yeah. So this round you're moving into melee, and as you're moving to melee, they are not moving. They are just dropping their bows, switching to their weapons. They take up swords in their hands. Let's see, short swords and daggers, and prepare for a melee against you as you move up to them. And furthermore, there's like your friends further back who are trying to shoot past you and into their archway. But your back is to them, so therefore, if any of them choose to fire and miss, they'll potentially hit you. There's not a clear line
Yeah,
of fire.
that is what it is.
Alright, so this means for this round, Corliss is equipping a bow, so she doesn't get fire yet. And this round, Gilliard was. Did he already have a sling equipped? He did. So he can fire while yelling, and Eden as well can fire. So those 2 will fire this round as you charge. So Eden, here we go. 17
Yes,
plus
I
1, 18 hits. Alright.
Woohoo!
With a weather bonus, you're gonna hit. And then, natural 1. for Gilliard. 16. Alright, bounces off of the back of Darius, potentially, or just goes right past him. Okay. Eden hits for 1 point of damage against one of them. This guy's not too big. Alright, and then, of course, Darius eventually engages them in hand-to-hand combat, begins to attack at 3 times the rate that a missile can happen. Actually, those missiles happened after Darius moved in, right? Melee happens before missiles, after movement. So Darius would have already been swinging his weapon around. Potentially that arrow would have been the killing blow if Darius doesn't kill them off the bat. But when you ran in there, Darius, there was 2 of them, and then behind them were some polearm users. So these 2 in front of you are carrying sword and dagger. Let's see.
Are both the polearm people going to be able to fit through the archway though? Because we could really only squeeze one behind our 2 front lines.
They're not in the archway. They're past the archway, behind it, right? So
Yeah,
you're
but what
entering
I'm
the
saying is,
archway.
would they be able to spare through the archway because they're behind it? Would they have room to get 2 of them through, or would only one be able to fit through the middle?
You're in the archway. 2 of them are in front of you, west of you, and then maybe one of them can poke through the 2
Yeah,
in
that's what I'm
front of
saying.
you.
I didn't know
So
both would be able to.
right, all right. So 3 of them are able to attack you at once, pretty much. As you
That's right.
engage, let's see. The one attacking you with the polearm is bigger than the others, and appears to be wearing a helmet, plate armor, and a polearm, of course, and such. Might be their captain. Let's see, so or their sergeant or something. But he attacks from behind at the rate of 2 attacks per round. You attack the rate of 3. So your first attack happens against one of the first sword and dagger wielders. 15. Alright. 15 plus 4, 19 hits. You hit one of them. Do you want to hit the smaller one that's just been hit? Or do you want to be hit by a stone? Or do you want to hit the
Yeah,
other one,
I'll
the
hit
fresh
them.
one? Alright. You deal 2 plus 2, 4 damage. A crushing blow. The arrow goes, or the stone goes into the. We'll say the stone goes, into this one. You pick the same target. So, together, you and Eden take down one of them. So far. There's still one in front of you with a dagger and a sword.
He's my next
And
target.
does not attempt to attack you yet because it only has 1 attack per round. But the one with the polearm attacks in the second attack phase, or your second attack.
I only have one of my attacks go off. I still have another one.
Alright, so here's your initiative against the one that has 2 attacks.
Oh yeah, that's how that works.
Alright, you win. And then you attack the one in front of you with the dagger and the short sword. Okay, and that is a miss. And then the polearm comes toward you. Alright, 15. Alright, that is a miss.
Yes.
Okay, and then let's see. There's a 15 plus 1, 16. Miss. Alright. Next is the normal attack phase. So, between you and the one in front of you, initiative, you win again. Your third attack for the same round. 6 plus 4, 10. Miss. And the one in front of you with a short sword and dagger has a chance to hit you. 14 plus 1 for dual wielding, right? The offhand weapon. 15 to hit is a miss. The polearm, 2 misses. Alright. And then you can hear the other ones starting to back off, pretty much. All the other guys are
Is
starting to
one of
back
them
off.
still asleep on the ground?
No, that one was dragged away already. So, into the chamber. So you're intercepted by the 2 with bows that dropped their bows and went for their short sword and dagger. And then you closed in and started fighting them. So, they both had small weapons which are easily wielded, or in small spaces like this. Let's see. Alright. The rest of your party can take aim and fire through the gaps, but if they miss, they'll target you. So
That's fine.
once again, it's just Eden, Juilliard, and Corliss can fire if they kind of step back, make room, and kind of fire through the archway together. So and into the next. So Corliss, Eden, Juilliard, here you go. We'll start with Corliss with our longbow. 19 plus 1 close range hits, despite the cover that his body provides to the enemy.
Arrow
Damage
mark
is
off.
2 damage with the longbow. And let's see if it was enough. It was definitely enough. This guy is quite small. The next one with short sword and dagger is killed immediately. 2 stones come hurling toward the next target, which is directly behind or in front of Darius. So there's no clear line of fire on this one. He has a pull arm though, so both shots will just kind of miss. You kind of just fire away, and there's no clear line of fire at the moment because he's in the chamber and you can't see him. It's just Darius in the archway now. So those to the east, in the following round, what would be your next move? You want to join him up there or keep your distance, starting with Corliss? There's no target to be shot at the moment.
Keep distance.
Alright, keep your distance, hold fire, wait for an opportunity, perhaps. Darius, you want to keep melee? You want to move up to the polearm user and
Yep, I'm gonna
melee
move
him.
up to the polar and go close the
Okay.
distance.
And then Eden, you
Yeah,
want to uh, hold position or something else?
I thought you said I could fire.
Not this round anymore. You fired last round, but now there's no clear line of fire at all. Darius
All
is
right,
in the
I'll wait.
archway. The enemies are in the
I'll
chamber.
maintain cover at the archway and wait for my opportunity.
Juilliard, your action.
Does Darius have light up there? Can I see?
There's a torch on the floor allowing 5 feet of radius, so he's standing in the torchlight against
Can I
an opponent that's not in much light.
I
Can I
also have
run
a
up?
torch. I also have a torch. I'm just saying.
You want to run up and provide torchlight, Juilliard?
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to stay behind Darius though.
Of course. Provide that
Why isn't my
torchlight because
torch working?
he can
I mean,
barely see his opponent as he steps forward.
You-
I
He's
lit
stepping into
another
darkness.
torch and threw it. I didn't throw my only torch. I had a lit torch in my hand. Why isn't it providing light?
You're to the east. You're providing light from the eastern exit. They're to the west. It's a 10-foot gap, and they're in the western chamber.
Oh, well, I would have moved up to the western entrance. I thought I was already up there.
Now you're at the east. You're firing from the east. Our starting position. The enemy are to the west. So, Eden, you're starting to move after Juilliard, who's moving to the west. But there was some hesitation. Because it sounded like you were trying to stay behind cover first. That was your original action. So,
Well, my
right.
cover was supposed to be through the western archway.
Very well. You're now moving west.
Just
You never
the wall.
declared that you were moving at all earlier into the next area, right? Or into the next chamber. So,
I'm not moving
previous
into the
one-
next chamber. I'm staying in this chamber, but using
Yeah.
the wall for cover.
Well, you're in the chamber you're in the corner chamber right now, behind cover. That's your starting position. Now you're moving into the chamber with the coffin toward the western wall as of this round.
Are they fighting in the chamber with the coffin, or the one beyond it?
He's in the western exit. The enemy are in the chamber beyond it. They're in the pit chamber.
They're in the one with the pit in it, so if this guy backs up, he's about to.
Okay, I want to go up to the western chamber, to the western archway, into the chamber with the pit in it, and use that wall for cover to fire.
Yes, that's what you're currently doing.
Okay.
You're moving toward it with Juilliard this round. Alright, so what actually happens is movement first. So we see characters of your own party moving toward the west. We see you standing in the archway, stepping forward into the chamber beyond, toward the polearm user who continues to swing down on you. First you must move though, before you can even attack. So therefore, you don't even get to attack yet. He gets 2 attacks on you before you can close that distance and hit him 3 times over. So, because of that distance though, 7-foot gap, your weapon only has 5 feet of reach. He does get to swing on you, taking that initiative twice over before you have another chance to hit him. So, it's a natural 1 and a 7. Both miss. You step forward, you close that gap, and as you're closing that gap, from the flank you're attacked north and south of you. You're attacked by the other ones, right? they are using short bows and just shooting you up. So that's a total of 5 of them from either flank.
Interesting. So, Egan,
Yes.
where
Did
is
you
this
not want
guy
to move
running
up?
with his? Where is this guy moving with his polar? Because from the north and south flank, I'm getting shot that he has to run straight through a pit.
He's not moving at all. He's standing his guard, stabbing at you from a distance.
Oh, I thought you said he was moving.
You're moving to get to him to attack him. Do you want to move to him, or do you want to
I
stand your ground
mean,
and get hit?
yeah, I mean, I'm taking one step forward to get, close the gap.
Right. So when you enter the chamber, you're getting shot up from the north and south as he's
Yeah,
shooting
no, I
you with the
thought you
bowline.
said he was backing up while he was
He
attacking,
does not move at all. He
which is
just
why
holds his
he won
ground.
initiative. Right, you're good.
Right. He wins initiative because he's not moving. He's just swinging, and you're stepping forward,
Gotcha,
and he's got
gotcha.
reach
Yeah,
and
no,
just
no, you're good. I
beating you
got
down
that
with his
confused.
bowline.
You're good.
All right, but he missed twice, and now the shooters are trying to hit you. But before they can hit
Yeah,
you,
no, that's fine.
you get your melee against him, and that's what's happening right now. So here's your melee. You got 3 attacks over him, right? As you step forward and just bombard him with multiple mace swings. Hit, miss, and a hit. All right. You deal a total of 4
Sorry, that was my bad. Can I just very
plus
confused
3,
with this new
7
initiative
damage.
order.
Let's see. You almost had him. 7 damage. Got him like halfway there. Pretty badly wounded.
Fuck 'em up, Darius.
I told you, they're trapped in here with me.
All right. And then the enemy is short bow fire, north and south, +1 bonus for close range. Lights on the floor, lanterns on the ground, torch on the floor to the east. Torches coming in from the east exit that you're in the chamber you're in. It's west for the party, but east for you now since you're in the chamber with them, the pit chamber. Let's see. Shooters, 2 north, 3 south. Miss, miss, miss. Now 20 hits.
Mhm.
Miss. Alright, 1 hits with a short bow, dealing 5 damage. You were at 22, you're sitting at 17.
Mhm.
Alright, and by the end of this round, Eden and Yuliard made their way up to the western wall with their slings and torches and such. Did you guys want me to peek around and start shooting into the chamber as well, or
Yeah.
something
I
else?
want to fire at the bowman.
Alright, so you would run up, step around, and start firing from around the archway, right? Peeking and
Yeah.
slinging stones at them. Okay.
Same.
Alright, both of you
Am I
do.
able to get full cover from them after firing?
If you are full cover, you cannot even shoot, right? So you can get
Okay.
up
Can
to
I
half
get
cover. Half your body is
can
covered
I,
while the other half is exposed shooting stones.
can I get full cover from one while getting half cover from the other one that I'm shooting at?
Kind of, yes. You just kind of peek enough to see one of them, right?
Yeah.
I'll risk it. I'll fire.
You both do the same. You're just peeking against the one you can see and slinging stone. And if that one chooses to target you, you have half your body covered by the wall, naturally.
Yeah.
Which is your lower half. Let's see. Alright, here we go. Sling stones, same round. 15 and 15, +1, 16, both hit. And damage is Eden. Let's see if you kill your opponent. This is a fresh one. You deal
Woohoo.
1 damage to him. Not enough. This guy's big.
Yay.
Alright, and the other one took 3 damage. You killed one. This one was
Let's
to the
go.
north.
Man, what is wrong with these people? What did we do to them? Why did they attack us?
You threw a
We
torch at
used
them.
light. Yeah, we threw a torch into the room so we could see them if they
Eden
were.
cast light.
They were
That's right.
acting sus as fuck. What else
Yeah,
were
no,
we
they
supposed
were
to do?
being sus as fuck. Absolutely.
Let's see.
I'm seeing a fucking boat outside, is all I'm saying.
I'm saying there are going to be less people in the inn next time we go. We won't have trouble getting a table.
Okay,
You're not wrong.
next
gotta make
is
sure-
back into... Oh no, Corliss, you're waiting over to the east that round. For the next round, Corliss, do you want to move up to the west and join your party at the western exit?
Yes, I would like to move up.
Okay, you have your bow in your
Excuse me.
hand, you're moving towards them, getting ready to maybe find a position to fire from. And Eden and Yuliard are using the sides of the archway to peek around, so only kind of 2 people can do that at once, naturally, because there's only 2 sides of the archway, right? So we can see Eden firing toward the south. We see Iliard firing over to the north. He killed one to the north so far, as that guy was firing his arrows into Darius, of course. Suddenly, from out of the corner, right, Magic User was spinning a stone very fast and then slung it into his direction and caved in his skull, right, or his face. He backed up into the wall and crashed over on his bottom and died there, right? Blood spurts from his face. He's dead. Back into melee though, Darius against the polearm. Large weapon against normal size. We're rolling initiative, but he has
Does
initiative
he
for
still
his
get the
first
initiative
attack.
against me because I closed the gap? Would he still be able to use his polearm properly? Because I'm right in
Yes,
his
of course.
face
If
now.
you have a small weapon, then no. But
Mm.
if you have a normal size, it's in normal initiative.
Well,
So
it's more how is he swinging it when I'm like right in his face, or how is he like jabbing with it properly when I'm
he's
right in his
pushing you,
face?
stabbing you, pushing you, stabbing you.
Gotcha.
Melee is not just swinging your weapon; it's kicking,
No,
shoving,
no,
and
I
punching.
thought if I closed the gap with against a polearm
If you
that
have
they
a
wouldn't be able
small
to swing
weapon, then
properly.
there's no chance, right? That's close
Mm.
melee. But you need at least some space still to swing your weapon and stab. So that little amount of space still allows him a chance to just keep pushing you
Yeah,
back
no,
and
that's fair. I
stabbing.
just didn't know how that worked.
So normal sized weapons are always kind of normal against it, right? Large have a certain advantage and small have a certain advantage. But
Yeah,
normal is kind of like in between. It doesn't really have any major bonuses, but that it has no disadvantages or penalties. And same thing with small and large, they have a disadvantage and an advantage though. So normal sized weapons are always in the middle, so they don't get any bonuses or penalties. Let's see. So the polearm, of course, is not swinging yet. You have that first attack with your normal sized mace as your third, your first of your three attacks. Scores on that one, missed. Alright, the next one is initiative. You against him, simultaneous. Alright, so as he's swinging his or bringing his polearm down into you, you're swinging your mace into him. Red is going to be him, white is going to be you. Okay, you hit, he misses. Or actually, 19, right? Yeah, that's a hit. Damage is going to be 1d6 plus 2. 5 plus 2, 7 damage. Let's see if it was enough. Not quite. Almost there. Barely standing. The last round of melee, potentially, based on the initiative roll. Alright, he gets one chance to hit you before you have another chance to hit him. This is
mm-hmm.
the last attack. He scores a nat 20,
That'll do it.
Yeah.
landing 1 point of damage into you, but plus 1. He's strong. So 2 damage.
Back to 15.
And then you get your attack in. That's a miss. Alright.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's no other melee happening. They're gonna go into missiles. At this point, Laird, you're being targeted from the last one to the north. He starts to pay attention to where you were firing and looks for a chance to shoot you. Do you want
Oh
to
Lord.
open up and shoot at him as well? Or do you want to just stay in cover this round?
Can I get full cover from him if I try,
No.
or then I'm
No,
gonna
if you
fire?
even attempt to fire at him, he has a attempt to fire at you naturally. So
Screw it.
you want to try firing at him?
Yeah.
Okay. You take the risk. Eden, do you want to risk firing again toward the south? You're probably gonna get targeted this round.
Yes.
Okay. You only peek enough so you
Juilliard's
can
got
see one of them. So one of them that was fired at last round fires at you again, or fires at you for the first time, and you fired him again. And therefore, only 2 of the 5 or 2 of the 4 remaining shooters are able to fire upon or at Darius. Let's see if they hit. Darius is targeted twice, both miss, and then, of course, we'll start with Juilliard. Juilliard, you kind of peeked even more into the chamber, slinging your stone. As you peek, he fires on you, right? Because you're moving to peek, he would get that initiative. As you kind of further peek, and he just fires, kind of waiting for you to stick your head in even more.
Lord.
He scores an 18, hits, deals
Oh,
3
I think
damage.
I'm dead.
How many hit points do you have, Juilliard?
3.
Alright, saving throw versus death to see if you're outright killed or just disabled for life. Alright, 3. And the arrow goes right through your face. That's the end of Juilliard. He crashed to the floor, took the risk, he knew the risk, and now he's dead. Unfortunate. You did not even bring a helmet. Let's see.
Damn it. I would have. Wait, did I?
Did you?
I don't think so, right?
I had Gambus in a helmet. Yeah.
Oh, you did. Alright, well, Maybe it protected you, because what was his attack roll?
18.
Oh shit, no, it didn't protect you.
Does
All
the
right.
helmet get +1 on death saves?
No.
Would he have also would he have
Wisdom
had
does
partial
though.
cover from the
But
wall
he rolled a 3
or
for
from
his
like
saving throw versus death, so
yeah?
it went right
Would
through
I
his
have
eye,
had?
back,
Would he have
straight
had
back into
partial
his head.
cover being behind me and being in the arch?
He's not behind you at all. You're in the chamber, so
What about from the archway?
he had half
We have
cover, so
partial cover.
+2.
The thing is, he hit you. Is the cover doesn't help you on the death save. Helps
Yeah.
No,
you
no,
on
but
not get.
with the cover of, I'm not sure what his AC was pre that. I'm wondering what the cover
His
was.
AC was like -2, so it was 7 armor class, but -2 from the cover, so a 5 armor class, but 18 still hits. So
Oh yeah, no, that
18
definitely.
plus 1 plus range still hits.
Poor Juilliard.
So
I'll mute myself.
unfortunate. Thanks for playing, Suko, and I hope to see you at the next one. I'm sorry I had to end this way for Yuliar.
We'll miss you, Suko. We love you, Suko. Come back
The nephew
and
of
die.
I
Taking
will.
War.
I will. It's all good. I like dying. Dying is fun.
Yes.
What a
Alright.
good sport.
Poor Yuliar falls over and crashes dead. Crashes over and falls dead, right? And in the meantime, Eden took the risk as well, firing at her opponent. Let's see, around the archway, he fires right back. We'll do an initiative to see, actually, yeah, same target from last round, so no need for him to just win initiative. It's gonna be a initiative check then. So you have a +1 bonus.
That's right.
All right, he wins. He gets that shot off before you get your next shot off on him.
Shit.
He scores a nat 20. You score a
Oh my,
6. He hits you for
oh my god.
4 points of damage. How many hit points do you have, Eden?
7.
You're at 3 of 7. Very risky call right there. Um, and then of
I'm gonna
course,
take full
Corliss,
cover. Full
you make your
cover.
way toward the
Well, you still have a
exit.
shot.
When you get
You might
toward
as
the
well
exit,
take
do you
the
want to
shot.
step into the archway and fire into the chamber, or do you want to get to cover? You can also replace Juilliard's position on the north side of the archway.
I'll replace Juilliard's position.
Alright, so you run up to that position, you kind of take cover your back, you put your back against the wall and prepare to fire into the room. He was actually on the south side, he was peeking north, right? And then of course that means Eden would be on the north side of the archway, peeking south, if that makes sense. So, it's like a crossfire, right, as they peek around. So, you would be, of course, then on the south side, where, of course, not far from where you're standing is Juilliard's body, kind of in the chamber, because he was peeking in and firing, and he fell over dead after getting shot in the face. Um, Next round, you'll be able, actually, this round you can fire still. You just kind of moved and fired. Actually, no, you can't. You just full moved because you were heavy encumbered, so you had to do a full move to get to the wall. So, next round you can fire. This next round, we resume melee. Any movement would happen at this point. The enemy
Egan,
still
I do have
stand
a
pretty
question.
strong.
This is the
Yes.
room with the pit, correct?
Yes.
Where is people positioned around this pit? Is he on the other
North
side
and
of the
south
pit?
of the
to
pit,
me?
on the east side.
Gotcha.
Alright.
Well, I
Uh,
just didn't know how I'm positioned against this guy right now.
you're east of him. You just entered like
Yeah,
3, 4
yeah,
feet
yeah.
in.
So, like, is he in the middle of the room, or is he just as you come into the room? 'Cause
He's on the
I'm
east side
struggling.
of the pit. He's on like
Gotcha.
the ledge of the pit, pretty much. If he was to be pushed back, he would be thrown
Yeah,
into the
that's
pit.
what. Mm.
Alright, so Darius, you want to continue melee?
Yep. Don't have much of a choice.
Alright. You continue to swing your mace at him. He continues to swing his
Mm.
polearm at you. Your first attack happens before he even has a chance. 4th level fighter versus a 2nd level fighter. 19 hits. Your damage is 4 plus 2, 6 damage. Saving throw. He is still standing, barely. He's on his knee, dropping his polearm over. Right, your polearm or your mace hit him this time right through the shoulder. You heard bones crack, and he kind of brings up his other hand, offering surrender. Right.
Can I use? Okay. He's offering. Is his men standing down when he's surrendering?
As he gets down on his knees, his men, we're about to take aim, but they actually end up lowering and kind of backing off, but keeping their bows ready to fire, just in case something
I'm
else
gonna
happens.
hold my mace up and lift my foot and look at him and say, "If you fire on me or my party, I'm kicking him into the pit. Drop your weapons."
The bowmen don't drop their weapons, but their leader says, "How about we just stop fighting here and move on to
Yeah.
the chest as agreed upon?"
Yeah, I don't know why you guys opened fire on us. You could have just told us how much was there. We could have.
The rest of them kind of look at each other, uncertain, right? All the other hooded bowmen. The plated armored man, the leader of their crew that hasn't spoken yet. He's an old and burly man. He just spoke just now, but didn't speak before, right? Slowly tries to get up. Do you want to let him get up? He already dropped his pole arm on the floor.
Yeah,
He keeps
I'll let
his
him get up.
one hand and one working arm in the air. The other arm is broken naturally. You caved in his
I'll get
shoulder.
up, but I will be very ready that if he tries to make a dash for it, he's getting kicked into the pit.
Alright, you step back, give him some space, and give your
Mhm.
leg some space so you can actually kick him.
Mhm.
And then the rest of the party want to move in, or you guys want to hold your position at the exit?
I'm gonna hold my
Maintaining
position
our-
with my spear ready and set in case any of them charge me, and I'm gonna
Okay.
urge Darius to kick that fucker in the pit.
Okay,
They
and as
killed-
you're doing that,
killed
Corliss, what are you
Juilliard.
doing? Oh, sorry,
Hmm?
you didn't go ahead.
So they killed Juilliard. Kick him in the pit.
I killed several of their men too.
Alright, Corliss, what do you want to do as that's happening?
Maintain firing position, ready to fire if any hostile action is taken.
You're facing the south flank. There's 3 of them to the south with bow and arrows readied. But they're not exactly aiming, they're just ready to take aim again and shoot. Alright, you won this one. We'll no longer fight if you let us go in peace, and the chest is yours. How's that?
I kick him in the pit.
Alright, you kick
I
him into the
open
pit.
fire.
You open fire. Eden's behind cover with her spear readied, and the bowmen start to open fire as well. Right? They all open fire on Darius again, and Darius
Mhm.
kicks the man down into the pit. 4 of them shoot you.
Mhm.
Miss, 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 hit. 4 damage.
Mhm.
Okay, we're at 11 hit points. Okay, they fire on your position, and then of course Juilliard fired on their position toward the south. Close range
I'm
12.
dead.
Juilliard's
12.
dead.
Not Juilliard, sorry. Colis. Wrong name. Colis fires 13 to
He
hit.
gets up from the grave and fires one more
Just
time.
enough to hit, and takes deals. Let's see. Eight damage to one of them. The bigger one to the south is killed. There's 2 to the south, 1 to the north. Then let's see. 1, 2, 3. Did I miss one? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So there's 2 south, 1 north. There's 5. And then there's 2 that were killed off the bat earlier. Okay, that should be it. Yeah. So there's only 3 left.
Mhm.
Okay, they're gonna make a morale check. 9. All right. In the following round, you can see them about to go for a mad dash to the looks like north or west. I mean west.
Mhm.
One goes north, and the other 2 to the south go west. So the one to the north just goes north naturally. They're splitting up. They're running into complete darkness. They have no source of light. They just have their bows out, but they're running into dark. So as they're starting to run off, Darius, do you want to pursue any of them after kicking the leader into the pit?
Nope.
Alright, you stand your ground, and
Mhm.
then Corliss, do you want to try to fire at them as they retreat?
Yes.
Do you want to fire at the ones toward the south or the one toward the north?
North.
North? Okay.
Yes.
That one's alone. And then
North.
Eden, um, You
Yeah, I
wanna?
don't have line of sight on them, so I'm not
Yeah.
firing.
You just stay behind cover. Okay.
You would still
So
have line of fire to the ones going to the west.
no, she doesn't.
I
She's in
I
the
start
previous
the
chamber.
round in cover, in full cover. So
She's in full cover.
Oh, that's
She's not
correct.
even
Yeah.
in the room right now. All right. She's got her spear ready in case any of them move into the previous chamber, right? So that she would stab them on their way in. Okay. Um. Here's the longbow shot. 7 plus 1, 8 misses. They get away. They run into the dark chambers beyond. Whether they will survive this run or not is unknown, right? You might find their bodies later. But the first 5 that you killed are yours to loot, perhaps. There's
Yep.
2 in the doorway, 1 to the north, 1 to the south. No,
There's the sleeping one, which you can just overkill.
no, that one was woken up and he was fighting.
Oh, he was
So
woken up. Got you.
yeah, so there's 2 in the doorway. There's 1 to the north, I think. There's
There's one to the south.
1 to the south, I think. Yeah, and then
And the
there's
rest is
1
north.
in the pit. That's 5.
Oh, there's one in
Right.
the pit, correct, yeah. Alright, I will encourage Eden and Corlys to loot the ones around us and to give me the hook and chain, and I'll pull the other guy out of the pit.
cool.
Release passes the hook.
I'm also gonna collect Juilliard's valuables to return to his
Mhm.
family.
Let's get the shit and get the fuck out of here. Also,
All right. So
watch
one
out
at a
for that
time.
one that ran north.
Starting with Corliss, what is your move?
Corliss will start looting the bodies. Oh no, sorry. Hook for Darius. So she will give the hook to Darius and then start looting bodies around to
Okay.
the north, the one to the north.
And then Darius, you want
I'm
to
going to
you
attach the
get
hook
the
to the
hook.
chain and lower it down and try to pull up the leader's body. Hook it into
Okay.
his armor if possible.
I don't think it's gonna be
It's a
secure,
10-foot.
right?
Hmm?
The hook might latch onto something, but it won't. I
I
don't
was
think it's
hoping
gonna
to hook
latch
it
on.
into. You said he was wearing plate armor, so I was hoping I'd be able to hook it into one of the latches and that.
It'll take a while before you get a good hold in there, and then just like a claw machine, right? Whether it's gonna stay on the hook
Well, I could,
as you
but the
pull it up.
idea is I let it down onto his body and I'd run it across the side where I know the latches are until
You
it
might be able to
catches.
lift him for a bit,
I'm
but
not.
pulling him up 10 feet and all that weight, probably not. He'll probably just fall off the hook. You can give it an attempt though.
Yeah, I'll give it a time.
All right. And then Eden, what would you like to do?
First thing, I want to collect Juilliard's valuables.
Okay. All right. We'll start with Corliss. You handed your hook away. You made your way toward the northern, or the enemy to the north. You find a man wearing just kind of like hood and cloak and such. He wears appears to be looks like a gambeson and a helmet. Pretty much that's it. Um,
No sack or pouch on his belt bag.
valuables. Let's see if he has any valuables.
Not very good
He has
adventurers with
weapons,
that.
but you do not see any valuables on this particular individual, not being carried at least. Weapons include a quiver of arrows, his short bow, and you find a hand axe and a dagger.
I'll take the dagger and the quiver of arrows.
Okay, you acquire 5 arrows. How many
That
arrows did
brings
you
me up
fire this
to.
game?
I'm at 13 right now, so this will bring me back up to 18.
Alright, did you start the game with 18?
I started the game with 18.
Okay, so no adjustment pretty much. You see, we made to your
Mm-hmm.
sheet. Alright, and then what else did you say you wanted to take?
The dagger.
All right.
Sorry, did you hear that? The dagger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dagger. I was writing
Okay,
it down.
that's all. Oh, okay, perfect.
Let's see. In the meantime, Eden looking over Yuliard's possessions. For any valuables, he has no valuables, but he does have equipment supplies.
Yeah, so we at least need the hammer and spikes. So there's a bag of those, right?
Yeah, it's
Yes, do you want to take
my
the entire bag?
bag. Yeah.
Are we still doing this?
Well, I mean, I think that the likelihood that this chest, this ornate chest, is just an elaborate death trap and it can't be unlocked and there's nothing inside, is pretty high.
Yeah.
So I mean, we can try to drag it off that platform, but if we can't do that, maybe we just bypass it.
I don't even want to go that way anymore because the two archers ran that way. I'd also, on the way out, one of them ran north, which I'm pretty sure loops back around to the exit, so keep an eye out for that fucker. I think we leave. I think we take what we got and we leave now before we run into any more shit down here.
We got some
I'm
skulls, we
quite
got some snakes. Happy to
very
leave.
good right now.
We got
Alright, so
some
Ian,
loot
you
from
want
these
to take the
guys.
spikes and the hammers in the bag?
Yes. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll be moderately encumbered. You know, I have 2 bags I can drop if I need to and run.
Okay. And as you're grabbing this, Darius, you actually didn't even have the chain on you, right? It was on the other person. So you had to go over to
I
his
thought I
corpse
wrapped it
as
around
well.
my waist.
Not you. It was on Juilliard.
Oh, Juilliard was carrying it. That's correct. Sorry.
Alright. So you have to get the chain off of him as well. In the meantime, while you were removing the chain and Eden was taking hammer and spike, Corliss was taking dagger and arrows. Corliss, what would be your next move? Every move,
The,
there's time passing it with every move, by the way.
mhm. There were 2 other corpses to the south, is that right?
Yes. There's
I will
there's
move.
one corpse to the south, I think. Yeah, just one. There's two in
Um,
the archway besides
mhm.
Yuliard's. There's one to the south, one to the north, and one in the pit.
I'll go to the one uh, to the south.
Very well. And as you're approaching this one, about to loot it, Darius, what is your next move? You want to
Yep. I'll
continue with your
go.
plan? You got the chain, you got the hook.
Yep. I'm gonna try and at least make one attempt to hook into the body and try and pull it up.
Alright, I would say if anyone was perhaps good at fishing like this, it'd be a particular class, right? That has a particular skill.
Eden, do you want to try doing it? And like, could you hook it and I'll be ready to pull it up?
Sure, I'll try.
Mm.
Okay. Eden will go ahead and try pickpockets, we'll say. That's the most appropriate skill to secure the hook onto the person. And then Darius, you'll get ready to just pull the weight.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, and Corliss, you end up finding more equipment. This time you find a short sword, a dagger, a short bow, quiver of arrows, gambeson, damaged, helmet. Do you want any of this?
No.
Alright. And next is Darius and Eden attempting to hook the corpse down in the pit full of wooden stakes and piles of bones and other nasty bits. 43%. Let's see. You weren't uncertain. You were kind of uncertain. You did hook it maybe, but then as you're starting to pull it, it just kind of drops down below again. That took you about a turn to attempt. Your first attempt fails. You can keep trying if you want.
Do we want to try again, Eden?
I don't
Another
think
monster
so.
check.
Alright,
I don't
fuck it
think
then.
this guy's
It
got
is.
any treasure. I mean, this
I
guy's
do.
heavily armored. He's not going to be carrying a bunch of treasure on top of that. So,
Yeah, that's true.
unless he has magic items, and I didn't see any
Yeah,
evidence
I
of
think
that.
it's fine. Fuck it. We'll just loot whatever other bodies left. There should be one left to the north.
Alright, there's a
The ones
lantern
in
to
the
the south.
archway.
There's two in the archway.
We'll do in the archery yet.
Yeah, we'll do the 2 in the archway.
Yep.
Alright. With the two in the archway, you all gather around these last two. Besides their weapons, equipment, and such, they have additional supplies. One of them has a sack with extra candles in a tinderbox. The other one has appears to be a hammer and spikes.
Uh,
I had the same idea.
well,
want
if they
any of
had that,
these?
why didn't they go after that chest?
I think the blood on it was one of them.
Could be. All right, so let's go try and drag that chest off the platform, and if it doesn't work, let's go get that sword.
Cool. Just keep in mind if shit attacks us, like there's only so many more hits I can take right now.
Yeah, I understand. Hopefully, we won't run into any more randos.
Hopefully. I mean, if we're going towards the chest way, 2 of the archers run that way. So,
Yeah. So you
okay.
be on guard, and
Yep.
I'll
Yep.
check the chest for traps.
Alright.
Keep in
cool.
mind your pole is gone, right? You like have only a 5 foot pole now.
Yeah, I
Oh.
have a spear also, the 7 feet.
Oh, actually, hold up. That guy dropped his polearm on the floor before he surrendered, so that should be on the floor.
Yes, it's here. Do you want that?
How long is the pole arm?
It's about the same size as the spear.
Yeah, I'll just use my spear.
The polearm is heavier though than the spear.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright. So you're making your way back to the next exit.
Can I sling that polearm over my back? Does it have like a strap to it?
Sure. You sling it over.
Cool. Yep.
Okay. For the next exit, it's the western exit. You enter into the next chamber, and it appears to have an ornate chest in the center. If you look closely enough, you recognize what you saw earlier when you did get closer. Very, very pale, but still somewhat noticeable. Dried up, splattered blood over the place, and of course the corpse that lies, or chunks of a corpse that lie squashed and pressed up against the front of the ornate chest. The legs are still somewhat recognizable. They're kneeling upright or kneeling against the chest itself.
Right. Okay. So I'm gonna let everybody else take their defensive positions, and I'm gonna do the usual. I'm gonna poke the chest with the butt of my spear. I'm gonna try to lift the lid of the chest with this butt of the spear, and when that doesn't work, I'm gonna check the chest for traps.
Alright, checking the chest for traps.
Right.
So, approaching it, what's your first move out of those things you said?
I'm gonna look for poison needles, pinholes that needles could come through. I'm gonna look for the glint of glass, of reflection of light on glass. That could be glass vial, all those things.
You look for this stuff over the whole chest or in a particular area?
Over the whole chest, but mostly in the keyhole area.
Okay. The reason why I ask is because if it's the whole area, then it's a whole turn to do that naturally. So,
Right.
versus if you pick
Okay.
one area, it just might be a moment, right?
Yeah, I think it's worth a whole turn. Let's do it.
Okay, so first you just spend a whole turn just making basic observations for any of those things you mentioned, right? The pinholes, any glass, anything like that.
And there's obviously some kind of platform under this thing. Do I see any kind of trigger that would trigger the platform?
How far away do you want to be? Because you won't be able to see anything small or detailed if you're not right up against it, right?
Yeah, well,
You
as
want
I
to
get
go.
closer, I'm looking for a seam in the floor where I can tell where the edge of the platform is.
You're gonna run your tip pole or the pole tip of your spear along the
Yep, you
floor
can
to
see
look
it.
for something.
There's the seams of the platform, cut off stone, right, or cut away from the rest of the stone bricks that, or stone tiles that lay upon the floor in this chamber. You'll see it creates sort of a 5 foot by 5 foot area, right?
All right, so I'll stay just beyond that. I'll kneel down and I'll stick my torch over, and I'll examine the lock area, and then I'll move around the chest in that manner, and that'll take 10 minutes.
I'll go from turn 9 to 10. just observing, not detecting traps yet, just observing for traps. So there's careful exploration, observation, but detect traps is of course a roll, and I will actually roll it while you're doing that. You'll get a bonus roll, right? So as you're doing exactly what you kind of explained, I'll just throw in an extra roll to see if you observe any of those traps. Those rolls will include your basic 1d6 roll, and of course your percentile, along with
I'm just going
all
to
the
use the bathroom. I'll
things
be
you've
back in
mentioned.
literally like 5 seconds.
Right. So after about a turn, careful observation for any of those things you mentioned about the keyhole, about the any needles pointing out, any glass, vinyls, or anything like that. You have seen none of that so far.
Do I see any indication that the chest is attached to the floor?
It is a heavy-looking stone chest. It's ornate. It looks like
Okay,
it's the same material as the floor.
but is it seamless? Is it part of the floor?
Um, it appears that it is. There is somewhat of a seam. Yes, there is a seam. So
All right,
whether it's stuck on the floor or not, it's hard to tell. But there is definitely a seam.
all right. I think that we should loop a rope or the chain around it and try to drag it off the platform.
Carlos
Yep,
will
sounds
help
good.
implement this plan.
Cool. Do you guys want to do that? I'd like get it tied up. I'm just going to keep guard at the doorways so I can watch
Would
east
also
and
like to mention
west from
again,
where I'm
this is a
standing.
stone ornate chest. Imagine how heavy that would be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
you're the
I,
strongest person among
I
us.
want you guys to loop it while I stand in place and watch the east and west entries. And once you have it looped, then I'll start pulling.
Okay. All right, it's loop now, right? It's not that hard. Chain lasso. Here we go. Let's go.
Okay.
I'll pull.
So let's see. How do you want to wrap the chain around? Just like throw it over and like
Yeah, we're
pull
gonna
both
form it
ends.
into a loop using the grappling hook, and we're gonna toss the loop over the chest and pull from the side.
Like, you mean to grapple it from one end, or do you want to like create that like
We're gonna create a loop in the
right?
chain using the grappling hook to make the loop.
Okay.
So we're attaching the grappling hook to one end of
Of the
the
Creating a
chain.
loop.
last one. Basically.
Yeah, and attaching and hooking the claw, one of the claws of the grappling hook through the
Into a
chain.
chain. Yeah. All right. Very
Yeah.
well.
And we're going to have people grab it on either side to throw it so that it stays the length of the chest when it's going over it to make sure it actually
It
goes
has
over.
gone over the chest now.
Okay.
Cool.
Let's pull it.
Now going to pull it and tighten the lasso and start pulling the chest towards me.
Right.
I'm going to stay at the furthest length I can from the chain, like the
Yeah,
very
we're
end.
pulling it. We're pulling it to the east.
It took about
Yep.
10 feet of chain. Or yeah, it took about 10 feet of chain to get around the chest.
Cool. In
And
which case,
you have only a 10-foot length then. And
I'm going to attach some rope to the end of that chain and start pulling it.
very well. You tie some rope to the end of
And
that chain, keeping 5 feet from the platform or the
then,
base of the chest. You start pulling, tugging, right? With the strength of 3 people, it doesn't look like this chest is going anywhere. Your chain is rattling, making lots of noise though.
Yeah, I think this is just a death trap. I don't think
yeah,
it's
I
a
think
real.
it's genuinely just a trap. Also, that chain is lost forever now, so I'm not getting that back. I'm going to cut the rope off and can't
No,
take that back.
we can get the chain back. It's not tight around it. It's. I mean,
Oh
it's.
yeah, we can just unloop it this side and pull it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we're gonna go.
yeah. Fuck that
Let's
chest.
go.
That's a death trap. I'm not touching that thing anymore. Let's get the fuck.
Let's go get the.
I
Uh, let's go
The
get the.
sword.
Sword. Yeah.
All
Do you
right,
want to
cool.
retrieve your chain, or
Yeah.
will make
Yes.
noise to throw it upward and just have it crash to the floor, or try to catch it?
No.
Your chain
What we're
spinning.
going to do is we're going to unhook it from our side
Okay.
because it's looped. We're going to unhook it and then just pull it because it'll be loose.
Alright, well, if
The
you're gonna
loop.
unhook it, you have to step onto the platform to even reach the hook, because the hook is on the, it's connected to the chain, right? And you would have to step onto the platform to even reach the hook.
No,
Dude,
well,
we'll
fuck.
take. We'll just
buy
make the
hook, buy
bucket.
chain.
Let's
Huh?
just make a fucking noise and go. Come
Yeah,
on.
alright, fine, I'll make the noise, I'll flick it over.
We're leaving anyway, so anything attracted here will come to an empty room because we're
Yeah,
leaving.
yeah, that's true, I'm just gonna pull it over.
Do any of you want to listen in the meantime?
Sure. Sure.
Okay, so one of you are trying to throw the chain. Those who are listening, you can listen to a different direction. The chamber is making a lot of noise, so you can't hear anything in there naturally. So, Eden, are you the one lifting the chain off, trying to toss it up in the air, or something
You
else?
should do that, I'll actually,
Or whatever.
And then
yeah.
Darius, what would you like to do in the meantime?
I'd like to guard the west corridor specifically, or the
Yeah,
west
you
archway.
you want to go all the way around and guard the west exit?
Uh, yeah. Uh,
It's dark over there.
yeah, no, I'm gonna stay where the light is, where Corley's is at the east. Watch that one.
Or the north.
Yeah,
Your
oh yeah,
current
there's still a north one in
torchbearer
this room.
is
That's quite
Corliss
sorry.
now? She picked up the torch. Familiar?
Yes.
Or is it Eden? I thought it was Eden.
Corliss and I both have torches.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Hmm.
No, it was Yiliard who had a torch, but she picked up Yiliard's torch then.
Okay.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. So, Corliss,
Hey,
do
I'll
you
watch.
want the
grab their,
torch and the
we need to
shield in your
grab
hands then?
we need to grab their lantern on the way out. That'd be nice.
Alright, well, I'm just gonna watch the north corridor, so, or listen,
North or west?
north, please, because
Okay.
I'll have at least a little bit of light on. So,
Alright. And Eden's working on the chain, trying to toss that thing off, pull it off.
Yeah, I used here to lift it, so it's easy.
Okay, very well. And in the meantime, Corliss, what's your action?
I'll listen for the direction, the other direction, west, I believe.
east.
West?
I would
Oh,
listen
sorry,
east.
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 Make sure we have an escape route.
Yeah, I just
Sounds
fear
good.
a little left. I don't know why I made that much noise, but whatever.
Alright, you believe, let's see, checking listening. Alright, so, won't be here to tell you, yeah, we're good, so, um, you're able to get your chain off with your spear, you get your hook back then, your chain back, nothing else happens, you guys can regroup and begin exploring east if you want.
Yep, east
East,
into the
east for
next room,
sure.
go around the pit. I'm going to be watching to the north as we come in. With I want my shield up towards the north archway. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Alright, going around toward the south
Mhm.
then, sticking toward the
Yep,
south
towards the
of the
south
pit,
side of the pit.
and going east to the next chamber.
Hmm.
Corpses are in here. You can already see small mice are moving upon, or rats scampering off from your torchlight, but they're moving toward the flesh,
Yeah, big enough.
the fresh meat on the floor. You move on. You saw like maybe one or two rats, not too many. Um, into the next chamber. The next chamber has apparently a coffin.
Coffin and bones. What's? Sorry, you can know 1 second. Idle. What is in the room above this?
Once we're fully all the way to the wall with no exit to to the east,
Yeah. Then we
then
go up.
we go up and the stairs are there, and then we go up and that's where the magic sword is in the tar pit.
Yeah, but all right, no, it's all good. I posted a map. I just don't know what's in the room above where we are right now.
What room are we in right now? I don't know.
We're in the second. We're in the one left of the
There's a
corner
stone
one.
coffin, and here there are two other exits, east and north.
If we go east, we'll end up in the corner room, and then we go
Yeah,
up.
let's go to the corner room.
Yeah. Up. I was just asking, do you know what's north of this one?
There's I think it's just a pillar, so there could be another death trap in there.
Gotcha. Cool. All right, cool. We'll go east.
Alright, want to move into the next chamber?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, you're now moving through the corner chamber. Carefully observing your surroundings and such as you explore.
Mm-hmm.
When suddenly 4 creatures drop down from the ceiling onto your party's
God
position
damn it!
in this chamber. One on each of you. One of them just hits the floor, or actually, one of them just stays on the ceiling, while 3 of them drop on to your characters. They attack from above. You might understand what these might be.
Spiders,
Um,
oozes.
they are about 5
Slime.
foot long, giant spiders, indeed.
Spiders. Oh fuck. I'm
They're the
dead.
same color as the ceiling. Really hard to have seen them, unless you're extremely careful about entering this chamber. They drop down and attack. Let's see if any of them actually even hit. First against Darius. 14 misses.
Nope.
It's a +1 bonus. Next is against.
Can I volunteer to take one of the attacks?
No,
for
they're
the people
dropping on
behind me?
separate characters as you're entering.
Damn it.
They don't drop until everyone's in the room. Alright, next is Eden. Missed. That was
Yes.
12 +1, 13. Right, what's your armor class, Eden? You have like.
I don't want to talk about it. I have Dex. That's it.
What's your dexterity?
13.
13 +1. You have 8 armor class. I scored a 13 total to hit. So, assuming you have gambeson and mail or helmet. Let's see.
No, none of that.
None of that.
I'm designed to run the fuck away. That's it.
Alright, well then one of them dropped on you and hit you, unfortunately. Drops on you, you got a giant spider clinging onto your
You
back.
said it, miss. I think it should roll.
Well, I thought you had a higher armor class, so.
No.
No? Alright, well then you're hit. You take 6 points of damage on your way in.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
gonna
fucking
get
dead.
a saving throw versus death.
What's the point? I'm dead anyway.
You'll get a disability.
I don't want a fucking disability.
Yo.
15
You could be
success.
like people.
Alright. So there's a spider clinging onto you, and let's see where it hit you. What part of your body.
I'd rather be
Looks
dead
like-
than have a disability.
It got you on a.
Wow.
It lands on you and bites into your shoulder. I'll let you pick which shoulder it hits. Right or left.
I wanted to get me in the head. Can I do that?
It missed the head, so I rolled a 1. The 6 would be the head. 1 to 3 I usually do a limb. 2 to
Oh, I'm
4
gonna
to
die here.
5 is the body. So,
I choose death.
alright, your right arm. So your main arm is hit by powerful fangs that puncture your right shoulder,
Oh.
and
Yeah.
you're gonna get a saving throw versus poison, which you fail. It's an 8. So the poison, if not the bite kills you, the poison will get you in a few turns. Unless you're saved, right, with some type of medicine or something. But she's bit. She takes enough damage to drop her to 1 hit point with a disabled right shoulder, right? This thing is just tearing into her shoulder with massive fangs. Way larger than any other spider, right, you've seen. Let's see, so 1 out of 7 hit points. And poisoned. And, of course, broken left shoulder. Or not left, right shoulder, right. Right shoulder. Your main hand. Alright. As your arm is dangling, as it's trying to tear off your arm, pull it free, right? It's actually pulling your arm off. In a moment, it's going to come off, you think. As it continues chewing into it. There's the other character behind you, Corliss, who's also hit, I think. What kind of armor do you have, Corliss? You've got your shield out, your helmet, gambeson.
Jameson. That's
What's
it.
your dexterity?
No bonus.
Alright,
9.
you're hit. You take 7 damage. How many points did you have?
7.
You also get a saving throw versus death.
My fucking Christ almighty.
Okay.
And it's a fail. So, as soon as one of them drops down in here onto your person, it brings you to the floor and starts tearing into your throat with its fangs, spreading your neck open.
Cool.
Alright, it is quite unfortunate of a sight. We have lost Corliss on our way in to this chamber. Let's see. And there's one left that has not dropped down from the ceiling, but they had a surprise round. Next is Darius. You can declare your next action. 2 of your guys are on the ground. They are your last 2 party members. You entered, and you are surprised. What is your action?
Are they blocking the exit north?
There's one toward the north blocking that exit on the ceiling.
So
There's
if
one
I
on
move
you
towards that, it's
trying to
going
bite
crap.
you.
Ah, fuck it, whatever. I'm just gonna attack him. I just die here. It's fine, whatever. This is where Darius dies.
Alright,
Can
we'll
I
fight.
talk? Can I talk?
Eden. Yes.
I say, take my sword to Felonia.
And he fucking, I'm going to Felonio. Like, there's like hell. That's where I'm going.
And then, of course, because Corlys unfortunately has died here, for the remainder of the adventure, you may sit in to see how it ends. But I also want to thank you for playing for as long as you did. I hope. I'm sorry you have lost tonight. It is unfortunate, but everyone at least dies or loses once here. So this is your first one. But you have done well for your first attempt, MB. So I want to congratulate you. You've done a very good job as your first character. Usually the first character dies pretty quick, but yours survived quite a while. Uh, so congratulate you on that. But Corlys met her doom here, or the end of her career, entering this chamber. Careful observation, but surprised and not careful enough exactly. So all the wandering monster checks,
He
we
can
chose
go
to
in
wait here.
robot for anyone else, but just me.
So
Yeah, you can just go in robot.
I cannot hear again.
pretty much, you guys hear me better now, or is it the same? Let's see.
You're kind of robot-y.
It's a bit better.
Alright, how about now?
There you go.
Good.
Alright, cool. But pretty much, thank you for playing, Ambi, and I hope to see you at the next game. Appreciate it. So, let's see how it ends for the last members of the party here. So, Darius chooses to stand his ground and fight.
Mm. Like the
And
idiot I am.
Eden, you're not quite dead yet. You've got one spider on you still. Your right shield is disabled. Your right arm is disabled. It's about to be pulled off. What do you want to do from here? Do you want to run? Do you want to fight back?
I want to draw my knife and stab the spider in its poison sac.
Very well. You try to, at least. So what happens actually is, we start with melee, actually. Darius has 2 attacks that happen before any of these spiders have a chance to attack again. His first attack is against the one that's on him. He swings his mace, he grabs it, tries to slam his mace onto it as it continues to twist and twirl around him, trying to find another way to bite him. 5 is a miss. He cannot get a clear swing or any contact with it. He grabs, but it just slips out of his hand. His second attack misses again. Now it's initiative between him and it. Monster wins, has a chance to bite him before he has a third attack. 12 to hit, missed. Then his last attack for this round misses as well. 3 attack missed in a row. Spider misses too. The one at the north exit just sits there. The other 2, the one on top of Corlys, leaps at Eden. The one on Eden continues to try to kill her. Eden's pulling out her knife, and as she's pulling out her knife, she already had some items equipped. I think she had a torch and was it a spear or something? Polearm? Spear. Torch and a spear equipped.
The spear
Eden,
is
if you want,
slime.
you can drop the spear and take out your knife. That'll take a moment, or you can spear at the one approaching you, the one that just killed Corlys.
Okay, the spear was in my right hand, which is disabled.
Disabled.
I'm gonna
Exactly.
drop the torch, pull the dagger, and stab. I'm gonna
You can use the
wrap my
torch.
arm
It will
around
also do
it.
2 damage.
Fuck the
Oh,
torch.
blunt.
I want to use my knife, and I'm
Okay.
gonna wrap my arm around it and hug it close to me, and plunge the knife into its back, and make it attack me and only me.
Alright, just hold it still into you. Right. Press it tight against you. Well, as you're pulling your knife out, the monster tries to bite you, of course. Scoring a 12 to hit, it's another hit. And before you can even get your knife out, it deals 1 point of damage to you, which is enough to finish you off, unfortunately. So, you're
Not
at 1 hit point.
unfortunate. That's what I wanted.
Let's see.
I thought your AC was 13.
What was that?
Nah,
She has
it's
an R
like
plus of 9 or 8.
8.
Dang.
So 12 hits.
Dang.
Her main defense was not getting hit or targeted at all, right? Which is a very good form of defense. Until, of course, this happened. Let's see. Alright, so You're
Did you
instantly
even
killed
roll
with the
for
second.
surprise?
Yes. No, they were just waiting in this chamber too, so for you guys to enter.
Yeah, but
So
did you roll?
Yeah, well, we entered cautiously.
I
like
rolled
you said.
earlier. If I
We're
there,
using-
if I rolled,
You can't roll surprise on us before we enter the room. That's
I
I will
rolled
say because
surprise
that's
for the
not how that works.
distance. You roll the encounter check, and you roll surprise to see the distance the monster is positioned. If it's surprise, then they're at 1d4 10 1d4 times 10 feet away. If they're not, they start at a 1d or 2d6 times 10 feet, and they get to move every round, right?
So they were not because they were 2 whole rooms over, 3 whole rooms over. One,
Waiting on the
2.
ceiling. Camouflage.
Remember, we
You have a
can't see them until our
4 and 6
until
chance
our
of
torchlight
surprise.
anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if that means they didn't roll, that means they didn't surprise us on that check, which means they were further away. So I don't get why they surprised us when we entered the room.
The
If
encounter
he
roll
rolled
was
for
rolled
surprise,
earlier
he
in
rolled
the
for
game.
surprise.
It was rolled
Yeah, if he
earlier.
rolled it, he rolled it.
It
It
moves.
doesn't matter.
So
Yeah,
how
no, yeah,
encounters work is encounters happen after a certain number of rounds. So once an
yeah,
encounter is triggered, there's a number of rounds before the monster arrives, which it
yeah. No,
depends
I get that.
on the
I've read
distance of
through
the
the rule book.
monster's positioned
I,
and its movement speed as it
Yeah.
approaches.
And where do
That
these things
determines how
surprise
many
on?
rounds
Like
it
a
arrives.
4 and 6? Are they surprised on a 4 and 6?
They surprise on a 4 and 6 indeed.
mm,
That's what I figured.
So
So
I
their
rolled this
chance of
encounter a
surprise
lot
is
earlier.
pretty
They
high.
didn't arrive until now, and they waited in that chamber to surprise you. You went through it,
Yeah.
empty chamber, not thinking too much of it, perhaps, carefully observing, but you wouldn't see them unless you specifically mentioned or stopped me and said, scan the ceiling carefully. Maybe take a turn to observe for
And
something.
personally, I think that's not in the original rules. That's kind of like metagaming.
Right. So it'd be a surprise check. You usually just let the dice decide whether you're surprised or not then. So,
Exactly.
and in this case,
yeah,
you were.
yeah.
Right. 4 and 6 chance that
No, no, I was
Anomicus
just
would
checking.
surprise you. They did. So, continuing on, um, we see that that's the end of Eden. So, Idol,
Hmm.
unfortunately, did not retire early enough. She's been killed before 4th level. So,
Oh well, she would have
it
been
happens.
she would have been 4th level if she made it back.
Indeed. Maybe with the larger crew, there would have been more targets instead of her to die, right? So,
Yeah.
but the small crew, she's one of the 3 targets left. 33% chance it would be her.
So in the
Right. So,
future, when we only have like 4 or 5 people, I'm just gonna say no. I'm not playing.
but at the
Yeah.
same time, if everyone says no, they're not gonna play. There's never gonna be 6 to 8. So
Well,
more
if we
often
have a
that more
party of
people
four
show up.
people and all the retainers tell us to go, then
Right.
what are we supposed to do?
But if we create that kind of attitude where we're gonna play when there's only enough people, then of course no one's gonna show up. So as long as a few show up over time, if you stay committed, others might stay committed. That's just how it is. So like
But then
Con,
the
for
people
example,
that
saying I'm
commit,
only gonna join if there's this many people. Well, don't join at all then, right? I only want people that are here to play either way, right? So of course it
okay.
sucks when there's a small party, but that's why I also give you the option to hire retainers. So
But
unfortunately
then we
we
can't
couldn't
do
hire
it. Yeah.
retainers. Yeah, we tried, but we
So
failed.
yeah. So
So
yeah. So I just won't show up anymore.
it'd be like that if you want to take a break. So no worries. Um, Darius.
Uh, yeah, let me see the end of this character's life.
It's
See how many of
unlikely.
these.
It would be a shame to see a 4th level fighter die to a level 1 encounter. So
I
Just
mean,
run away, dude.
if I
Run
dared for the north,
away.
if I
if
dared
you
for
were a
the
level
north,
4 character, you would know when to run, right?
yeah.
So
Well, if I
Run
cast
a
it,
4th player.
away.
I do want to run away. The problem is if I dare towards the north corridor, which is the exit, the one on the ceiling above it's going to drop on my head and block it.
Alright, let's see if you can survive it. You
I'll
have,
try.
in our game, you have a major bonus, 3 attacks per round. That's
Mm.
from like the white box inspired rules. That's like way better than any additional +1 to attack or +1 AC. Attacks matter way more than any bonus. Having more attacks is just way better than having 1 attack, no matter what. So 3 attacks should definitely help you fight way better, right? Against these
Mhm.
4 giant spiders. Okay, let's see if we
Mhm.
can survive. But there's 2 that just attacked and they're done. They dealt with Eden and Corliss. There's the one that tried to attack you and failed. There's one to the north. We're moving to the next round. It's just you now. You're in melee. You have 3 attacks against the ones on you, but soon you'll be attacked by 2 more to your south flank. South and west flank. Alright, let's see how this goes. Your first attack against the one on you is a hit, dealing a total of 1 plus 2 damage, 3 damage total. This is a first hit against it. Alright. Total damage, again, was 3.
Mhm.
Let's see.
Excuse me.
Next attack. Let's see. The, let's see. 1, 2. Alright. Here we go again. So, 9 plus 4, 13. 13 is a hit. Damage. Oh, reroll that. There we go. 6 damage. Same one? Or a different one?
Yep. I mean,
Same one.
I can really only hit
The
this
one
one.
on you is
Really.
crushed to death. Before they can even have a chance to attack you, you've killed it already. 2 of them approach you and jump at you, trying to kill you. And let's see if they hit or not. But before they can even have a chance to hit you, you're gonna get an initiative against them. Okay. 4 against 1, so they have it.
Assumed as much.
Miss and a hit. You take 1, or that's in between 1 and 6. What do we roll that?
I'll take the one.
7 damage. So you take 7 damage. You're down to
4.
4 hit points.
Mm-hmm.
You probably are at the worst state you've been in a while. You're finally
Mm-hmm.
feeling the pain. I've had an intense fight like this in a long while. Let's see. Alright, and you also get a saving throw versus poison.
Mm-hmm.
Your worst nemesis. But let's see, that's a fail, I think. 9 with your wisdom. You need a 10. So
-2.
darn. If you only had a +1 bonus, you would have passed. But you fail, and you will
Bye,
be
Darius.
poisoned. So you're not killed outright though. This poison is not an instant poison death. So
I
you've
mean,
got
I
time
guess
still
one
to
of the
keep fighting.
Mm.
Same condition, right? You can feel it burning in your flesh. The poison running through your blood and your veins. You continue to fight.
Maurice
And here's your
has an
third attack.
antidote on her body, I guess.
Your third attack hits. Your damage is 6 damage against a fresh one. Kill. And the one to the north is now crawling over and preparing to jump down onto you. It was just waiting at the exit, but now it's starting to move over. While this, it's moving this round. This is the next round now. Your start of melee again, back to the top.
Mm-hmm.
And before you can melee, there's movement. So we see the one to the north moves, jumps down on you before they can happen. You and the one that are already in a fight continue fighting. So as that one was moving toward you and about to jump onto you, you were getting 2 swings in or 3 swings in onto this one that's still with you before that one even got to you. So
Excuse me.
let's see how this goes. You got a hit and a miss so far, dealing 6 plus 2, 8 damage to the last one currently with you. Not enough to kill it, almost.
Still
And then
alive. Oh my god.
the fourth one that just made its way over jumps down onto you. At the same time, this one tries to bite you. At the same time, you try to swing with your third attack. We're gonna do initiative here. The one that's on the ceiling will automatically lose initiative since it had to move over to attack you. But the one with you has initiative. So before you can finish off the one currently with you, which is about to die, it has one more chance to hit you. Lands an 18. Plus 1, 19
Yes.
hits.
Or, no.
And deals 3 damage to you, dropping you to
Oh my
1
lord.
hit point.
Mm-hmm.
You're on the brink of death. Save and throw versus poison again. Pass this time. So only 1 poison's in your bloodstream at the moment. The last one's about to jump on you and attack you, of course. Before that can happen, you get your third attack in on the one still with you. Dealing an 8 plus 4, 12 hits. Damage is 5 plus 2, 7 damage to crush him. The last one lands on you, hits or rolls to hit, and scores a miss. It's just you and him now. You have 2 attacks before he even has a chance.
Mm-hmm.
Miss and, or actually hit and a hit, plus 4 each. So, damage is first 6 and then 4. 10 damage total against 14. Okay, almost had him. 2
Still alive.
heavy
Oh my
blows
god.
into this large one, the last one, the biggest one of them all. And then finally, your third attack, initiative, simultaneous. As you're trying to kill it, it's trying to kill you. A very intense moment for the two of you. You're struggling against him. He's got you backed up against the wall. He's trying to get a bite into you. You're just spinning in circles, trying to get him off of you. and the final attempt to kill him. You hit, he misses, you deal 4 plus 2, 6 damage, you killed him. Crushed him against the wall, smashed his head in, they're all dead. Your 2 companions are dead, you've got only a
I
certain amount of time to cure
immediately
yourself.
rush to Coralise's body and grab the antidote off.
Alright, good. You know how to survive. A 4th level fighter who gives up at a 1 or a level 1 encounter like this, right, that would be very, very lame. So,
I was
already
planning on
disheartened.
running, but it just like I was surrounded, so.
This should be nothing to you, right? This is a level 1
Yeah,
encounter.
it was
So,
more. I was already at a level B when that's
right.
here.
More importantly, you probably should have just. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
scouting
like
ahead is good for a heavy guy like you sometimes, especially if everyone's
yeah,
heavy. So, of course, if someone scouted the chamber earlier, then you would only be the only target, naturally, right? So,
yeah.
scouts are good at some point, but this time, it did not work out. Um, you've killed all your foes, you grab the antidote. The antidote gives you another saving throw versus poison. Let's see if you survive it. You failed, but fortunately, there's more antidote outside. So, although the one that she brought in did not work on you, you have, up to maybe a turn to get out of here. If you can't get out of here in a
Yep.
turn and get to that antidote, which is, I think, on her horse, so you have to run
Yep.
outside, get on the canoe, paddle across, get to her horse, and find that
Hey,
antidote.
did you grab the sword?
Yep. I'm grabbing that
Another
sword too
clutch
because that was
moment.
her
All
last
right.
words.
Now you only have a turn, so every move matters at this point. This means a turn
So.
means, and as a heavy footman, you get
Mm,
9 moves, 90 feet of movement, or nine actions, right?
yep.
Like 9 1 minute actions, kind of, um, before
So.
the turn ends. Okay, so be very careful.
So.
You take
Yeah. Yeah.
one of these to grab the sword. Now you have 8 moves
Yep.
left, pretty
One is
much.
to grab the sword. The next is to
Okay,
start moving north,
all
out
right.
of
You
this
want to run,
chamber.
or do you want to explore
Mm,
north?
I'm running. I'm out.
Before you run, remember
Mm.
you can't see. So what's your next move?
Oh, sorry. Is there any torches on the ground? That's still lighting.
Yes,
I imagine there is.
you grab
Yep.
it.
I'm gonna. Could I grab one? Could I grab the torch and the sword at the same time?
No, they're each a different action. So
Cool. Yeah. No, that's fine. That's two of my
7 moves
actions.
left. You
Yep.
run north.
Running north. Mm.
Okay, and in one move you're able to just run at your normal movement speed, which is going to be 10 feet, but 30 feet if you're sprinting. You can only sprint for so long. So you get 30
Mm.
feet in one move. So you get run, right? You're like jogging,
Mm.
still trying to be somewhat careful, going around that pit trap as you can see it with your torchlight. It's an
Yep.
open, 1 foot deep pit. You go around it toward a stair chamber. Want to go up?
Yep.
30 feet up the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, you're at 5 turns left. Which direction
Mm-hmm.
on the island do you want to approach? This is another big point. If you don't know the island well,
So we
you're gonna fuck up.
approached from the north side, which means we're on the south side of the island.
So which way do you want
Correct?
to run?
Sorry.
Maybe.
Sorry, no, no. If we approached from the north, then we would have gotten to the north side of the island. So I want to run north.
Good call. Alright, you made it. You see the canoe here, still there.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have 4 moves left. You climb into the canoe. With
Push
all
it
your
out
might
and
and
start
strength, you can
paddling.
paddle across. That's
Mm-hmm.
going to cost you about 2 moves.
Yep.
Get to the shore, hop out,
Yep.
run toward a horse, go through the
Mm-hmm.
saddlebags. Before you're about to die, before the turn ends, you're able to pull out an antidote. One wrong move out there, you would have died naturally. Potentially, because you only had this many turns before. I already rolled how many turns before you died, I think, but it was one. So you
Did,
had one turn before you died, and you pull out the antidote. Give it a try. There's 2 of them. Hopefully one of them
awesome.
works.
There are
So
a total of 6 of them.
really,
Okay.
There
well,
are 6 antidotes, and he's used 1.
I will just keep
you
jabbing
used
them
one
into
just
me
now.
until I know.
I bought it 3 different times. I bought 2 the first time I bought it, and I bought 1 the second time I bought it. So I had 3 total purchases of it.
Let me double
So
check.
there's 2 left in the bag then.
I'm
Should
tracking a
be.
total of 3 right now.
Yeah, so there should be
Should be
2.
more than that.
Must have
I
forgotten to track it then. Yeah, because I
Are
never
they in
actually
the
purchased you
wagon?
those extra 3 antidotes. But it doesn't matter because the second one already works.
Oh,
So he chugs it down and starts to feel normal again. Right, I made the same throw with his poison again. It was a pass. So
well,
this one works.
I'm
The
gonna
other one didn't.
use my last bit of strength to pick up the canoe, empty all the skulls in the canoe into the back of the wagon, tether. Fuck, how many horses are there? There's now 5 horses. Tether them all together in some sort of sleigh and take the wagon back along the river towards them.
Yep, and you can of course give these old possessions to the next character in line
Correct.
of those respective
Yep.
houses. So, bringing this back to House Idol, MB, and of course Zuko. Uh,
What is this curse I have where I always make it back at exactly 1 health, no matter what character I'm on? Is it a blessing? Is it a curse? Who knows?
It's a good curse. I wish that I had it.
It's a very scary curse to have.
Alright, so congratulations. You do eventually make it back to the village, barely alive. Get past the walls. Anyone who would have ambushed you on the road would be a very lucky man. They would have met the very wounded
They would
fighter.
have been a very dead man.
Perhaps.
Darius is in a no shit taking right now.
You're sitting at 1 hit point, so one successful contact or hit would kill such a powerful man. So, you get back into the village, of course, and certain amounts of items are able to be recovered, which will be discussed outside of the game or at the next game. So, fortunately, it's not complete game over for those who have made progress. Um, there is inheritance still, so if you did have treasure left behind or taken from your person's body, you know, typically 90% of that will go to your next character if that character is the heir to your current character, of course. Which will be discussed next time, of course. Unfortunately, we saw the end of two powerful characters tonight. Corlys, the seer, was killed, and Eden, the robber, was killed. Unfortunately, a small crew like this is maybe the first mistake of not being extra careful with such a small team. Um, but of course, it happens. We lose some, we win some. We lost 2 characters to a level 1 encounter, unfortunately, but it happens. Or technically, that encounter is like a level 1.5. For some reason, they put 1d4 giant spiders that are 2-hit die in the dungeon level 1 encounter listing. So, it is what it is. Alright. Technically, it should be 1d2 if the math is correct, but for some reason, Moldvay decided to put 1d4 giant spiders. Usually, he halves the amount of hit dice or encounter size if, of course, the monster belongs to a different dungeon level, right? Such as dungeon level 2 would be half as much in dungeon level 1. So,
I think
he didn't
it's
do that
specifically
for some reason.
because you can find them out in the wilderness, which is where you probably roll the 1d2 for that.
No, I was using dungeon level 1 encounter listing. So,
Oh.
yep, and in dungeon level 1 encounter listing, giant spiders or crab spiders come with 1d4. So,
I've used the OSE encounter generator a lot for running games, and that thing can put some very wild monsters into level 1, like level 1 to 3.
oh yeah, you don't want to use the wilderness ones. The wilderness encounter size is
Mm-mm.
for layers. Okay, that was
Yeah,
not
yeah,
layer.
the
That was
wilderness
just a random
encounters are
encounter.
dangerous.
Layers are what have the treasure of the monster.
Wait,
So
is it? Cause I know that layers is the brackets and then times like 5. I thought that was what layers
that's
encounter
a
size
wilderness
was.
layer, I think. So
Hmm.
So
That's
would
if
you
you
not?
yeah, that's if you find
Oh,
like a stronghold out in the wilderness, like one you come across like a creature's domain, like a dragon's
yeah,
cave or
there's
some shit.
the dungeon size, the layer size, the wilderness encounter size, and the wilderness layer size.
okay.
Wilderness layer is what you need to attack if you want to clear a hex, pretty much, of monsters.
Oh,
In that case, you'll need to bring a whole army, right, to clear it out of monsters so that you can start settling the land.
Hmm.
Leave your mark on the
I
campaign map.
In a different OSE game we're in at the moment, I've spending the past like year and a bit functionally building a kingdom from nothing, building by building, brick by brick, door by door. I have built basically bossing save from Avatar. That's what I have now.
That sounds painful.
Yeah,
Alright,
it was.
okay. Well, that'll be it for today's game. Thank you all for playing, and I hope to see you at the next one.
yeah. Thank you
Thanks
for
very much.
hosting.